This young man was the sole surviving descendant of an ancient cultivation clan that had fallen into decline. However, that ancient cultivation bloodline within Xian had remained silent, like a bear in hibernation, with no telling when it would ever wake. As a result, today Xian was dumped by his girlfriend simply because he was too useless. When lunch break came, Xian went up to the rooftop alone to get some air. His mood was extremely heavy, yet Zhang Tian actually followed him all the way up here. He even took the initiative to comfort him. It's lunch break, and you're not going to eat? Relationship troubles? Want a can to relax? Xian looked first at Zhang Tian, then at the can of beer in his hand with deep suspicion. He wondered to himself why this old man, who was usually always stern and cold, was being so enthusiastic toward him today. Still, driven by his mood, Xian ultimately chose to drink a few cans with his superior. After finishing the second can, he began venting his anger aloud. That damned woman ate my food, drank my drinks, spent all my savings, and then cheated on me. Once he had said it out loud, much of his anger subsided. Xian suddenly felt deeply grateful. He had never expected Manager Zhang, who was usually as cold as a block of ice, to care about his employee like this. However, before he could be moved for even 3 seconds, he suddenly felt extremely dizzy. Only then did Xian realize that there was something wrong with that can of beer. Zhang Tian's crafty smile entered his vision. But at this point, Xian no longer had the ability to resist and collapsed at his feet. After who knew how long, Xian woke up with a splitting headache. He discovered that both his hands were tightly bound and that he was standing unsteadily at the edge of a cliff. Footsteps echoed over. It was that old man Zhang walking toward him. "You're awake?" His voice was ice cold. "Is there some misunderstanding here? I'm not in a min, and I'm definitely not in a bondage." Xian spoke calmly, which only made Zhang Tian fly into a rage. The old man cursed, then immediately punched him. After that, Xian was roughly grabbed by the hair. Zhang Tian began humiliating him with extremely unpleasant words. "You useless trash. Do you think you're very funny? You really still don't understand your situation, do you? Look beneath your feet." Xian looked down and immediately discovered a pair of glowing eyes at the bottom of that unfathomably deep ravine. The owner of those eyes instantly stretched upward, revealing its enormous true size. It looked both like a dragon and like a serpent. The moment he saw this creature, Zhang Tian became excited. "Great dragon god, the new sacrifice has been brought here. Although this piece of trash hasn't awakened yet, his body still contains spiritual roots and an ancient bloodline. He will definitely taste far better than those live sheep and pigs from before." As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, the creature he called the Dragon God took out a true essence condensation pill. It seemed the two of them had already made an agreement in advance. Seeing such a large medicinal pill, Zhang Tian was inwardly overjoyed, secretly thinking that he would definitely be able to break through this time. After that, he carried the pill and hurried back to cultivate, leaving only the bound Xian facing the Dragon God. It then asked him, "Human, before you die, do you have any last words?" Xian was silent for a while before speaking. "Your breath is kind of bad. Could you go brush your teeth before eating me?" Xian's sense of humor truly had the potential to drive others insane. And this time, the one driven insane was the Dragon God. "Insolent wretch, I am the Lord of the Clouds, ruler of the 9 heavens, master of clouds, rain, and thunder, who roamed the 4 seas for 3,000 years, meditated in the depths for 80,000 years, and wandered the 9 heavens." After talking for a while, it suddenly felt embarrassed that it had gotten so furious merely because of something a mortal had said. With that, it used its power to lift Xian into the air. Originally, it had intended to swallow him whole in one bite, but because of his insolence just now, the Dragon God decided to chew his body apart bit by bit, starting with his legs. "Please don't," Xian begged. "I have athlete's foot. Doing that will only make your breath even worse. But then, while I'm in your mouth, I'll have to smell both my own stinky feet and your stinky breath at the same time. Isn't that no different from waking up in the morning before brushing your teeth and having your ex-girlfriend's smelly sock stuffed into your mouth?" "Shut up," the Dragon God roared furiously. Xian's sense of humor really could make his opponent explode. After that, it used its huge, sharp, powerful teeth to bite through his body. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, and Xian was no longer in the mood to joke, because it really hurt. Next, the dragon god swallowed the rest of his body into its mouth and chewed viciously. At that very moment, the bloodline restriction within Xin was activated. It included the life and death curse, whose effect was to plant a death curse on the enemy who had ended his life and a life curse on himself, causing the enemy to suffer the same pain and damage as he did. As long as the body bearing the death curse had not died, the body bearing the life curse would always revive. The second was twin severance. Once this art was activated, the bodies cursed with life and death would enter endless mutual destruction. Unless the highest grade external immortal art intervened, neither side could be revived. This spell could not be blocked or interfered with by the outside world. Student Xin, what nonsense are you mumbling? While he was focused on reading those lines about the bloodline restriction, someone suddenly shouted into Xin's ear, startling him awake. I told you to read the 7 body tempering arts aloud to me, but what are you chanting about curses and life and death? Did you drink too many body tempering medicines and start hallucinating? Immediately afterward, the laughter of his classmates rang out one after another, leaving Xin extremely confused. Hadn't he just been inside the dragon god's mouth? How had he ended up in a classroom now? At the same time, in the teacher's office, Teacher Ian, I heard your class just accepted a new transfer student, right? To be able to enter your key class, his talent must be quite good, huh? Otherwise, with your enrollment standards, how could an ordinary student possibly manage it? The one called teacher, Ian laughed a few times and said, that's right, while his hand stroked the thick stack of bills in the drawer. He secretly thought, in any case, that kid won't be able to pass the first monthly exam, so it would be a waste not to earn this money. Back in the classroom, Xin was currently being laughed at mercilessly by his classmates. They told the teacher that with his ability, no matter how many body tempering pills he took, it would still be useless. Only then did Xin vaguely realize something. It seemed he had come back to life. After school, Xin spent some time thinking about what had just happened. Unexpectedly, after being chewed up by that stupid dragon, he woke up at home with his body completely intact. On top of that, the spiritual root that had slept for 25 years had suddenly awakened. Xin suddenly remembered what Wang Yu had said yesterday. Although he couldn't get into a proper cultivation university, he was still the last bloodline of a declining cultivation family. That had made Xin feel strangely uncomfortable. Still, if he hadn't been angry because of her words, he would never have given his homeroom teacher 50,000 yuan to get into this class through the back door. That was why he was here now. Suddenly, someone rudely put a foot on Xin's desk. Hey, transfer student, let me introduce you to a few rules in this class. Every week, you have to give me at least 1 body tempering pill, 1 bottle of essence nourishing pills, and 1 bottle of body strengthening medicinal liquid. All of it has to be high quality. Got it? One look was enough to tell that this guy was a bully who often picked on his classmates. When the other people in the class saw this scene, they did not dare come forward to help Xin and only dared whisper behind his back. Look, Zhang Jibai is starting to educate the newcomer again. It's going to get noisy this time. As for Xin, faced with the threat from this tall guy, not only was he unafraid, he even questioned him. Why do I have to give you those things? Also, why are you stepping on my desk? It seemed this was the first time someone had dared oppose Jibai, so he became even more arrogant. He pointed rudely at Xion's face and cursed, "Damn you, this is my territory. I'll step wherever I want. Besides, I usually go downstairs from up here, unlike you cowards who only dare take the stairs. I'll remind you one more time. If you don't hand them over before school ends this Friday afternoon, I'll tie you to the utility pole in front of the school as a warning to everyone." After finishing his threat, Jibai opened the window beside Xion's desk, intending to jump straight down from here. But the moment he was about to jump out, a flash of killing intent flickered in Xion's eyes. He slammed hard into the other party's leg, causing Jibai to completely lose control and stagger outside. In the end, he landed face first. When the students in the class saw this, they could only cover their mouths in fear. Oh my god, he actually landed directly on his face. But Zhang Jibai practices the 100 tempering art, so falling from this height probably won't kill him. What a shame. If he really died, my ranking would go up by 1 place. Jibai naturally would not die that easily. It was just that a large pit had been smashed into the spot where he landed, showing just how hard and painful his fall had been. He stood up in fury, his face covered in blood, then shouted loudly, "You bastard! If you got guts, don't run after school. I will break your legs." Seeing this, the classmates sitting in front of Xian turned around and tapped on his desk, then sighed, "You're in big trouble this time." That guy surnamed Zhang was a famous bully in the school. He had never feared anyone and would never accept being the one at a disadvantage. His family was also a powerful cultivation scholastic faction in the city. Not to mention, his body-tempering art had already reached an extraordinary level. In the past, there had been a classmate who offended him, and he was beaten to death while his house was smashed apart. Teacher Hei Xin was now following in that classmate's footsteps. The boy kindly reminded him that after school, he had better go home immediately. He especially told him to avoid Gucci Alley, because that was where the bullies often gathered. However, after school, Hei Xin still took his usual route home. It was only when he saw the sign for Gucci Alley that he remembered that classmate's words. But at this moment, Zhang Jibai's group was already waiting for him in the alley. More precisely, it was him and two of his lackeys. "Boss, do we really need 3 people just to deal with 1 transfer student? What the hell do you know? That guy is just ordinary trash without any special ability. Boss could crush him with 1 hand. But if Boss personally takes action, it would be too embarrassing, so he let us handle him." Hei Xin could even clearly hear their conversation with each other. What followed was Zhang Jibai's cold snort. He guessed that Hei Xin was probably trembling like a leaf right now, trying to think of a way to get through this alley. But no matter which path Hei Xin took, it would be the same because he had arranged people in every direction. Unexpectedly, Hei Xin did not bother taking a detour. He went straight to the point. "Who said I wanted to run?" Hei Xion's confident voice rang out, making the 3 bullies turn around at the same time. Zhang Jibai's lackeys initially seemed surprised to see Hei Xion come here on his own, but then they assumed that he knew he could not escape, so he had obediently come here to surrender. Only Zhang Jibai was somewhat hesitant because he could not find even the slightest sign of fear on Hei Xion. That made him wonder whether Hei Xion was one of those rare people who played the pig to eat the tiger, hiding his true strength. You really are a bunch of idiots. You block someone's path, but don't even dare stand at the school gate. Instead, you choose such a remote alley to ambush someone. Do you know how tiring it was for me to walk all the way here? Now come on, beat me up. Under Hei Xion's provocation, how could those bullies possibly not go mad? The first guy charged forward and immediately gave him a kick straight to the stomach. Strangely, Hei Xion did not dodge at all. He was sent flying by that kick and slammed straight into the wall, looking extremely miserable. This made those bullies even more surprised, because Hei Xion had been so arrogant just now, yet who would have thought he was this weak? Damn it, so he really is trash. I wasted my time overthinking it, Zhang Jibai muttered. Hei Xion lay flat on the ground, blood continuously gushing from his mouth and nose. The guy who had just hit him even enthusiastically explained that the kick just now was from someone at the 5th stage of body tempering and could shatter all of Hei Xion's internal organs. Hei Xion definitely would not live much longer. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Hei Xion burst out laughing. Haha, that didn't hurt at all. You actually dare call yourself at the 5th stage of body tempering? Why did it feel like some coward punching a sandbag a few hundred times in the middle of the night without any strength? Hei Xion's ability to drive people crazy was truly unmatched under heaven. That man immediately went insane. He had originally wanted to watch Hei Xion slowly stop breathing, but now he could not endure it anymore. And so, he raised his foot, preparing to kick Hei Xion straight in the head. However, just then, something strange happened. Zhang Jibai's lackey suddenly started bleeding wildly. The pain made him collapse, clutch his leg, and scream nonstop. Zhang Jibai and the remaining lackey were also extremely panicked when they saw what had just happened. As for Hei Xion, he remained lying in the same position and laughed. Haha, so now you've become a legless shrimp. Found you. The author of the situation just now also appeared. It was a young woman with short silver hair, a fierce expression, and a huge saw in her hand. That was the very weapon that had just sawed off that bastard's leg. Her appearance brought with it an indescribable sense of pressure, making even someone as arrogant as Zhang Jibai tense up. Before he could react, his remaining lackey had already charged forward with a long staff. Zhang Jibai hurriedly shouted, telling him not to use a killing move here or the entire alley would be flattened. But it was already too late. That fool had used purple gold staff smash, wanting to bring down the unfamiliar girl with all his strength. The moment this move descended, the shock wave it created was far from small. Wind and dust turned into a whirlwind, and visibility quickly dropped. That Idiot, you've destroyed all the houses around here. When the time comes, the old man at home will definitely fly into a rage over this. Zhang Zibai could only lament to the heavens. However, the bald guy's purple gold staff smash actually had no effect at all. That girl had been hit, but she showed no sign of injury whatsoever. Instead, she still stood towering there like a great mountain. This scene finally made even someone as overbearing as Zhang Zibai truly tremble. The girl's identity was actually anything but ordinary because she was none other than the dragon god. She was also the one who had tried and failed to eat Hate Exion not long ago. At that moment, she had been playing Go with a talking crane. Great dragon god, why do you always like appearing in human form? The crane wondered. Those who want to follow the heavenly palace's rotten rules have to manifest in human form. Otherwise, they'll end up like you, with the head of a crane but the body of a human, the dragon god replied. When she said this, the expression on the crane's face changed slightly. The dragon god thought it had gotten sensitive because she had called it a half-human, half-crane freak. Unexpectedly, the crane trembled, pointed at her, and said, "Great dragon god, you're bleeding." She thought it was joking, because the last time the dragon god bled had been 100 years ago. Now, with this invulnerable body, such a thing was completely absurd. Yet only a few seconds later, so much blood poured out that even the dragon god panicked. She hurriedly pressed the spot where blood was gushing like rain, then used the hemostasis art to heal herself. However, the blood still did not truly stop. So the dragon god hastily bid farewell to Brother Crane and threw herself down into the mortal world. If you wanted to send to the lower realm, don't forget to report to the Star Palace. The other party called after her. But how could the dragon god have time to think about that? Just now, she had used her divine sense to scan everything and then discovered that her wound, which was bleeding without end, was due to being afflicted by a death curse. Moreover, it was a death curse she could not dispel. With her knowledge, the dragon god was certain there had to be a companion life curse, and that it had fallen upon someone in the human world. What she had to do now was quickly find that person. That was why the dragon god appeared in the middle of the dispute between Hate Xian and Zhang Zibai. Returning to the situation at that moment, even though she had been hit by a killing move, she was still completely unharmed. Not to mention that the instant she was struck, the dragon god had created an enormous barrier herself, keeping the surrounding buildings from suffering even the slightest damage. This made Zhang Zibai break out in goosebumps. He immediately knew that the cultivation of this strange girl far surpassed his own. It has been too long since I fought cultivators with such low cultivation, so I have forgotten that you are all incredibly weak. Or perhaps you are even weaker than I was when I first entered the path. The dragon god's icy gaze swept over Zhang Zibai's group, and her voice also made people shiver without feeling cold. He immediately sensed that danger was close at hand and hurriedly shouted a signal for his lackey to get away from that girl. But it was already too late. Just 1 second later, that guy's body exploded into hundreds of tiny pieces. The sight made even a thug like Zhang Zibai so frightened that he fell backward onto the ground. He could not understand it. He had not seen how the other party had attacked at all, yet his underling had still been smashed to bits. Worse still, that girl looked like she was about to charge over here, while his legs had already gone completely soft, leaving him unable to run away. But Zhang Zibai was overthinking it, because right now the dragon god's only concern was Hate Xian. She lifted him up, examined him seriously, then muttered, "To be honest, I'm a little shocked that someone I ate can still come back to life." After hearing what she said, Hate Xian finally realized that this was the damned dragon who had swallowed him the other day. With her appearance changed like this, he had almost failed to recognize her. The effect of that curse mark of yours is to cling to me and keep sucking my blood, right? Hurry up and undo it for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it, the dragon god ordered. Sorry, but I really don't know how to undo it. The moment Hate Xian finished speaking, she roughly grabbed him by both legs. Then she slammed him hard into the ground. Every time she did so, the dragon god forced him to lift the forbidden curse for her. After she smashed him back and forth several times, no one knew whether Hei Xian's body was still intact, but Zhang Zibai, standing off to the side, was already so scared that his face had turned deathly pale. This girl is terrifying. When she gets angry, she even beats her own people, he thought to himself. Just then, the dragon god coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her body seemed to have no strength left, and only then did she reluctantly let Hei Xian go. She realized that the more viciously she beat him, the more heavily injured she herself became. If she kept beating him like this, she would only fall into an endless loop. With no other choice, she planned to return to the immortal palace and find a way to break it herself. Who would have thought that Hei Xian would stand up at this moment and say, "Wait a minute, about you eating me last time, shouldn't you compensate me a little?" Earlier, he had been seriously injured by Zhang Jibai's underlings, then smashed back and forth by the dragon god until he was a mangled pile of minced meat. Yet before long, he had revived again, completely intact, as if nothing had happened. The dragon god could not help sighing inwardly that the effect of that life-and-death curse was truly shameless. "You're the first person who has ever dared to speak to me like that. What compensation do you want?" she asked. "I want to become an immortal," Hei Xian replied without even thinking. The answer immediately drove that fiery shrew mad. "Give up that wish right now." As she spoke, she raised her middle finger at Hei Xian. "What if I refuse to grant that wish for you?" Now, it was Hei Xian's turn to threaten her. He threatened the dragon god, saying that if she did not agree to compensate him, he would soak himself in a pool of sulfuric acid and die over and over again. When that happened, she would also suffer the agony of being endlessly corroded by acid and losing blood. The dragon god had never been threatened like this before, so she was furious. Her gaze grew even colder as she stared fixedly at Hei Xian. "You dare threaten me? Then I only need to completely immobilize you. After that, I can slowly think of a way to dissolve the curse mark. I have plenty of time." Facing her, Hei Xian also refused to show weakness. "You think I can't deal with that kind of killing move? Why don't you try it and see?" Provoked by him, the dragon god began using her ability. But just as Hei Xian had said, it backfired on her. Seeing that attacking him would only bring more injuries upon herself, the dragon god finally gave up. However, sending him straight to immortality in a single step was impossible. So she could only toss Hei Xian a basic cultivation manual and let him slowly practice on his own. She also emphasized that this was the most suitable thing for someone with no talent like him. Although this manual alone could not guarantee that he would become an immortal, at the very least, it could help him get into a good school and ensure that he would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. Hei Xian took the book. Its title was The Cultivation on Credit Method. He even clicked his tongue in praise, thinking that judging by its name, this method seemed rather impressive. He wondered what its effects were. Indeed, relying only on fighting could never defeat his enemies. Raising his cultivation level was the most practical path. Seeing Hei Xian carefully studying the manual, the corners of the dragon god's mouth curled into a sly smile. She thought to herself, "I'm an idiot. There's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Before I get rid of you completely, I'll squeeze every last bit of value out of you first." At that moment, both of them were plotting against each other. As for who would outplay whom, they would probably have to wait until the end to find out. When the dragon god was preparing to leave, her gaze happened to fall on Zhang Jibai, who was huddled in a corner, trembling like a leaf and constantly muttering, "I don't exist. I don't exist. No one can see me." It was precisely this strange behavior that caught the dragon god's attention. When he saw that her gaze had turned toward him, Zhang Jibai trembled even harder, feeling certain that this time the dragon god would attack him. Unexpectedly, she did not even bother to make a move against him, simply because the dragon god was too lazy to step on ants that were not blocking her path. However, she did not want him to remember what had happened today, so she used a small spell to make him forget everything that had just occurred. Zhang Jibai thought the dragon god wanted his life, so his heart leaped into his throat and he fainted. When he woke up again, the person in front of him was the body-tempering teacher named Yin Jian, whose expression was extremely impatient. "Student Zhang Jibai, you are not allowed to go crazy in the examination room. Please restrain yourself a little." Zhang Jibai felt extremely uncomfortable, as if his head were about to explode. He clearly felt that many things had happened yesterday, but now he could could not remember a single bit of it. His muddled mind made him restless and uneasy. Meanwhile, today was the first monthly exam of the new semester. Students ranked at the very bottom would be considered by the school for expulsion, so everyone was striving to get a good result. The first exam was a test of body tempering level. At Ian Jian's command, the exam officially began. Damn, we have to take an exam in the very first week after school starts? These past few days in class, they haven't taught a damn thing, Xin complained. That's just how senior year is. Everything that should be taught was already taught over the past 2 years. Besides, didn't you attend extracurricular tutoring classes? The classmate beside him explained. But this was the first time Xin had ever heard of the concept of extracurricular tutoring classes. Only now did he learn that the other students had spent all their time on extracurricular lessons. In senior year, they only came to school to take exams, sort rankings, and gain more motivation to compete and work hard. Seeing Xion's blank expression, that classmate clicked his tongue again. No way, you didn't sign up for tutoring classes? Then you're really screwed. After saying that, he turned toward a chubby guy and continued, Fatty Wu, the position you've held firmly for all 3 years of high school is about to be taken from you because that dumb transfer student didn't even sign up for extracurricular tutoring. It turned out that the guy named Fatty Wu was the person who had always ranked last in the class for the past 3 years. At this, everyone burst out laughing and mocked Xian for being an idiot. Speaking of which, when everyone saw that he had appeared in class today, safe and sound, they all wondered about it. Everyone had the same question in their minds. Why had a vicious tyrant like Zhang Zibai let him off? Not only these students, but even Zhang himself was extremely puzzled. Whenever he saw Xian's face, he remembered that he had a deep grudge against him. But why had he spared him? Not to mention that the 2 lackeys who usually followed him around were now, one seriously injured and the other dead from excessive blood loss. No matter how hard Zhang Zibai thought, he could not figure out the reason. But he kept feeling that something utterly terrifying had happened, so he no longer dared to touch Xian. Their first test was penetration. Shielding spells had been cast over the testing grounds. The goal was to test the student's penetrating destructive power. Yin Jian asked Zhang Zibai to demonstrate first. He immediately took a long spear with a sharp tip and stepped into position. From Yin Jian's eyes, one could tell that Zhang Zibai was the student he was most proud of. Under the expectant gazes of Yin Jian and the others, Zhang Zibai threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. A huge explosion erupted. The spear in his hand, carrying tremendous penetrating force, pierced through 5 1-meter-thick concrete walls that had been reinforced with magic. Yin Jian looked at Zhang Zibai with an extremely satisfied gaze. As expected of the school's outstanding body tempering student, his level had nearly caught up to Yin Jian himself as a teacher. Zhang Zibai, the ruler of body tempering. Zhang Zibai is the strongest in the whole school. A few girls who were infatuated with Zhang Zibai began shouting slogans for him from the side. Yet today, Zhang Zibai did not seem very excited. He himself also felt puzzled. He was clearly outstanding to this degree. So why had he been anxious and restless since yesterday? Xin, standing to one side, quietly asked the classmate beside him, is a result like this really that strong? Hell yeah. He's the person our whole class recognizes as having the greatest hope of being directly admitted to the United Cultivation University based solely on body tempering. Xin gave an O. Although he did not really understand, it sounded like that guy was quite impressive. That classmate continued, saying that this test could reflect each person's explosive destructive ability. Whether they used body tempering moves or chi refining techniques for the test, the final result would still be calculated according to the number of walls they pierce through. Most people in the first month of senior year could only pierce through 2 or 3 layers of concrete walls at most. Zhang Zibai's result of 5 layers could be said to be far ahead, firmly holding first place. The next person whose name was called was Wu Fei, the fatty Wu who had been teased earlier. Wu Fei stepped into position and prepared himself, then also struck a rather professional pose before throwing the weapon in his hand. He only pierced through the first wall, but this alone was enough to make Wu Fei jump for joy. because he had met the standard. After Wu Fei, Yin Jian called He Xian next. He did not even bother to remember his name, only calling him the new transfer student. In his heart, Yin Jian secretly despised He Xian and thought, that old homeroom teacher must be senile. Why did he accept someone like this and let him drag down the whole class? Let's see how I kick you out today. Before He Xian entered the testing area, that classmate sincerely patted his shoulder a few times. You're screwed. If you can't even pierce through one wall, you'll be expelled. Looks like this is the last time we'll talk. Well then, good luck. Although everyone looked down on He Xian, he himself had long since come up with a plan to deal with this. He really had to thank the Dragon God for giving him that cultivation on credit method. This time, He Xian decided to borrow a technique called Black Nether Palm Thunder. Seeing him walk forward without a weapon, Yin Jian became even more displeased and openly mocked him. Why are you going up empty-handed? Are you planning to need a dumbbell out of your hands? How strange. Our class actually has an outstanding student who can create objects out of thin air. Following his words, mocking laughter erupted from all around. Zhang Jibai could not pass up this chance to ridicule He Xian either, so he joined in with a few lines. Teacher, if you can train a hidden dragon like this, then it looks like your title as a senior teacher is guaranteed. The moment Zhang Jibai finished speaking, the laughter became even louder. But what made everyone fall silent afterward was that a dumbbell really did appear in He Xian's hand. Next, he gathered all his strength and threw the dumbbell he had created out of thin air toward the concrete walls. The force of the dumbbell's launch was extremely powerful. It pierced through one wall, then two walls, then three walls, and finally every single reinforced wall. Yin Jian was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to his chest. He was even afraid that at this rate, He Xian would smash through the barrier outside the school as well. Fortunately, after piercing through all the walls, that dumbbell of his dissolved into space. Only then did Yin Jian dare to wipe his sweat and let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the barrier outside the school had been broken, it would have become a huge problem. Even so, He Xian's result had already broken the 6th record in student history. Not to mention that this Palm Thunder was also the first time Yin Jian had ever seen it. Judging solely from the explosive force when the thunder was thrown, its body tempering grade was probably not low at all. Just now, He Xian had used both body tempering, meaning physical strength, and chi refining, meaning his spiritual energy, to create such a terrifying effect. This made Yin Jian believe even more firmly that he was a heaven-sent talent. All the girls in the class were left with their mouths hanging open. In the past, they had thought He Xian looked very ordinary, but for some reason, now he seemed strangely handsome. Even Zhang Jibai, who had looked so cool earlier, had now become dull by comparison. Talent like this was not inferior to the geniuses of the previous year at all. Since he had never revealed his ability before, judging from the current situation, he was definitely someone from some great sect. They kept sighing in amazement, while the saddest person was Wu Fei, because in the end, he was still stuck in last place forever. As for the guy who had said goodbye to He Xian earlier, he was panicking too. When he saw He Xian go up empty-handed, he had laughed especially loudly. If He Xian really held a grudge, then he would be in deep trouble. He kept worrying that He Xian would come settle accounts with him. So after school, this guy took the initiative to ask He Xian out for a talk. He looked so nervous that it was as if he had aged 50 years in the blink of an eye. This left He Xian very confused. Only after trembling for quite a while did this person finally squeeze out a complete sentence. Well, about this morning, I was blind and thought you were useless. That was my fault. In the future, if you need anything, just give me your orders. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. He Xian answered perfunctorily, then ran home as fast as he could. Watching his back, that classmate could not help muttering. Is he rushing home to cultivate or something? Outstanding people really do work much harder than me. In truth, He Xian was in such a hurry because after using the cultivation on credit method for the first time, he had discovered that there was a problem with it. Before, he had still been half doubtful, but now it was clear. That damn dragon definitely had no good intentions toward him. The proof was that she had tossed him a ragged book with a bunch of unreasonable requirements. Specifically, after using the method in the form of borrowing in advance, a requirement was immediately added for He Xian. He had to urgently make up the cultivation for Black Nether Palm Thunder. If he did not complete it by the deadline, he would receive receive several punishments, specifically a deduction in cultivation and a weakening of the effects of the restrictions related to his own bloodline. That was why it was called on credit. At this moment, the remaining time was only a little over 11 hours. That was why Hey Xin had to hurry back home. The even more serious problem was that Hey Xin had no basic foundation. Even getting into this class had been done through backdoor means with 50,000 in money. So he returned home to look for the basic cultivation manuals he had bought online years ago. Back then, he had not understood them, so he had only skimmed a few pages at the end before tossing them aside. Now that he needed them, he could not find them anywhere. Hey Xin scratched his head and tugged at his ears. If he bought them online now, the fastest delivery would still be noon tomorrow, which would definitely be past the deadline. In his desperation, he thought of buying ebooks. After checking the prices online, Hey Xin could not help yelling. Why the hell is it so expensive? What are you making so much noise about upstairs? Are you letting people sleep or not? I still have to get up early tomorrow morning to cultivate. The neighbor downstairs could not take it and cursed up at him. But cultivation methods really were expensive. Hey Xin remembered that years ago, it had cost tens of thousands, and he had emptied his savings for it. Now, it had even risen to 200,000. Seeing that the countdown had only 8.5 hours left, Hey Xin had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay. After spending 200,000, his balance was left with only a pitiful 3,372.29. This feeling of being so poor that he was practically in rags was truly exhausting. But Hey Xin did not dare delay. He immediately went into the forest to cultivate. First was basic breathing and chi circulation, then practicing how to drive spiritual energy. Finally came practicing the technique itself. When there were only 32 seconds left on the countdown, Hey Xin received a notification that the makeup cultivation process had been completed. It was that easy. Hey Xin was extremely surprised. If that was the case, aside from costing money, it did not seem too troublesome. Unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain, and then Hey Xion's entire body collapsed to the ground. At the same time, in the Immortal Palace, the Dragon God was taking a bath while humming a song. She seemed to be in a very good mood, but immediately afterward, she began spraying blood again. The fresh blood sprayed out and dirted the entire bath, making the Dragon God unable to stop herself from shouting, "Damn it, my immortal dew, beauty-preserving water that I just finished refining." Guessing that something had happened to Hey Xin again, the Dragon God remotely checked his condition. After that, she discovered that during the process of making up his cultivation, Hey Xin had overexerted himself and finally collapsed and died of stroke. Looking at him lying sprawled on the ground, the Dragon God began angrily cursing again. "What a useless piece of trash. I only added a small time limit to your makeup cultivation process, and you couldn't even handle that." In any case, Hey Xion's life was now tied to the Dragon God's health. So although she was extremely annoyed, she still had to use her own cultivation to heal the injuries caused by his cultivation method. Returning to Hey Xion's high school, 1 week earlier on the first day of senior year, during the class placement test, Zhang Zibai ranked 10th. This made him extremely arrogant and smug, because he had only used body tempering and had not touched chi refining, yet he had already climbed into the top 10 of the elite class. Meanwhile, Fatty Wu, who had always ranked last in class throughout 10th and 11th grade, now had to give up that spot to the newly arrived transfer student, Hey Xin. At that time, Zhang Zibai did not take him seriously at all. Unexpectedly, only a week later, meaning now, Hey Xin had relied on the previous test to raise his overall score to 10th place. How could that not make Zhang Zibai find him an eyesore? He kept staring fixedly at the ranking board until one of his underlings called out, "Boss, the second test is about to begin. Let's go." The students gathered in the training hall again. This time, the test was far harsher than the last, because the students had to duel each other one-on-one. Just now, down in the arena, a student had been sent flying by Zhang Zhibai's slap, ending up in an utterly miserable state. Hurry and take him to the infirmary. Dr. Song has miraculous healing hands. He can still be saved. Yingjian immediately had someone carry him away. Up in the stands, Hey Xin began wondering again what kind of test this was supposed to be. He was then told that this second test was meant to examine every student's palm force and ability to take hits. Compared with the previous penetration test, this was Zhang Zhibai's true specialty. In particular, he practiced the secret art 100 tempered steel and was always proud of it. It was said that no one could break through it. After that student was taken to the infirmary, another student was called up, Zhao Yikai. Zhang Jibai had also heard that Yikai was the one with the strongest palm force, so today he wanted even more to prove that his 100-tempered steel was stronger. Yikai had long found the other party's arrogance unbearable as well, so when he struck with steel-shattering palm, he used all his strength. His blow made the entire training hall shake. Everyone thought that would be enough to knock Zhang Jibai down. What 100-tempered steel? It's nothing but an empty reputation, Yikai muttered. But it seemed he had celebrated too soon, because after the smoke and dust cleared, Zhang Jibai was still standing tall like a bronze statue, with only a palm print left on his face. This time, it was his turn to mock his opponent. What dog-crap steel-shattering palm is that? As he spoke, Zhang Jibai made his move. Yikai could not withstand even a single blow and was knocked out on the spot. He also became the next victim who had to be taken to the infirmary. According to the list, the next person to be tested was Wu Fei, but it seemed this last-ranked fellow was not even enough for Zhang Jibai to pick his teeth with, so he demanded that Yin Jian call He Xian down directly to fight him. At this moment, at school, He Xian asked in confusion about open-source cultivation methods and copyrighted cultivation methods. Mao Xiao replied, "That's right. Cultivation methods are generally divided into two categories. Isn't this common knowledge? What did you study in 10th and 11th grade?" He answered 3rd City High. Hearing this, Mao Xiao sighed a little. An ordinary high school, not a cultivation school? No wonder your basic knowledge is a bit lacking. He turned and continued, "Here's how it is. Open-source cultivation methods are methods that have already been made available to society. Anyone can practice them. Copyrighted cultivation methods are methods that have been registered with the Cultivation Copyright Bureau. Only the copyright holder and authorized users may practice them. Anyone who practices such a method without authorization will be held responsible accordingly, and may even be hunted down and have their entire sect wiped out." Mao Xiao went on, "Take those two facing each other right now, for example. Steel-shattering palm is open source, while 100-tempered steel is copyrighted. But for cultivators, breaking through copyright isn't easy either. After all, copyrighted cultivation methods have extremely high practice thresholds and difficulty." At that moment, 2 fingers extended and a beginner-level repair spell was cast. It was Yin Jian. He was casting a spell right in the middle of the arena. Then Yin Jian raised his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and called out, "He Xian, get down here." A moment later, He Xian stood opposite Zhang Jibai. Zhang Jibai frowned and thought to himself, "What is this? Every time I see this guy, I always feel uneasy. Clearly, I only lost to him in a single category." Zhang Jibai's hand curled inward and trembled as he continued thinking. "But as long as I defeat him today, I'll be able to steady my position." He Xian raised his hand and said calmly, "There's no need for us to take turns throwing one palm each. Let's just greet each other at the same time and be done with it." Hearing this, Zhang Jibai's face darkened. "Don't get too arrogant." Then He Xian extended his hand, and the system announced, "Steel-shattering palm has been paid in advance." Zhang Jibai also swung his hand and burst out laughing. "You want to use this kind of open-source cultivation method to trade blows with me again?" Instantly, both of them struck their opponent's face with a palm. On He Xian's side, 100-tempered steel had already been paid in advance. Seeing this scene, Yin Jian was full of shock and thought, that is. He Xian took Zhang Jibai's slap squarely in an instant, yet still stood firm. On the other side, Zhang Jibai's face was distorted by He Xian's palm, and teeth and blood flew out together. Zhang Jibai was sent flying backward by that slap. He slammed straight into the wall with a thunderous crash that shook the entire hall. His body stuck to the wall, creating an enormous web of cracks. Everyone sitting in the stands stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Yin Jian was shocked once again and thought, "That's right, I wasn't mistaken." His opening move was indeed the open-source steel-shattering palm, but the instant he slapped Zhang Jibai, he added 100-tempered steel on top of steel-shattering palm. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he continued thinking. Never mind that the Zhang family's copyrighted cultivation method, 100-tempered steel, has an extremely high threshold and difficulty. Is he not afraid of the disaster that comes from practicing a copyrighted cultivation method without authorization? He Xian pointed at his opponent lying there and asked, "Teacher, does Zhang Jibai need to be taken to the infirmary? I think he's stuck to the wall and can't get down." Seeing that Yin Jian said nothing, he turned back and called again. "Teacher Yin Jian?" Yin Jian had now turned into a dog-headed man, startling He Xian. "Teacher, why did you suddenly become a man with a dog's head?" Yin Jian chuckled and asked, "Classmate, may I ask which grade senior your master is?" He Xian curled his finger and said, "Teacher, come a little closer." Then he leaned in and whispered 2 words into Yin Jian's ear, "Dragon God." Yin Jian's eyes widened in shock. By now, Zhang Jibai had been moved to the infirmary. One side of his face had been beaten until it was deformed and bruised. His eyes reddened with resentment as he cursed, "That bastard." Beside him, a voice sounded. "That bastard looks familiar." Because his neck was fixed in a brace, Zhang Jibai could only glance sideways. On the screen was a photo of He Xian. This person was none other than Zhang Tian. He looked at the tablet screen suspiciously. He actually looked so similar. Zhang Jibai glanced over and asked, "Second brother, you know him?" He nodded. "You could say I do." After saying that, he thought, but there's no way he could have survived. Could that brutal dragon god have shown mercy? Zhang Tian looked over and asked him, "Zhang Jibai, the next round is the chemistry exam, right? What knowledge is the focus?" Zhang Jibai tilted his head with difficulty and answered, "Poison making and poison identification." Hearing this, he revealed a sinister smile. "Then we'll have something to play with." The scene shifted to the parking lot. He Xian jumped down onto a car, smashing it to pieces. The system announced, "Steel-shattering palm cultivation has been fully repaid." Standing atop the wreckage, he called down, "Boss, the scrap car is all finished." Someone below raised a hand and replied, "All right. The labor fee has been transferred to your phone." As He Xian walked, he looked at his phone and said happily, "This boss didn't buy a car crusher just to save money. He really is stingy. Making money and repaying cultivation. Can't miss either one." A notification panel appeared and urged, "Please repay the remaining cultivation as soon as possible." 100-tempered steel cultivation completed. Punches 20 out of 20. Pending completion. Endure attacks 0 out of 20. After reading it, he thought helplessly, "Endure attacks? At this time of night, who am I supposed to find to fight?" Suddenly, a person wearing shiny leather shoes walked over from somewhere and asked, "Are you He Xian?" Hearing this, he turned around. He Xian immediately denied it, waving his hands. "I'm not. You got the wrong person. My name is Yin Jian." Elsewhere, teacher Yin Jian, who was working, suddenly sneezed. He muttered, "How strange. I caught a cold while preparing lectures." The man who had just questioned He Xian was Zhang Zhishuan at the 9th level of the spirit guiding realm. He said, "Stop pretending. You are He Xian. I was entrusted by young Master Zhang to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, He Xian immediately hurried over close to Zhishuan and said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were here to collect a debt. Come on." Seeing this, Zhishuan was secretly shocked. "My cultivation is much higher than his, so why isn't he afraid at all?" Using a spiritual technique to check him, at most he has only just entered the spirit guiding realm. Could he be hiding his true cultivation? Can a high school student really reach that level? Quick as lightning, Zhishuan threw a punch straight at He Xian's face and shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" Because of a moment's negligence, He Xian failed to dodge in time and was knocked flat to the ground by the blow. Gaining the upper hand, Zhishuan jumped up and mocked, "So you really were pretending." A casual punch was enough too. It was not what Zhishuan had imagined. His eyes widened in surprise. He Xian was lying on the ground, but he still raised one finger in a provocative invitation. "Keep going. Use a little more strength." Just like that, sounds of impact and clouds of dust appeared in the quiet night. Zhishuan continuously struck He Xian, and with every blow, blood spurted out. Yet the corners of He Xian's mouth remained curled in a smile. After fighting for a while, Zhishuan stopped treating him like a sandbag and unleashed a flurry of kicks. He Xian was beaten until he lost control, staggering and plunging headfirst into the ground as blood splattered out. After beating him for a while, Zhishuan was somewhat tired and cursed inwardly. What is going on? The one being beaten is clearly him, and his aura is getting weaker and weaker, so why does he still show that bizarre expression? He extended his hand, circulated his art, and declared, "It's time to end this." Training kill, 3-part strike. Jishuan kicked He Xian hard in the stomach. This blow sent He Xian flying far backward like a gust of wind. His entire body slammed heavily into a nearby boulder, cracking it open. He Xian braced himself there with his hands, and a large dent appeared in the boulder behind him. Seeing this, Jishuan walked over and sneered. High school students these days really are hopeless. You're clearly this weak, yet you still want to act tough. Suddenly, He Xian's body began to glow with signs of recovery. Jishuan was shocked and thought, this speed of injury recovery, even a peak spirit-guiding realm physician couldn't do it, right? He leaped up to attack and shouted, "Final blow." Jishuan struck He Xian hard on the back of the neck, creating a shock wave. A notification panel appeared. Attacks received, 20 out of 20. 100-tempered steel cultivation has been fully repaid. He Xian's face was still lowered, but his eyes immediately lit up, and he curled his lips into a grin. When Jishuan saw this, his eyes widened in terror. He gritted his teeth in resentment and withdrew his hand. He Xian circulated his spell, and a red sphere appeared in his hand. Black Nether Palm Thunder. Without another word, he swung his hand to attack Jishuan. But Jishuan was one step faster. He stretched out his hand, blocked the Black Nether Thunder, and smirked confidently. An entry-level spell? I can take it with one hand. At this moment, He Xian had become completely different. A golden power radiated from him. He smiled faintly and said, "Then take this. Hai sin sao tet steel sa ting ban." 100-tempered steel. He launched an attack straight at Jishuan. Jishuan was sent flying backward by that attack at a speed as fast as the wind. His entire body slammed heavily into the trunk of a huge tree, sending fragments of wood flying everywhere. But he also landed very quickly, bracing one hand and one foot against the ground. Behind Jishuan, more tails grew out, making him look like a fox. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Jishuan immediately raised his hand and circulated his art. In pain, he thought, most of the meridians in my body have been snapped by the shock. A high school student who has just entered the spirit guiding realm actually forced me to circulate chi to heal myself. Damn it, just wait until I recover. I'll beat you to death. Suddenly, a red light flashed from somewhere, leaving him confused. Jishuan looked down at his hand in terror and asked in confusion, "Why is this thunder still on my hand?" He swung his hand, wanting to fling that sphere away, flailing wildly all around. Jishuan opened his mouth in fear and shouted, "Heavens, why can't I throw it off?" At that moment, the sphere exploded and light shone brilliantly across the entire area. His glasses were blown off and sent flying back to where He Xian stood. A notification appeared. Enemy eliminated. Acquired magical item. Dynamic vision enhancing glasses. Your dynamic vision can now more easily see objects moving at high speed. He put the glasses on and clicked his tongue in praise. An unexpected gain, too. The scene shifted to the next morning. On the ranking sheet, He Xian was now ranked 18th. Zhang Jibai had already recovered by now. He frowned in displeasure and thought, this guy's ranking is rising a little too quickly. Not only that, he turned to look at He Xian standing nearby and continued thinking, that brat even killed the fighter I sent. A girl standing beside He Xian asked gratefully, "Hey Xian, your results are improving so fast. Could you share your secret? I'll trade you 5 essence-nourishing pills for it." A few students standing outside saw this and said resentfully, "That Gao Wen is so shameless. Those pills are nourishing just from smelling them. And she's taking advantage of him not knowing the market. For a secret like this, she wants to trade only 5 ordinary essence-nourishing pills." The scene shifted to the classroom. Zhang Xingyan, the chemistry teacher, raised her hand and said, "Today is the chemistry exam, which will demonstrate your level in making poisons and identifying poisons. In the future, when you enter vicious workplaces, you will inevitably be plotted against by colleagues, subordinates, leaders, and competitors." Xingyan continued, "If you do not want to suddenly drop dead at your job in the future, Then you must give everything you have on the exam field. She walked down into the classroom, pointed at Hei Xian's desk, and explained the exam rules. Each person will be given several samples. Before the exam ends, select the poisonous ones. Eat all the remaining non-poisonous items. Your final score will be calculated based on identification speed and accuracy. If you can state the name of the poison, you can earn extra points. Zhang Jibai glanced back at Hei Xian and revealed a mocking smile as he thought, "Every dish of yours has been tampered with by someone my second brother found. You won't have to wait until the day you step into a vicious workplace. You'll die here today." He pondered with a smug expression. With so many strong-smelling things mixed together, if you want to identify poison through smell, don't even think about it. If you want to use other methods to identify the poison, our poisons have also gone through layer after layer of disguise. The poison masters of my family aren't freeloaders. Forget you. Even whether this chemistry teacher can identify them is uncertain. On this side, Mao Xiao lowered his body excitedly and thought, "My field of advantage is finally here." On the other side, Wu Fei was trembling as he dripped a green liquid onto his bun. Yun Shu used a spell to purify the poison. Seeing her performance, Qing Yin sighed somewhat in admiration. Yin Shu is still as outstanding as ever when it comes to poison identification. She walked past Hei Xian and saw that he was still sitting there blankly, doing nothing. Qing Yin asked, "Classmate, everyone else has already begun showing their abilities. Why are you still sitting there without moving?" Hearing this, Zhang Jibai turned back and smiled in satisfaction as he thought, what else can he do besides sit there? He has no idea which one to choose. He imagined Hei Xian flustered and cursed inwardly. No matter what, whichever one you eat, you'll die. At this moment, on a cliff, a fishing line hung down. The dragon god was sitting cross-legged in thought. After becoming a god, things have gotten more and more boring. So boring that I can only fish for giant divine birds. Suddenly, blood flowed in streams from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The dragon god staggered. Back in the classroom, 5 minutes earlier, Hei Xian quickly ate everything on the tray. Qing Yin was somewhat shocked and asked, "You actually ate it all? Classmate, what are you doing? Do you know you could die?" She added, "Fortunately, I long expected there would be fools like you, so I strictly control the dosage. Don't worry, it won't be fatal, but you should mentally prepare yourself for diarrhea." Zhang Jibai looked back and smiled in satisfaction as he thought, "You're overthinking it. Poison was added to every type of food. This time, it's enough for you to die 5 times. Suddenly, blood flowed from Hei Xian's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Seeing this, Qing Yin was horrified. Then Hei Xian suddenly collapsed backward onto the floor. Qing Yin shouted, "Classmate!" She crouched down and checked his pulse. Finding no signs of breathing, she panicked and asked, "He's dead?" Everyone in class began whispering, "He's dead? Oh my God, the school will be on the front page tomorrow." What front page? The dead person isn't from a major sect, and he isn't a top student either. Students suddenly dying in graduation classes happens every year, okay? Great. I'm ranked 19th, right below him. If he dies, I can move up 1 rank. Qing Yin's face darkened, and her fear grew greater and greater. She thought suspiciously, this is bad. My professional evaluation this time will definitely be affected. Which gutsy bastard dared to tamper with my exam? Qing Yin immediately suspected Yin Jian. Could it be that physical education teacher? He's competing with me in this professional evaluation. He's highly suspicious. While she was thinking, Hei Xian suddenly sat up and called, "Teacher." She jumped in fright and retreated backward. How are you alive?" Qing Yin broke out in a cold sweat and thought, since I started teaching, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Whether it was feigned death or resurrection, this student's spell even deceived me. Hei Xian stood up, extended his hand, and answered the exam question. All 5 types of food are poisonous. They are, respectively, intestine melting powder. On Hei Xian's palm, a line of words suddenly appeared. 5. Step madness. Hei Xian continued answering. The last one is lineage extinguishing poison. Seeing him like this, Zhang Jibai could not believe his eyes and thought, this isn't right, is it? His face darkened as he recalled. To make sure nothing went wrong, we specially found a poison expert at the True Essence Condensation realm from the sect. This brat's background was already investigated by someone. He's as blank as a sheet of paper. How did a nameless guy like him survive poison from a True Essence Condensation realm expert? expert. When the scene shifted to Zhang Qingyin's home, she was sitting at a table and casting a spell. On the table, a tray holding a little blood was continuously releasing vapor. By now, Qingyin's nose was already bleeding. As she cultivated, she pondered. The blood sample from He Xian had finally been analyzed, and every answer was completely accurate. This was not a poison that PE teacher, a man with overdeveloped limbs and a simple mind, could have made. This was the work of a poison expert at the true essence condensation realm. Even I needed half the night to finish analyzing it. She stopped and inwardly confirmed it. A monster has appeared. Night fell. At the school, the window frames were still glowing with bright lights. He Xian stood in the library. He muttered, "I never thought there was a way to communicate like this." The dragon god was soaking in a hot bath. Her eyes stared fixedly at something in her hand as she said, "This is your bloodline forbidden curse, yet you yourself do not know how to use it. That alone is foolish enough." Bloody marks appeared on her palm. The dragon god continued, "Our blood is connected. From now on, we can use this method to contact each other in an emergency." On the other side, He Xian was cutting open his own palm. In some pain, he said, "This secret communication hurts so much. Don't immortals have a more advanced way to communicate with mortals?" She, however, was leisurely soaking the bath as she replied, "Do you think being an immortal is very free? To humans, we are equivalent to strategic nuclear weapons, understand? Our every move is under the surveillance of the immortal palace. I descended to the mortal realm without permission before. If I casually establish contact with a human and the immortal palace discovers it, some immortals will come looking for trouble." He asked again, "Then can you tell me where I can get some top-grade treasures?" The dragon god looked at her palm and gave a sinister smile. "Everything I can let you know has already been integrated into that cultivation on credit method. Just follow the prompts." Drops of blood pattered onto the floor. He Xian heard someone's voice and turned to look. It was Xing Rong, hands on her hips, complaining, "I know the academic pressure on you high school students is heavy, but shouldn't be so bad that you hurt yourself in a bookstore, right? I'll have to clean up the bloodstains on the floor later." Seeing this, he hurriedly answered, "Sorry. I'll clean up the bloodstains on the floor myself later. Actually, I wanted to ask about some books." Xing Rong asked, "What books?" He Xian replied, "I'm in my 3rd year of high school now. If I want to work hard toward the true essence condensation realm, are there any good supplementary books you recommend?" She was a little surprised and said, "There's still nearly a year before the college entrance exam, and you're already preparing to break through to the true essence condensation realm?" He Xian raised his hand and scratched his face, then asked, "Is the true essence condensation realm very hard?" Xing Rong shrugged and said casually, "Are you really a 12th grade student? Your common knowledge is seriously lacking. If you can break through to the true essence condensation realm during the college entrance exam, then you're basically guaranteed a place. If you can break through now, you can apply directly for a recommended admission spot." She reached up and took a red book from the shelf, then continued, "Students these days really are becoming more and more ambitious but impractical." Xing Rong placed 3 books in front of him and introduced them. "These are the 3 bestsellers in the shop. If you can thoroughly understand these, that'll already be very good." At least after that, a book was suddenly slammed heavily onto the table. He Xian pointed at the book and said, "This one." She sighed and rang him up anyway. "In any case, you won't listen to advice, will you? Do whatever you want." He Xian moved quickly, flipping straight to the final page. Xing Rong leaned on the cashier counter and thought to herself, "Such a difficult book," and he flips directly to the last page. This isn't just being ambitious, but impractical. This is putting the cart before the horse. This person is hopeless. After reading for a while, he said, "To break through to the true essence condensation realm, one must satisfy the requirement of reaching the 10th level of either chi refining or body tempering, and also needs the assistance of a true essence condensation pill. During this process, the eruption of spiritual energy within the body may cause severe injury. So large quantities of top-grade healing medicine and medicines to strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence are required. Not only is the consumption of materials and money enormous, there is also the possibility of sudden death during condensation." He Xian rubbed his chin and thought, "I understand. I only need to prepare a true essence condensation pill." In the silent night, at a luxurious residence, a group of bodyguards kept a very vigilant watch outside. From inside came furious cursing. How exactly do you do your job? Inside, Zhang Jibai was sitting on a chair with his arms spread wide, saying, a poison expert at the true essence condensation realm, and you couldn't even poison a high school student to death. A man knelt and kowtowed, pleading, young Master Zhang, please calm your anger. There must have been some mistake here. He continued, give me one more chance. I will definitely make sure he dies completely. Zhang Jibai frowned and replied, his total score ranking is already 10th in the class now. I will not allow this thorn in my eye to keep going so smoothly. I'll give you one more week. If you can't kill him, then bring your head to see me. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and saw something. A huge hole, with bricks and stones falling down. Then He Xian appeared, his eyes full of murderous intent as he stabbed his sword downward straight toward him. The bodyguards outside were still on watch. One bodyguard suddenly discovered that another collie below was lying motionless. He was startled and thought to himself, someone has broken in. I have to report it quickly. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a panic, Before he could finish, a blow suddenly struck him directly in the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. It was He Xian, moving as fast as lightning. He eliminated another bodyguard, then leaped off in another direction in an instant. He Xian had already taken care of several more bodyguards. At this moment, he was standing on the roof, holding a sword in his hand. Suddenly, He Xian heard something and crouched down to listen. From inside came the order, I'll give you one more week. If you still can't kill him, then bring your head to see me. His blood boiling, He Xian gathered power into his hand. Blazing red streams of power appeared. He punched straight down, and the ceiling instantly shattered and collapsed below. Zhang Jibai had not yet even managed to regain his senses when he looked up and saw He Xian pointing a sword at him. Without another word, the sword tip pierced fiercely through his body and through the sofa. Blood covered the blade. He stood on the sofa, holding the sword stabbed into Zhang Jibai's shoulder. Zhang Jibai's body trembled. He tilted his head to one side and clenched his teeth in pain, sweat already streaming down his face. He immediately raised his hand and cast a spell, launching a counterattack at He. He Xian raised his other hand to block Zhang Jibai's attack. Blood kept gushing from Zhang Jibai's shoulder. He Xian's force was extremely powerful, and Zhang Jibai was immediately blasted backward through layer after layer of walls. He slammed hard into a wall, creating cracks as bricks and stones shattered one after another. Suddenly, He Xian noticed sharp needles flying toward him from behind. He seen that very quickly, raising his hand and swinging his sword to counterattack, but he was shocked to discover something else coming from nowhere. Tainyo charged out to attack He Xian. He Xian raised his sword to resist. The two objects collided with a loud clang. Tainyo seemed to press a mechanism, and a sharp needle appeared in his hand. It shot straight at He Xian's eye. He Xian only managed to dodge to the side in time, but it still scraped across his cheek, drawing blood. Then the man landed lightly and stood not far in front of him. Tainyo looked at He Xian and said, so you're that 12th grade student who got lucky and didn't die from my poison last time? I was just planning to go find you. I didn't expect you to deliver your own corpse to my door. He lowered his face and said in a deep voice, that needle just now was coated with something far beyond the childish tricks you encountered in the exam. This time I used my family's secret formula. Its toxicity can't be compared to those previous things. Kid, just wait to die a sudden, miserable death. But Tainyo received only He Xian's sideways glance in response. Seeing that, his anger flared up. He thought, what is that contemptuous look supposed to mean? On the other side, Zhang Jibai was struggling to stand steadily after being blasted away. The connected walls had been smashed open one after another, forming holes through which he could escape. Before he could even recover, his face instantly filled with horror as he looked up at the sharp object before him. He Xian, his eyes blazing with killing intent, charged at him again with his sword. But this time, Zhang Jibai tilted his head to the side and dodged in time. He Xian immediately swung his sword repeatedly, slashing toward him. Then He Xian's eyes widened as he noticed something. From far away, needles were constantly flying toward him. In an instant, he bent his body and jumped aside to evade them. Hei Xin turned to look and saw Tai Nio standing in the shadows nearby. He lowered his face, his voice full of anger. "Are you looking down on me?" Tai Nio frowned tightly in suspicion and thought, with poison as strong as mine, he should have already suffered an outbreak and died. But why is he still standing? Another of Hei Xion's substitute stone figures cracked apart. At the same time, Tai Nio launched a rain of needles and shouted, "Young Master Zhang, hurry and run. I'll cover you with my needle curtain." The sharp needles immediately shot out, separating Hei Xian from his opponent. Hei Xian stood there watching Zhang Zibai leap through the glass window to escape. The glass window shattered into pieces. Zhang Zibai sprang upward amid the flying shards of glass. At this moment, Tai Nio clasped his fingers and cast a spell, saying furiously, "I don't have time to play with you anymore. I'll let you taste the true terror of the true essence condensation realm." Needle curtain poison mist. The needles now emitted eerie green poisonous gas. Hei Xian immediately covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. This poisonous mist is even more vicious than those poison needles just now. On his skin, blue veins suddenly appeared. Hei Xian's eyes widened in shock, and then his entire body collapsed to the ground, motionless, as blood flowed out from all over him. Seeing this, Tai Nio laughed loudly in smug satisfaction. Looking down from above, he said mockingly, "I thought you really were immune to all poisons. In the end, you still couldn't withstand my killing move." The substitute stone figure cracked apart once again. Hei Xian's eyes snapped open, shining with killing intent. Then he reached out and gripped his sword. A slash was unleashed, cutting horizontally across Tai Nio's body. Blood sprayed out as Tai Nio stared in astonishment. So this statue was a Clayman substitution technique. The dragon god looked at it and said, ever since he started using Claymen to take hits for him, he no longer has to spend all day covered in blood. She continued, however, 2 of them exploded as soon as he entered. Looks like he's run into a difficult opponent this time. Other statues were sitting on a stone table. The dragon god stretched out her hand and cast some kind of spell with streams of red energy swirling around. Back on Hei Xian's side, the horizontal slash across Tai Nio's chest sent blood spraying out. Still shocked, Tai Nio blurted, "I'm at the true essence condensation realm, yet I lost to someone only at the spirit guiding realm." After saying this, he slumped against the wall, blood flowing continuously in streams. Hei Xian walked over, raised 2 fingers to Tai Nio's neck, and checked his pulse. It had stopped. He bent down and said, "Hurry up and loot him. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for some money." At this moment, Zhang Zibai had already fled far away. Exhausted, he stopped, put his hands on his knees, and panted heavily. His body trembled as he gasped for breath. "Damn it, I forgot to bring my phone. I'll stop a car later and borrow a phone to call for reinforcements." Zhang Zibai's face was full of resentment as he clenched his teeth and cursed. "You bastard transfer student, you dare take revenge? You dare take revenge against my Zhang family? Once I summon my family's assassins, I won't just kill you, I'll kill your entire family." Then Hei Xian suddenly appeared from nowhere, swinging his sword as he asked, "Who do you want to kill?" Zhang Zibai was startled and panicked. Without giving him a chance to say more, Hei Xian swung his sword straight down. Zhang Zibai raised his hand to block the slash, using the stone-tempered steel technique. In an instant, his entire body sprang backward, along with his severed arm, which was spraying blood. But before he could regain his senses, black nether thunder appeared before him. An explosion rang out, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Zhang Zibai was blasted down into a ravine by the explosion and screamed loudly. His whole body slammed hard into the ground. From above, Hei Xian continued swinging his sword and charged down. Zhang Zibai was terrified. He knew he had lost, but still retained a trace of arrogance. He reached out and shouted, "Wait, wait, I'm the 3rd young master of the Zhang family. You can't," but Hei Xian did not let him finish. He swung his sword decisively, cutting straight into Zhang Zibai's body. His head was immediately severed and sent flying elsewhere, the fear still frozen on his face. Hei Xian used his fingers to control 2 black nether thunder orbs and said, "If the Dragon King hadn't taken all the damage from me, I probably would have been killed by you several times already." You're about to die, and all you can say is still that same trick of dragging out your status to scare people. Flames blazed up, burning Zhang Jibai's body. Hei Xin stood watching and continued. Even though I burned the corpse and destroyed the evidence today, the Zhang family will definitely connect my death with Zhang Jibai's death, whether there's evidence or not. What's more, I'm still using the Zhang family's exclusive palm technique. In the future, I'm bound to keep clashing with them. Hei Xin stretched out his hand and gave a faint smile. However, this revenge wasn't a loss. Although I left in a hurry, I still conveniently stole a few valuable items. Just the true essence condensation pills, alone number 3. The funny thing is, his brother even had to make an offering to the Dragon King just to get one. Looks like the relationships between the descendants of major sects are really complicated. There's also quite a bit of gold, silver, jewelry, talismans, weapons, and crafted items. I'll sell all of these later. The system immediately displayed a notification. Keyword cell detected. You may like trading system. Hei Xin looked at the screen and said, ever since I learned the cultivation on credit method, interface windows like this system have been popping up one after another. This has to be that rotten dragon's doing. Now it's really gone too far. It's just like those e-commerce platforms. Even adding a you may like section, he suddenly remembered something and cursed inwardly. When I get home later, I have to clear my search history immediately. A selection wheel appeared on the display. Hei Xin pressed it with interest. He tapped the cell box. A notification appeared. Dynamic crossblade scope, golden lotus blossom poison coating, gold ingots, and other miscellaneous waste products have all been sold. Your personal account has received 1,054,178 yuan. The screen switched to the magical tool shop. A rainbow appeared around the heaven splitting blade. Notification, heaven splitting blade, 1 million yuan. Hei Xin cursed softly. What the hell? I only sold everything for a total of 1,050,000, and this top grade blade of yours costs exactly 1 million? I remember magical tools of the same grade outside are much cheaper than this. What terrible luck. He raised his hand and spun again, saying, it's not that it's too expensive and I can't afford it. It's just not worth the money. Let's see another item. The wheel displayed. Storage trousers magical tool, 50,000 yuan. A sturdy pair of trousers that is difficult to tear. The two side pockets are storage pouches and can hold many objects. Hei Xin noted, this is actually fairly practical. A notification appeared, 100,000 yuan spent. Remaining balance, 954,718 yuan. The items appeared. Top-grade Blood Fiend, 600,000 yuan. The more blood you lose, the stronger your attacks become. Good-grade Swift Eye Horse Pupils, 50,000 yuan. Increases dynamic vision by 50%, helping you easily see objects moving at high speed. Good-grade Impact-Resistant T-Shirt, 100,000 yuan. This t-shirt might be even tougher than your skin, so you no longer need to worry about it tearing during fights. Good grade earth gripping shoes, 200,000 yuan. The soles have extremely strong grip. When activated with magical power, they can adhere to the surface of objects. The specific adhesion effect depends on your cultivation. The notification bar appeared again, 950,000 yuan spent. Remaining balance, for 1,718 yuan. Hei Xin looked at it and could only silently weep inside. Meanwhile, the dragon god was wearing a smug smile. Standing on a cliff, she muttered, you thought I couldn't kill you? Brat, you dare to place a blood curse on me. Suddenly, a voice called from somewhere, Lord Dragon King. A black cat, a spirit cat, continued. There is now a clue to breaking the human's blood curse. At this moment, the dragon god and the spirit cat were standing on a magic circle. Streams of light rose like a swirling storm from the center of the circle. It raised a paw and continued. I investigated. This brat's bloodline is nothing special. His ancestors could only place blood curses on low-realm demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts basically couldn't withstand the damage transferred from the host body. Several generations of his ancestors died young in low-level battles because of this. For that reason, no sect has valued his lineage for generations. In the mortal world, it has no reputation at all. She turned back and asked, then on what basis did he dare place a blood curse on me? I am an immortal. I am a dragon king. The spirit cat replied, perhaps it was because when you descended to the mortal realm, the restriction of the immortal emperor forced your realm down too low. Added to that, the brat's will to survive erupted extremely strongly at the time, which also pushed the limits of the blood curse beyond its threshold. The magic circle, glowed bright red, its connecting channels linking together. It continued. However, his blood curse is still limited by his own realm. With his cultivation at only the lowest spirit guiding realm, the amount of blood he can draw from your total blood volume is only a very small portion. Once this blood is exhausted, he will still have to die. The spirit cat looked up and announced, "It is nearly time. Lord Dragon King, please step into the center of the magic formation." The magic circle immediately appeared above. Streams of power surrounded the dragon god. She crossed her arms before her chest and looked up. Then her entire body was pulled upward from the ground, and a blood curse line flew out from the dragon god's chest. That blood curse flew, weaving through the night, and entered Hei Exion's apartment in the city. It entered his room, where he was sleeping. Immediately, the blood curse entered his chest and released a rising glow. The dragon god placed both hands on her hips and praised. This blood curse has now been clearly materialized. She stretched out her hand and gathered spiritual power as several whirring sounds appeared. A formation appeared beneath the dragon god's feet. She gripped the blood curse tightly and pulled it out. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. The dragon god stopped, turned, and asked, "Who is it?" Outside, a fully cloaked person said, "Lord Dragon King, this humble one is a messenger. The immortal general has extended an invitation." The spirit cat said with some suspicion he did not use a message talisman, but instead sent a messenger here in person. She also replied silently in agreement with its words. The one who came definitely has no good intentions. At this moment in the great hall, the dragon god was entering. Ahead was the highest seat, smooth and dazzling. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking whether she wanted to sit there. A person standing nearby slowly stepped out. It was Jing Tian. He continued, "It has been many years since the immortal emperor last emerged from seclusion. In any case, the seat is empty. It would not hurt for you to go up and try sitting there." She immediately replied in a low voice, "Everyone in the immortal capital knows that the one who wants to sit in that seat the most is you. Why play tricks on me? Stop talking nonsense. What did you call me here for?" He answered, "You are still as impatient as ever." Jing Tian smiled faintly and continued, "I called you here to tell you that the application you submitted for promotion to High Immortal has not been approved." The dragon god gritted her teeth and asked, "Why?" "Back then, I gave up my territory and my subordinates, and agreed to the conditions for joining the Immortal Palace. Wasn't I supposed to be promoted to High Immortal after a full 100 years? He replied softly, "Times are different now. At present, many lesser immortals are applying to become high immortals. If we approved your request based only on a single promise from 100 years ago, the other immortals would not accept it. I advise you to accumulate more merit and raise your cultivation further. Perhaps next time." Before he could finish speaking, Jing Tian saw that the dragon god had already vanished. He blurted out, "She really is impatient. I had not even finished speaking, and she already ran off." The spirit cat sitting outside saw a flash of light appear and wondered in surprise. "She is back already?" That figure rushed over at a terrifying speed. The dragon god's face was full of anger, yet she still sped rapidly through the sky. Seeing this, it panicked. "Oh no, Lord Dragon King is angry again." At that moment, on another mountain, something was also shooting down from the sky. A huge explosion erupted, sending earth and stones flying in every direction amid the rustling of leaves. A layer of dust and smoke spread across the ground. From within it, a human silhouette gradually appeared. His eyes opened, glowing crimson, accompanied by strange patterns. Hei Xian appeared with a layer of spiritual energy surrounding him. A notification appeared. True Essence Condensation Realm has been temporarily advanced. Physical strength limit increased. Mana limit increased. Life point limit increased. Divine sense greatly increased. Comprehension greatly increased. Cultivation methods, magic artifacts, and material limits for the True Essence Condensation Realm have been unlocked. It continued notifying him, "Please complete the required supplementary conditions for the True Essence Condensation Realm. True Essence Condensation Pill, 1 of 1, top grade. Foundation Pill, 10 of 10, top grade. Spirit Grass Extraction Fluid, 3 of 3 bottles. Spirit Guiding Realm, 10 of 10 levels. Hey Xian looked up and said, "So that is it?" He stretched out his arms and sighed. "That was much easier than I expected." Then another notification appeared. Mission completed. Carry the blood collapse curse and clear the void mystery trial within the time limit. After the mission ends, the system will deduct 30% of cultivation and 30% of merit as interest for temporarily advancing to the true essence condensation realm. If the time limit is exceeded, compound interest will be charged. Seeing this, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, listen to the way you talk. But you still have not told me where the demon cave is." Suddenly, red light shone up on a Xian's face, startling him. He looked down and saw a magic formation had appeared beneath his feet. He said, "Wait, not even a little time to prepare." He was instantly transported into midair. The notification screen counted down 19 minutes, 59 seconds. Xian's body suddenly dropped, plunging straight downward at high speed. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, this is exciting." At that moment, countless razor-sharp spikes were protruding in rows below. Xian was extremely alarmed. He immediately reached out and unleashed his inner force, stomping his feet hard against the wall to create friction. Xian braced both hands against the wall, his body sliding downward without stopping. Just before his backside was pierced, Xian's body stopped in time. He looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. "That was dangerous. I almost lost my chrysanthemum." Xian continued, "Although my health bar is pretty thick, being injured will still hurt. Besides, I do not know when the blood collapse will come. If it is not necessary, I should still avoid getting hurt." Suddenly, something shot toward him. His eyes widened. Xian quickly launched himself away, dodging the trap that shot straight upward. He then landed successfully. From somewhere, a stone arm grew out of the wall. Xian immediately swung his blade and chopped that arm clean off. He said again, "My speed, strength, and reactions have all become much stronger. Although this blade is not a supreme-grade weapon that cuts iron like mud, after activating some mana, it can still cut through a rough stone arm thicker than my waist. These are all benefits of raising my basic cultivation." Suddenly, glowing spots appeared behind him and came rushing in. They shot straight toward Xian, who used his footwork to leap in a zigzag pattern and evade them. Sharp spikes shot up from below, aiming directly at Xian. He reacted by fleeing quickly toward the exit, but unexpectedly, a giant hand appeared and blocked the way right in front of him. It lowered its hand as if trying to crush Xian. He looked surprised and said, "Attacks for both front and back?" With no other choice, Xian immediately cast Black Netherpalm Thunder. A red sphere appeared in his fist. A terrifying explosion erupted, filling the area with dust, smoke, and flying stones. The mountain had nearly been blasted apart by that punch. On the other side, the spirit cat immediately jumped down and asked worriedly, "Lord Dragon King, are you all right?" The dragon god lay on a cracking boulder and said, "I am fine. I am perfectly healthy. That was only a little anger, and I even held back a bit." It immediately said in shock, "An entire mountain has been smashed to pieces, and you call this holding back?" The dragon god thought the free-range phase is over. It is time to increase the intensity for that mule. The scene shifted to a certain forest where Xian was practicing cultivation. The sounds of training blended with birdsong. A notification appeared. Cultivation process for the spirit guiding chi refining art has been completed. He put his hands on his hips, breathed in, and said, "Good." The foundation for breaking through to the true essence condensation realm is a little more stable now. Vortices appeared beneath his feet. Xian continued, "At this rate, after temporarily advancing to the true essence condensation realm, aside from completing the cultivation, the other factors should all be finished. Temporarily advance cultivation to the true essence condensation realm." After those words, red streams of light appeared all over his body. The blood curses came rumbling toward him like whirlwinds. A brilliant light shone from Xian's eyes. He said, "Try this." Returning to the battle, that giant hand exploded. Xian leapt out. The notification countdown read, 17 minutes, 36 seconds. Outside, he supported himself with one hand and one leg. From beneath the ground, stone puppets were poking their heads out. They gradually emerged, massive in size. Seeing this, Hei Xian said, I am in a hurry. I do not have time to play with you. Suddenly, he was attacked and spat blood. Blood collapse. Hei Xian's face was filled with horror. The stone puppet's eyes shone brightly as it prepared to launch an attack at him. Hei Xian's body was bleeding in streams. The stone puppet did not wait long and swung another attack, but a hand appeared from somewhere and blocked the blow. It turned out that he had crouched down and managed to cast a precast cultivation method. Stone puppet. Hei Xian then jumped up, holding its head with one hand while swinging his blade with the other. A notification appeared. You have lost a large amount of blood. Blood cost activated. Attack power increased. A powerful slash from above split that stone puppet into two halves. The system reminded him, please complete cultivation for stone puppet. Control the puppet's hands and use various moves to attack enemies no fewer than 5 times. Hei Xian used the spell again, shot upward, and cursed, die. The stone puppet immediately exploded into hundreds of pieces. Those fragments shot out and struck the stone puppets behind it. The stone arm withdrew into a fist, smashing the stone puppets apart. After that, it opened again, preparing to unleash a slap. At the same time, the scene shifted back to reality. Zhang Tian slapped Zhao Xiao hard and shouted, "Wake up!" A small mouthful of blood sprayed out. Her eyes were full of panic as she looked up in confusion. At this moment, Zhao Xiao's hands were tied high above her as she stood on a magic formation. Zhang Tian was beside her. She turned to him, crying and shouting, "Manager, I only drank 1 can of Coke. How did I wake up and find myself here?" He immediately cursed, "Damn it, why is it that even after I ate the True Essence condensation pill, I still cannot break through my cultivation? That dragon no longer responds to my sacrificial prayers either. In that case, I can only request a True Essence condensation pill from another god." Hearing this, Zhao Xiao asked in panic, "A sacrifice? Do you mean you want to offer me as a sacrifice? I work like an ox and a horse for a salary of 3,000 renminbi, and now I have to give up my life too? When I signed a contract with the company, it never mentioned anything like this." Zhang Tian raised his hand and pointed at the labor contract, then replied, "Our company has nothing to do with you. Look carefully. The party that signed a contract with you is a labor dispatch company." The labor contract bore Zhao Zhao's signature. She stared in shock, stammering, How could this be?" He gave a savage smile, placed a knife against Zhao Zhao's neck, and said, "All right, enough nonsense. It is time for you to be on your way. In your next life, remember to be smarter." Tears streamed down her face as she begged, "Please do not kill me. I do not want to die. Do not kill me." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out from somewhere. The burning torch was instantly extinguished, leaving only drifting smoke. Hei Xian appeared after creating a huge hole in the wall. He smiled mockingly. "Isn't this my manager, who loves his employees like his own children?" The system notified him, "Stone puppet cultivation has been completed." Zhang Tian panicked. "It is you. How did you get here? There were several traps outside. Did you deal with all of them?" Hei Xian stretched out his hand and continued, "You are not surprised that I am still alive, right? Someone must have told you that I am hard to kill." He added, "For example, that dead younger brother of yours." Hearing this, the man's face turned pale as he asked, "You kill my brother? Then you are holding his True Essence condensation pill." Zhang Tian immediately charged forward in fury, still gripping the knife, and shouted, "Hand it over to me." Hei Xian quickly raised his blade to block and said, "Look at that. You do not even ask how your younger brother died. Are all the descendants of your sect this cold-blooded?" He smiled with interest and replied, "Back then, I helped him kill you only because his reputation was also tied to mine." Zhang Tian continued, "But now that he is dead, as his elder brother, I should inherit his property." After that, he extended his hand and cast 100-tempered steel. Immediately, Hei Xian also spread his hand below and cast 100-tempered steel. Seeing this, Zhang Tian was shocked. Before he could say anything, Hei Xian swung upward and attacked, severing one of Zhang Tian's arms. Blood gushed out nonstop. That power sent him flying backward, sweeping past Zhao Xiao. Zhang Tian's body slammed heavily to the ground and lay motionless. From behind him, black, evil energy appeared and rushed toward him. Blood kept flowing from Zhang Tian's arm. That black, Evil energy immediately merged with his blood, creating an eerie purple light that rose upward. Seeing this, Hey Xin said in surprise, "This evil energy." Then he stopped caring and cut the chains binding Zhao Xiao. At this moment, the notification displayed the countdown, 9 minutes 20 seconds. She held her wrists and rubbed them, saying gratefully, "It is you. Ever since you quit your job, there's been no news from you. I did not expect you to become this strong." Hey Xin replied softly, "There is no time to explain. I will have the puppet take you out of here first." Suddenly, Zhao Xiao was grabbed around the waist by a giant stone hand and lifted upward. On the other side, the evil energy was silently covering Zhang Tian's entire body. Gradually, a pair of cold, sharp eyes appeared within the purple, deathly energy. A blazing red sword appeared in someone's hand. A girl with a scarlet body, dressed in black, stepped out from within the evil energy. He widened both eyes and used his divine sense toward the person who had just appeared. In response, she released power and stared intently at Hey Xin. He was immediately struck by a spiritual attack, and blood spurted from his eyes. Hey Xin closed one eye in pain, glanced over, and thought, "At first, I planned to use my divine sense to check her cultivation. I never expected to be counterattacked." She gradually walked toward him. He said, "Zhang Tian unintentionally used himself as a sacrifice and summoned this being." Her feet suddenly sprang off the ground as she rushed toward Hey Xin. She launched an attack, but he blocked it very quickly. Her strength was terrifying, forcing him to kneel as he braced against it, cracking the ground beneath him. Long Yin's sword pressed down heavily and quickly stabbed into his shoulder, sending blood splattering instantly. Using that momentum, she bent her leg and aimed a horizontal kick at Hey Xion's head. But he quickly noticed it and raised his hand to block. Hey Xion's body was kicked into the stone wall, creating a shocking explosion. At this moment, Hey Xion slowly stood up, gripping his weapon tightly as he looked at his opponent. She slid one foot to the side, lowered her body, and raised her sword, ready in a fighting stance. Hey Xion stretched out his hand to cast a spell while thinking, "When her powerful slash came at me, I had to use the stone puppet for support." But unexpectedly, her attack was much faster than he had imagined. In an instant, the sword slashed across Hey Xion, and his blood trailed along with her cut. The scene shifted to another place, where the substitute earthen statues shattered one after another. The dragon god was somewhat surprised. She destroyed all of the substitute puppets at once? What is going on? She looked down and wondered, is he about to die? Back in the stone cave, Hey Xion was stunned and thought, why did no one see that sword strike? It clearly hit. After thinking this, his body collapsed and lay sprawled on the ground, blood spreading from him. Longing closed her eyes and raised her hand to cast a spell. She swung her sword backward, preparing for the final blow, when Hey Xion suddenly opened his eyes wide. Long aimed straight at his neck and slashed down. Just as it was about to touch him, Hey Xion's blade appeared and blocked it. He had recovered in time and swung his blade behind him to defend. He turned his head and said, "You still dare to slash me?" Hey Xion raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Immediately, the giant stone puppet hand appeared behind Long Yin. Seeing this, she planted her hands down and flipped upside down. Long Yin quickly dodged away and escaped the stone puppet hand. Long Yin turned back, her expression showing slight shock. Hey Xion had just launched an attack, slashing horizontally at her neck, but the sword in her hand blocked it in time. A notification appeared. Hey Xion health bar information. Blood cost is in effect. Damage plus 99%. Hey Xion smiled with some confidence and said, "Now we can properly cross swords." That move struck me instantly just now because it hit first and only completed the skill afterward, so I had absolutely no way to defend. After that, a chaotic battle broke out between the two. Sharp ringing sounds and the interwoven streams of their auras appeared throughout the cave. Hey Xion launched a black nether thunder attack toward Long Yin, but she raised her sword and blocked it very quickly. The red sphere suddenly exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. The force of the explosion made her slide back for a distance. Suddenly, a magic formation appeared in Long Yin's eyes. Seeing this, he said in slight surprise, "It is coming again." A smile appeared on Hey Xion's lips as he continued, "I was waiting for you to use this move again." Hey Xion raised 3 fingers and cast a spell. A notification appeared. Enemy cultivation method has been prepared in advance. Immediately, heavenly law, annihilation appeared. Two opposing streams of aura directly clashed. The red ray was sword energy from Longyin. The brilliant golden ray was sword energy released by Hei Xian. Very quickly, the two streams of sword energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion. After everything gradually dispersed, only dense, drifting smoke remained. Longyin stood on one side, looking toward Hei Xian's shadow. Blood spurted from the wound on her chest, making Long Yin drop to one knee. He turned his head and glanced lightly at his opponent. Injured, she angrily gritted her teeth and said, "Why? I had already prepared my attack against you in advance. It definitely hit, yet you are completely unharmed." Hei Xian remained in that half-turned posture and answered, "Look at you. You got so anxious that you started talking like a normal person. I thought you were mute. Of course you can prepare an attack against me in advance, but I can also prepare my own move in advance." He raised his blade and continued, "And my defense against you. At first, I planned to directly prepare a defense against your attack in advance, but I could not. It seems that as a move, only someone with extremely high cultivation can use." Hei Xian recalled and added, "So I thought, since you failed to take me down in our previous exchange, and since you used a chopping strike at my neck, then this time when we fought again you would probably want to cut off my head. That is why I prepared a defense for my neck in advance." At this moment, the slash wound on Long Yin's chest was exposed. He continued, "And while I was at it, I also landed a sneak attack." Her eyes widened in extreme anger as she shouted, "You!" Suddenly, Long Yin jolted and froze. Something had attracted her attention. Above her, a huge golden magic formation appeared. A notification appeared. "Warning. Please quickly complete the hand seal for the precast cultivation method. Otherwise, you will be punished by heaven." Hei Xian looked up and said, "So this is the punishment you suffer for using a heavenly law cultivation method prepared in advance." Seeing this, her expression turned ugly, and she raised her hands to cast a spell. Seeing that, he also raised his hand and activated a skill. Long Yin asked in shock inwardly, "Why can I not close it?" Then two arms emerged from the ground and grabbed her hands, making Long Yin tremble in fear. She was pulled down by those hands, but she still clenched her teeth and said, "You think this is enough to stop me from completing the cultivation method?" On Hei Xian's side, the cultivation method was constantly taking shape. He answered, "I don't need to stop you from completing it." A notification appeared. "Preloaded cultivation method. Heavenly law of annihilation has been completed." Hei Xian continued, "I'm only wasting your time." Suddenly, she used her power to blow apart the two arms that were dragging her down. Dragon Shadow braced herself and asked back, "Wasting what?" Then she tilted her head and finished casting the skill. In an instant, magic circles appeared one after another, descending and creating earth-shaking explosions. The powerful blast leveled everything. A notification appeared. True Essence Condensation Realm has completed its advance payment. The system has deducted the cultivation and merit gain during this training session according to the required repayment rules. Your cultivation has risen to the 3rd level of the True Essence Condensation Realm. New resources that may be advanced on credit have been unlocked in the system. Hei Xian stood there, watching the scene before him. Dragon Shadow's hand was gradually emerging from beneath the dirt and rubble. At this moment, he was already standing in front of her. Looking at Dragon Shadow, battered and barely alive as she struggled to crawl up, he said, "You still have one breath left." This time, Dragon Shadow was no longer arrogant. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and accepted her fate. "I lost. Kill me or cut me down. Do as you like." Hei Xian took a blade out of his bag and said, "You're different from the others. Before they died, they all begged me to spare them. But you're very calm." He directly slashed toward Dragon Shadow's head. Her eyes were tightly shut as she completely accepted her fate, but when she felt no reaction, she opened them. Dragon Shadow raised her hand and looked at it in disbelief, exclaiming, "My injuries have completely recovered." He stretched out his hand. On the back of it was the mark of the True Essence Condensation Pill. He continued, "From now on, everyone will be on the same health bar. Let's ascend together." A notification appeared. Blood Curse has been inscribed on Dragon Shadow. From now on, all damage the Dragon God receives in battle will be borne by the Dragon King. The scene shifted to a bathroom shrouded in mist. The spirit cat was lying limply nearby. In the bathtub, a few bubbles rose to the surface. The dragon god surfaced, splashing water everywhere. Startled, the cat sprang up, flailing its limbs. "I'll hit you, hit you, hit you. What happened?" She put her hands on her hips and said, "I can feel it on my body." The dragon god lowered her hands, still completely naked, and continued, "There's another bloodsucker now." A notification appeared. The cultivation on credit method has advanced. You can now advance magical artifacts and pills on credit. However, the level of the resources advanced may not exceed your current major realm. The scene shifted to the school. Dragon Shadow now appeared in human form. She was a wisp of the dragon god's divine consciousness, wearing an extremely alluring cheongsam as she looked down at Hei-Exine. Seeing her, he also turned to look back. Wu Fei stood to one side and sighed. Such a beautiful girl. Even the heart of someone as still as water would be shaken. Who is she? As soon as he said that, Mao Jiao scolded him. Nonsense. You're falling for our sister-in-law. Hearing that, Wu Fei's face darkened in horror. He hurriedly clasped his hands and stammered, my apologies, my apologies. Big brother, please understand me. In my heart, there is only Miss Tachibana. How could there be room for any other woman?" Hei-Exine finally opened his mouth and asked, "Sorry, do we know each other?" Dragon Shadow immediately stretched out her hand and reminded him, "We just had a big fight a few days ago, and you've already forgotten?" She put a hand on her waist, leaned forward slightly, and said softly, "Aren't we grasshoppers tied to the same health bar?" Hearing that, Hei-Exine recognized her. He pointed at her and replied, "It's you? You changed your appearance so much I almost didn't recognize you." He turned and asked again, "But how were you able to handle enrollment procedures and even squeeze into our class?" Dragon Shadow pulled out a chair and sat beside him, arms crossed over her chest, answering, "A new trick always works." Back to 2 days earlier, Old Een thought happily, "I've been really lucky lately. I've recruited another transfer student." He opened the drawer, and several gold bars appeared inside. Back in the present, Old Een raised a hand to cover his wide-open mouth. Standing on the podium, he announced, "Students, the quizzes have basically ended, and the first mock exam will begin today. For most of the students here, this will be your first time experiencing actual combat." Old Een pressed his hands on the desk, his expression turning serious as he continued, "You have studied hard for 15 years. Now is the time to show the true results of your cultivation. Everyone in the exam area, gather." Across the wide campus, calls rang out. Grade 12, Class 1, gather. Class 2, begin roll call. Class 3, everyone gather. Class 4, Dragon Shadow stood with her arms crossed and said, "An exam? Pretty interesting." Mao Jiao looked to the side and said, "Bro, the entire 12th grade is here this time. Looks like I'm going to embarrass you in front of the whole grade." Hei-Exine put a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. "It's fine." Mao Jiao immediately asked happily, "Really? Big brother, you really are." Before he could finish, Hei-Exine smiled faintly and replied, "I don't care about saving face. You can throw my face away as much as you want." Mao Jiao froze and finished, so far-sighted. The broadcast continued. "Now I will read the exam rules. The areas for each class have been divided on the field. Each class has its own exam zone, and barriers have been set up around them to ensure that candidates taking the same exam do not interfere with one another. Each candidate must fight the same corresponding monster. Those who defeat it within 5 minutes will receive full marks. If the challenge time ends without defeating it, the score will be calculated based on the actual damage dealt." Old Een picked up the microphone and continued, "If any unexpected situation occurs during the exam, Teacher Zhou in the center of the arena will step in to resolve it. The exam is about to begin. Students who hear their names, step onto the stage and prepare." He read the names one after another. Zhao Jiakong, Grade 12, Class 1. Guo Fanliang, Grade 12, Class 1. Tang Long, Grade 12, Class 2. Hua Tianwei, Grade 12, Class 4. Prepare to enter the stage. Hei-Exine asked in confusion, "Why is there even someone from the Eastern Isles?" Mao Jiao answered, "This is the mission of the Cultivation Education Bureau. As part of the peace treaty between the top sects, almost every cultivation high school accepts a few exchange students from the Eastern Isles." Hei-Exine looked down from above and observed, "I thought only ordinary high schools had exchange students. I never expected cultivation high schools to have this too." The woman walking below seemed to notice something. She turned her face back to look. She was Tianwei. Seeing this, Hey Xin secretly judged. Her intuition is pretty sharp. Dragon Shadow, standing to the side, saw it and became somewhat angry. She shouted, "How bold! You dare glare at my master? My little brother is only allowed to be glared at by me, his big sister." Hearing her say that, Mao Jiao turned to Hey Xin suspiciously and asked, "Bro, what exactly is your relationship?" Hey Xin could only fall silent, not knowing how to explain. The broadcast announced, "The exam begins." Summoning the exam question now. In the center of the field, a strange black aura surged upward. Within that aura, a giant orange eye appeared. Immediately, a muscular figure with a bizarre head emerged. It was a demon lord. Yin Jian, who was seated inside observing, was slightly surprised. "This kind of aura," he turned to Old Yin in alarm. "Old Yin, isn't this the cloud-covered demon lord that was suppressed by the major sects long ago? Using something of this level for an exam is way too." Old Yin glanced at him and replied, "Look at you, always so impatient. No wonder you're still just a physical education teacher." He reassured him, if the true body had come here, then even if it were suppressed, everyone present would die. But the exam questions are cultivated from spores taken from the demon lord's body. Although they're also at the true essence condensation realm, their strength is still lower than that of the proctors. Besides, this place is surrounded by suppressing stones, so relax. The first student called up was waving his hands, creating roaring spell attacks. Explosions rang out one after another as they attacked the demon lord. It quickly leapt backward. The broadcast announced, before the test ended, no damage was dealt to the exam question. 0 points. The student dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Next came the second student. He channeled his technique, sending shattered rocks flying straight toward the demon lord, but quickly punched them back and sent him flying. He was knocked flat onto the ground. The broadcast announced again, actual damage meets the standard. However, the candidate left the exam platform without permission. Failed. The broadcast kept announcing results. Zhang Shuiwen, 61 points. Wu Luan failed. Qian Jianglin, 68 points. Seeing this, everyone began whispering, "What is this? Why is this year's mock exam so hard?" So far, no one has scored above 70, and very few have even passed. Which deranged teacher came up with this question? I'm going to send that teacher a gift later. Mao Jiao looked down, then laughed with delight. Wonderful. If everyone loses face together, then I won't count as losing face anymore. He suddenly froze, his face showing shock. Yin Jian could not accept what he saw and said, "This is going too far, Old Yin. Making the first mock exam this difficult will make the students lose confidence." With both hands clasped behind his back, Old Yin snorted softly and replied, "If they can't even handle a difficult mock exam like this, then this is the worst class I have ever taught." Suddenly, he also stopped mid-sentence and stared in surprise. Down on the field, the demon lord was chasing Tianhui, but her speed was extremely fast, leaving it far behind. Seeing this, Old Yin praised, "This student's speed is astonishing." But because Tianhui showed no sign of stopping and had already run close to the boundary line, he continued, "She's about to rush out of the barrier. Does that girl want to directly forfeit the exam?" Suddenly, she sprang off the ground. A radiant golden wall appeared. With her back to it, Tianhui had just used the skill Lightning Wall Shield. She borrowed the force by stepping against it, then leapt back toward the approaching demon lord. On its side, it was also raising its fist high. Tianhui lightly pushed the sword in her hand. After that, countless sword marks appeared across the demon lord's body. She herself glided past, raising the tip of her sword upward. Witnessing this, Yin Jian could not help but shout in surprise. A direct knockout. The broadcast rang out. Hua Tianhui, perfect score. The crowd began discussing. Amazing. The previous exams were so difficult, but this time she directly got a perfect score. Where did a monster like that come from? An exchange student from the Eastern Isles, ranked first in Class 4. Above them, a man was standing and watching intently. Seeing this, he smirked to himself. That was only the beginning. I prepared an extra question for you all as well. Do your best. He was Ryazaki Kaku of the Eastern Isles sect. The broadcast continued. Next group, Lai Juanhao, grade 12, class 1. Mao Jiao spoke while turning to look at He Xin. This Lai Juanhao is the top student of class 1. He can definitely get full marks too. Bro, what are you gesturing at? It turned out Hey Xin was selecting from the roulette wheel. He smiled faintly and thought, so he can't see my system roulette. Then he answered, nothing. I'm just swatting mosquitoes. Hey Xin continued, I don't care who the top student is. I only care what good magical artifact I can advance on credit. Up above, the female students kept showing adoring looks and raising both hands to cheer. Young Master Lai, young Master Lai, good luck. Their cheers rang out nonstop. Young Master Lai is so cool. Young Master Lai will always be number one. Below stood a handsome, strong young man, Lai Juanhao. He reached out arrogantly and said, isn't this just a test for comparison? I will prove that even among the best of the best, there are still differences. Suddenly, a black aura appeared beneath Juanhao's feet. A different form of Demon Lord exam question immediately manifested. Seeing this, Old Een asked suspiciously, who designed this question? Juanhao looked at the exam question and said, looks interesting. Did you think changing the form of the question would mean I couldn't defeat it? He clenched his fist and summoned his skill, engraved spell fist. The powerful punch struck directly into the Demon Lord's chest. It was instantly punched backward, and dust and smoke filled the space. Mao Jiao raised his hand in alarm and said, is this really power that a 12th grade student can produce? Old Een beside him replied, by engraving magical symbols onto the arm, the destructive force of a punch can be increased. This child has a very good chance of being directly admitted to Qingbei. Though he said that, his hands clasped behind his back were trembling non-stop as he thought to himself, but why isn't he a student from my class? Juanhao's punch was indeed full of power, creating a deep trench across the field along with drainage-like cracks. He looked at his hand arrogantly and said, this punch is my guaranteed punch. I have proven that even among the best of the best, there are still differences. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Een Jian and Old Een were also gaping in astonishment. This demon lord, which seemed to have died, had unexpectedly reappeared, now enormous. A dent appeared on its chest. Juanhao asked in shock, how is this thing still standing? He looked up and thought, strange. Could it be that my waist twist and shoulder movement were incorrect, so the force wasn't enough? Then I'll throw another punch. Een Jian immediately shouted, hurry, get out of there. But he did not listen and directly swung his fist. This time, however, the punch missed. The demon lord dodged it, and at the same time punched him hard in the stomach. The blow sent Juanhao flying far away before he slammed heavily into the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Een Jian appeared and caught him, then struggled weakly to stand. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Een Jian wiped it away with his hand and thought, I already tried to reduce the force as much as possible, but I still suffered internal injuries. This exam question is a little too much. He then took out his phone, his voice full of panic. Hello, Education Bureau. An out-of-syllabus question has appeared in the exam hall. Send teachers to assist immediately. The voice on the other end replied, may I ask what the difficulty level of the current question is? Een Jian answered in panic, send the highest level teachers here. From afar, the demon lord was rushing quickly toward the two of them. Suddenly, ropes came from somewhere, tying around both its ankles and pulling it back. A teacher appeared from nowhere and used great force to bind its hands and feet, cursing, evil creature, do you think I, the proctor teacher, don't exist? Suddenly, it opened its eyes in an eerie glare. Sharp spikes abruptly emerged from its back. As soon as they left its body, the spikes immediately turned into insects and burrowed into the ground. They tunneled rapidly toward the proctor teacher. Then cracks appeared in the ground beneath the teacher's feet. The teacher gritted his teeth, looked down, and thought, not good. A terrifying explosion erupted beneath the arena. The demon lord emerged with astonishing power. It continued firing strange objects from its head. From high above, Old Een produced 2 golden spheres and attacked the demon lord, plunging the arena into a sea of flames. It immediately fled at high speed, dodging the lethal fireballs that Old Een continuously fired downward at it. Meanwhile, it was accelerating toward Old Een. At this moment, Tian Hui stood watching the chaos unfold. She drew her sword, preparing to take a stance. Suddenly, Kaku stopped her and asked, "What do you want to do?" Tianhui answered, "Go down and help everyone." He turned toward her and said in a low voice, "Are you stupid?" This extra question was made to pave the way for you. Kaku raised his hand and continued, "As long as these out-of-syllabus questions accidentally eliminate the top students of the grade, the guaranteed admission spot to Qingbei Cultivation University will be yours." Hearing this, Tianhui turned and replied, "Hua does not need to use such despicable tricks to win guaranteed admission. Hua will go tear apart that filthy exam paper right now." Just as she was about to jump down, her face darkened with panic. A strange black aura rose from Tianhui's body. She crouched down, clutching her head. It turned out Kaku had cast the soul-binding curse. He thought to himself, "Good thing the leash is still in my hands. Otherwise, the plan my father carefully prepared would all be wasted." She has not inherited the ruthless and cold-blooded strengths of the Ryuzaki family at all. Deep in her bones, she still carries the fatal flaws innate to her bloodline, kindness and integrity. "Father, why did you waste resources on her?" He looked toward a nearby building. An explosion occurred, and old Een was blasted away by it, forced to jump down into the arena. While casting, he thought, "This evil creature must be at least above the 5th level of the true essence condensation realm. Who on earth issued this exam question?" A golden light barrier appeared, wrapping around him. It was the protective astral shield. Meanwhile, the demon lord appeared again and kept running around the spell formation. Seeing this, he exclaimed in fear, "It's moving too fast. My eyes can't keep up. I can only form an all-directional defensive shield." While he was still absorbed in thought, the demon lord had already rushed over and struck the spell formation hard, shocking him. It threw a powerful punch at the circular spell formation. The defensive barrier shattered. The demon lord grabbed old Een tightly by the neck. His face filled with extreme terror as he cried, "I'm finished." At this moment, a savage smile appeared on the demon lord's face, while old Een was being choked until his eyes rolled white and his mouth gaped, gulping for air as saliva kept flowing out. At the critical moment, a ray of light appeared as if tearing through the darkness. Hey Xin suddenly arrived and slashed straight down with his sword. The demon lord's hand and head were split into many pieces. Seeing this, old Yin's eyes filled with shock. Above, 5 minutes earlier, Hei Xian and Mao Jiao had still been quietly observing. Seeing the demon lord, Mao Jiao fearfully crouched down, hugged his head, trembled, and stammered 2 words, "A monster." When Hei Xian saw it, he immediately guessed that they had been frightened by its demonic aura. That was right. If someone had not reached the true condensation realm, they could easily be scared stiff by this monster's demonic aura. And this monster's cultivation. Long Een unconsciously continued, 7th level of the true condensation realm. Hearing that, he praised her. "Your eye is quite sharp." Long Een excitedly crushed part of the city wall and said, "No, my body is sensing a powerful opponent, so it is stirring on its own. It is telling me what level the opponent is." Hei Xian touched the empty air with his finger and sensed the fluctuations. He spoke up to remind her, "A barrier has been set up outside. It will not be easy for the others to escape." Hei Xian looked at the roulette wheel and said, "This is clearly meant to wipe out all the candidates in one go. If I had one more overpowered weapon." He looked up at the weapons that had appeared. "Right now, I am at the 3rd level of the true condensation realm. Counting my absurdly long health bar, my actual strength can approach the 7th level. If I had one more overpowered weapon." Hei Xian continued, "After looking through all the newly unlocked weapons, only this one is top grade, but it only supports credit use. Still, this attribute is truly." A notification appeared. Top grade weapon. By activating magical power, it can refine and absorb the attributes of other magical artifacts. The refined artifact's realm cannot be higher than this weapon's current realm. You may also activate magical power to let the weapon absorb your technique, then release it outward. A black sword appeared along with the notification. Weapon on credit obtained. Cloud Void Guide. At the same time, he took out his own blade and the sword he had just borrowed on credit. Hei Xian turned back and instructed Long Een, "I'm going down in a moment. You stay up here and guard against any accidents. I keep feeling that this side question will have another side question hidden inside it." She agreed, "All right, but can these teachers really not handle this exam question?" He continued, "Looks like you have an instinctive reaction to the strong, but you do not sense much from those who are not too powerful. Those teachers are all at the first level of the true condensation realm. Only the homeroom teacher, Old Een, is at the fifth level of the true condensation realm. If Old Een had prepared thoroughly and set up a formation in advance, he could barely deal with it. But in this kind of sudden encounter, he is at a huge disadvantage. Black energy rose from the sword, and he continued, "And this happens to be my specialty." A notification appeared. Refinement complete. Cloud Void Guide has obtained the blood cost attribute. Back to the moment when Old Een was being choked by the Demon Lord and was about to lose his life, Hei-Exan had appeared and sliced the Demon Lord's body into many pieces. Old Een regained a little consciousness and was shocked to recognize the transfer student. Hei-Exan looked up at him and said, "There is a barrier outside the city wall blocking the student's escape route. Please find a way to break it. Teachers, leave this side question to me." Hearing that, Old Een flung the severed hand aside and said firmly, "What kind of person do you take your teacher for?" As a teacher, at a dangerous moment like this, I must resolutely. Old Een then leaped up at great speed and flew out of the arena. Standing far away, he raised his hand and said, "Protect the students from behind the exam question." At that moment, the Demon Lord was also gurgling as it revived with powerful vitality. In no time, the parts of its body had grown back. Seeing this, Hei-Exan sighed. It recovers so fast. In the blink of an eye, it is as good as new. So this is the trait of a fumble-type monster, possessing almost the fastest recovery speed. It charged over like lightning and swung a powerful fist. He raised his sword in time to block the punch and confirmed, its fist has hardened. The powerful fist continued to rush in like storm. Hei-Exan drew back his sword and said, "So that is it. It compresses demonic energy onto the surface of its fist to increase their hardness." Immediately, the Demon Lord swung another fist to attack, and Hei-Exan was violently knocked backward. But he quickly kicked hard against the wall behind him and stopped himself. Hei-Exan thought, "It is faster." At the same time, the Demon Lord appeared beside him. It smiled smugly, and the Demon Lord's arms spun in dizzying circles. Then it punched the wall with tremendous force, shattering it to pieces. Een, who was above, witnessed the entire battle and saw it punch the wall like that. His face darkened as he asked, "Old Een, is that transfer student dead or not?" Old Een said from the other side, "If not, why don't you go down there and save him?" He turned back and continued, "You have always only known how to hide far away. The family of that #1 student in class 1 must have asked you for help, right? Otherwise, you never would have gone down to save him." Hearing this, Een only looked on in silence, unable to say anything. Old Een sighed and continued, "That boy really is brave, but there is nothing we can do here. No one here can solve that question. If we can break this barrier before that monster gets up here, we will already be lucky." Below, that monster kept attacking, and sprays of blood could already be seen. Een looked worried and said, "How miserable. He has probably been beaten into dregs." At that moment, the Demon Lord was about to swing its fist and attack again. But suddenly, a hand grabbed its arm and stopped the punch. Een was shocked when he saw it. Even the Demon Lord itself was caught off guard. A notification appeared. Blood King blood cost activated. Damage increased by 99%. Hei-Exan raised his hand with overwhelming force, gripping its trembling hand, and answered softly, "My turn." Then the Demon Lord's entire body flew upward. Hei-Exan had swung his fist up and punched it straight in the face. The Demon Lord was sent flying far away. It quickly sat up, one knee on the ground and one hand supporting itself. From the sky, a dazzling point of light appeared and was diving downward, startling it. It was Hei-Exan's sword borrowed on credit. Just as the sword rushed close to its face, it immediately brought its hands together and firmly caught the sword tip. At once, Hei-Exan launched a fierce attack on its body. Then he summoned Black Netherpalm Thunder. A blazing red sphere appeared and shot straight toward it. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, along with red light like a flare. Hei-Exan quickly jumped away to avoid the blast. When the light faded, it left behind a huge, deep pit with smoke billowing upward. The Demon Lord's body parts fell apart. Een looked down from above and could not help but shout in shock. "Killed. He killed it." Suddenly, Hei-Exan was startled as he sensed something unusual in the sky. At that moment, a black shadow appeared, hovering in midair. The Demon Lord was there, its whole body exuding a strange and eerie aura. The mushroom cap on its head suddenly spun and flew upward. From it, small red lumps appeared and sprouted out. Then they turned into blazing red missiles and rained down onto the arena. Xin raised his face with worry, ready to fight. The scene at that moment was extremely terrifying. A rain of missiles was about to pour down over the arena. Below, everyone scattered in panic, shouting, "Run! There's a barrier outside. Run in another direction." Xin thrust his sword into the ground beside him, then formed seals with both hands and activated skill. Then he slammed his hands hard onto the ground and summoned the stone puppet shield formation. On the other side, a student running while looking up said with certainty, with it packed so tightly, there is no way to escape. Immediately, a grenade-like projectile fell straight toward him, and a blinding light appeared. At the same time, a huge explosion rang out, sending earth and stones flying. Just like that, the whole arena was blown apart like fireworks in a rout. The student from earlier was still covering his head with his hands, his body trembling. When he looked up, he saw that he was being shielded by a large boulder. All across the arena, the students cried out in shock. "Damn it, we're still alive? Who set up this large-scale defensive formation?" A formation this big must consume a huge amount of magical power. With this cultivation level, it has to be one of the top students. The scene became more chaotic than ever. Stone shields also appeared on the city wall. Standing above, Longyin looked down and said, "Master still is not ruthless enough, is he? He actually went and saved his classmates. People with poor results do not need to be saved, such as those students." She bent down and looked at Xin, saying, "Every person you save will become a sharp arrow aimed at you later when you think about cultivation universities." He looked up and thought to himself, "My magical power is almost completely exhausted. It seems the one up in the sky should be the same." Above, the Demon Lord's mushroom cap had also exploded and vanished. It stared fixedly downward, its expression clearly not very pleased. Then its figure faintly disappeared from where it stood. The Demon Lord descended right beside Xin. Seeing this, he kicked the sword into the air. The Demon Lord threw a punch, but fortunately, Xin managed to flip high into the air in time and dodge its attack. Then he landed safely. But very quickly, the Demon Lord appeared again from behind and threw a punch at him. Xin, fully on guard, swung his sword in an arc and dodged aside. At this moment, the sword was emitting black energy streaked with red light. He immediately slashed horizontally across its head. Its head was cut clean off and gradually began to dissipate, but the remaining body had already bounced back in time, creating distance from him. With its recovery ability, the Demon Lord's head gradually grew back. It raised its hand, gritted its teeth, and adjusted its head back into place. Seeing this, Xin pondered. After channeling thunder magic into the blade, cutting off its head became much easier. However, the fact that the head can regenerate proves that its vital weakness is not in the head, but hidden inside its body. It raised its hand and removed the stitched thread on its face. It threw the thread to the ground, revealing a deep purple-black eye in the center of its forehead. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Lord vanished from where it stood. Seeing this, Xin thought, "It has gotten faster again." He swung his hand and at the same time turned around behind him. Xin quickly swung his sword to attack, but the Demon Lord ducked down and dodged it at once. Then it threw a heavy punch into Xion's stomach. Caught off guard by the blow, he immediately spat blood from his mouth. His whole body was hurled back by the powerful force, sliding a long distance. He steadied himself and stood up, watching the Demon Lord's leaps as it surrounded him at extreme speed. Its afterimages were encircling him. It turned out the Demon Lord was running in circles around Xin, forming a ring. When it attacked, he did not stop either, unleashing a series of continuous slashes. He blocked it. The Demon Lord was not inferior either, throwing consecutive punches at Xin. He raised his sword, trying to neutralize its attacks. Seeing this, Jin said worriedly, "In the end, he is still falling into a disadvantage. I thought this transfer student might be able to turn the situation around." Old raised his hand and said, "I already said it was impossible. With such a huge gap, how could he possibly win?" Still, under circumstances like this, that transfer student has been able to fight that monster until now. That is already very impressive. His pure strength alone is enough to enter the top 10. It is just a pity Longing still stood calmly observing from above. She thought, hurry up and use that move of mine to defeat him. What are you waiting for, master? Below, Xian was gradually becoming exhausted. His eyes were unfocused as he thought. It is too fast. Very hard to catch, especially its acceleration every time before it attacks. Even if I risk everything and defend with all my strength, I can only block a small portion. A notification appeared. Hey, Xen, 50% health. Blood boil takes effect. Damage increased by 150%. Seeing it, he pondered, but the opportunity is almost here. After thinking that, Hey Xen raised his sword straight ahead, his gaze now full of resolve. On this side, the Demon Lord was charging toward He Xien at extreme speed. He raised his sword, preparing the decisive move. Jian looked on worriedly. He only made a stance, but is not moving. Has he given up resisting? Just as it came within range in front of He Xien, he summoned his ultimate technique, Heavenly Law Silent Annihilation. The sword stabbed straight into its body. A beam of power shot out, slicing past Jian's head and cracking the barrier. Shattered fragments of the barrier fell down, and the screen was dispelled. Old Ian raised his face and looked on in disbelief. I spent half the day and still could not blow open the barrier. It was destroyed by a single swing of his hand. He then thought, this teacher does not even have the slightest intention to help. Or has he already given up? After that swing of the sword, the monster had vanished. Before He Xien appeared a mushroom demon pellet scatter pomegranate, and he reached out to take it. A notification appeared. Obtained mushroom demon pellet scatter pomegranate. After a certain period of cultivation and growth, a demon master may control it to assist in battle. Above his head was a circular formation. Another notification appeared. Please complete the casting process for Heavenly Law Silent Annihilation. He Xien formed seals with both hands and activated the technique. A notification displayed. Casting of Heavenly Law Silent Annihilation complete. Jian said in disbelief. I could not even see that final attack. Old Ian, with his strength, is he really only in the top 10 of the grade? Why does it feel like he could fight that person? Hearing no answer, Jian turned back and called. Old Ian. The man was only lowering his head with a dark expression. The scene changed. A notification appeared. You have reached the 9th level of the true condensation realm. You may now teach your cultivation techniques to others. He Xien and Long Ian were walking along a cobblestone path. She tapped her phone to look at information and said, Master, you are trending. Long Ian looked at it and continued. Everyone is saying you are the transfer student most capable of creating a huge upset. There are also reports insisting that you will be admitted to a key cultivation university. When there was no response, she turned and asked, What are you doing? He replied, Nothing. I am just paying my medical insurance. A notification appeared. Do you wish to transfer 30% of the cultivation and merit obtained from this round of training to the Dragon King? Without hesitation, He Xien chose yes. Afterward, the cultivation and merit were sent away at once. He thought, now I can no longer gain health during battle. I only gain health when I receive medical insurance. He Xien happily looked up and thought, you have succeeded, Dragon King. Suddenly, strange black energy radiated from the cultivation card. He looked at it with some suspicion and confusion. That black light quickly enveloped the surrounding space. It covered a vast area. Long Ian hesitantly asked, Master, this is... He Xien answered, the Black Abyss Forbidden Zone. Once inside, those inside and outside cannot see each other. This formation is usually set up when someone wants to kill and silence witnesses. Afterward, sharp throwing darts appeared in the sky and shot downward, but he used the stone puppet hand in time to block the lethal sneak attack. He Xien looked up. The throwing dart had a glowing mark on it. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred inside the Black Abyss. Long Ian was blasted out of the explosion and landed nearby. Suddenly, a black swamp appeared beneath her feet, startling her. Then Long Ian was sucked into that black water. On this side, He Xien had also just escaped danger. He looked over and assessed the situation. You carved an explosive formation directly onto a supreme bitter dart, and even used the preemptive spell Bottomless Abyss to drag my disciple inside. Very impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Hui appeared beside He Xien, holding a sword and preparing to draw it. The instant she slashed horizontally, he also used his weapon in time to block it. Her sword glided forward with fluid grace. Tian Hui struck directly at the hand with which He Xien held his sword. he suddenly realized the back of the blade. Immediately, his sword was knocked out of his hand. She flipped upward after the sword and caught it, to He Xian's astonishment. Then Tian Hui landed not far from him. He Xian looked puzzled and asked, "All those moves were just to steal my weapon?" She answered, "My father said you were my rival on the path of study, so he told me to kill you. But I do not like doing that. Therefore, I will take your weapon and say you are dead." Tian Hui continued, "But you must leave the country and give up on taking the university entrance exam. Otherwise, as long as you attend any school and rank first, the noble sect will not spare you." Suddenly, the sword in her hand emitted a blue light. A notification appeared. The next mission for the Weapon Cloud Void Guide has been activated. Past Mirror Void is about to begin. Suddenly, black streams of energy appeared in a circle around him. Tian Hui asked in confusion, "What is this?" Sensing danger, she pushed off with her feet and leaped up from the ground. Then she landed on a tree branch and looked down to observe. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Before Tian Hui was a house built against a cliff. She immediately jumped onto the roof. Tian Hui looked down in confusion and asked, "Where is this? Why did I suddenly come here?" He Xian appeared from somewhere and explained, "This is the past mirror void. It is a secret place where people can only view memories of the past, but cannot interfere with them. My blade is likely connected to you. Because you held it, you directly activated the next mission. And the next mission will forcibly pull us into this past mirror void." Hearing that, Tian Hui said, "The blade I stole is gone too." He looked up and replied, "Perhaps the true body of this blade on credit is still somewhere inside this secret realm. If we can't find its original body, the blade won't return to your hand." A song suddenly rang out from somewhere. She turned and asked, "Why does this song sound a little familiar?" Suddenly, a little girl came running toward the gate. The two of them remained standing on the rooftop, silently watching. The little girl ran quickly through the woods, then raised her hand and opened the gate, calling out cheerfully, "Father, I'm home." The sight before her made her freeze. The scene in the courtyard horrified her. Everyone's corpses lay scattered across the ground, blood splattered everywhere. In panic, she screamed and called out to everyone, "Sister, brother." Then she looked at the woman pierced through by a sword and, with a trembling voice, called out one word, "Mother." A voice sounded behind her, "You're back." Seeing this person, the little girl asked in confusion, "Succa, why are you wearing the clothes of the Shadow Sect? What are you doing?" Hua Jingyi's face was covered in blood, and he revealed an extremely sinister smile. The scene shifted to the year Hua Tian Hui was in 5th grade. A small, but incredibly nimble little girl, holding several small knives, leaped from the ground up onto a tree branch. It was Hua Tian Hui. The little girl crossed her hands and launched the hidden weapons in her grasp, aiming at the targets on the tree trunks. After that, she quickly jumped from one tree to another and changed targets. Then Tian Hui turned to look at a knife stuck in the base of a tree. From above, someone called down, "Not bad, not bad. Your technique is even better than mine was at your age." Tian Hui raised her face and called, "Eldest sister." The person in the tree was Hua Tianhue, Tian Hui's elder sister. She looked down and said, "But you still missed one." Eldest sister continued, "Behind that big tree, there's another target." Very quickly, Tian Hui raised her hand, took aim, and threw straight toward it. Seeing this, Tianhue said in surprise, "It's almost there." She used the second knife to change the direction of the first knife in midair. In an instant, the knife flew straight toward the target and embedded itself in it. Then the little girl spun around and threw another knife. The knife shot straight into the trunk of the ancient tree. It pierced through the tree and struck the bullseye of the target behind it. The final target trembled from the impact. Tianhue put both hands on her hips, looking up with a surprised expression, and said, "That works too? You forced it through from behind." Tian Hui replied, "Sister, all you need to say is whether I hit it or not." She answered, "Fine. Consider this trial passed." Tianhue looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Let's go home." When the two returned home, Tian Hui called out loudly, "Father, I'm home." That man was Shi Xiang, the father of Tian Hui and Tianhue. He bent down, stroked her head, and said gently, "My precious daughter, how did training go today?" Tian Hui answered happily, "Everything met the standard. I even hit the target behind the big tree." Nearby, a log was being chopped into pieces. The one who had unleashed that slash was Hua Jingyi of the Hua clan. Seeing it, the little girl sighed in admiration. Senior brother's saber technique seems to have improved again. Tianyue asked, "Father, are you really planning to pass our family's iron wall saber technique onto him?" Shi Xiang replied, "I'm still considering it. Though this boy does not share our bloodline, he has already been in our school for 3 years." He raised a hand, stroked his chin, and continued. "From what I've observed over these past few years, the boy is very courteous, pure-hearted, and kind. He is a good child." Shi Xiang recalled Hua Jingyi respectfully offering a cup of tea and saying, "Master, please have some tea." Even when practicing martial arts, he worked extremely hard. "Master, I'm not tired. No matter how much hardship there is, I can endure it." There were also times when Jingyi knelt to admit his mistakes. "Master, it was all my fault. Please do not punish the senior brothers, junior brothers, senior sisters, or junior sisters." At that time, Shi Xiang smiled and called him, "My good disciple." Then came the moment when a sword pierced straight through the blood-stained chair, accompanied by a piercing cry. It stabbed directly through Shi Xiang's heart. Red blood sprayed out. He forced himself to ask, bit by bit, "Why? Why?" Jingyi replied, "Why? Of course it's because I was never one of you to begin with." He continued, "I was born a member of the Shadow Sect. I changed my name and hid here for 6 years just to learn your family's Iron Wall saber technique. Now that I have learned it, of course I must wipe out your entire clan." Shi Xiang roared, "Even if you manage to ambush me, there are still others in this courtyard. Don't even think of leaving here in one piece." A blood-stained hand gripped the doorframe. It was Hua Tianyue, covered in wounds. She stepped inside and called, "Father." Her bloodied hand dragged a long streak across the wall. In agony, he looked at his daughter lying on the ground and trembled as he called, "Tianyue." Shi Xiang roared, "You beast! You dared poison my family." Jingyi pulled out his sword, and blood sprayed from the wound as well. He said, "Our shadow sect has always followed the principle, steal one move, destroy one sect. It's only a pity that your youngest daughter, who's still in primary school, hasn't finished class yet. I value that child's talent greatly." From outside came Tianhui's voice. "Father, I'm home." Hearing it, the man turned and revealed a sinister smile. Perfect timing. With the last of his strength, Shi Xiang grabbed Jingyi's leg. "Jingyi, I beg you, spare my youngest daughter." He turned back and replied, "Don't worry. Hua Tianhui's spiritual root is outstanding. I plan to wipe her memories and take her as my daughter. I won't make you wait too long. Once she passes the university entrance exam, I'll seize her spiritual root and reunite you father and daughter." By then, Shi Xiang had completely left this world. Jingyi walked out, his face still stained with blood, and said, "I've been waiting for you a long time, little junior sister." His expression changed, becoming hideous. "I got tired of waiting, so I killed your whole family to pass the time." Hearing this, Tianhui's school bag immediately fell from her shoulders to the ground. She clenched her teeth in bitter hatred and growled, "I'm going to kill you." Then Tianhui threw her knives toward Jingyi. The small blades all aimed at a single target, the man's head right in front of her. But very quickly, Jingyi swung his sword and deflected every knife flying toward him. He mocked her, saying, "An all-direction flying knife method, specialized in attacking blind spots. In this sect, you're the best at practicing this move. But against me, who has perfected the Iron Wall saber technique, it is utterly useless." A knife stuck into a nearby rooftop. Jingyi stared at the sharp object stabbing toward his face. In the next instant, he calmly grabbed the little girl by the neck and lifted her up, saying, "Nothing but useless effort." Immediately afterward, he slammed Tianhui hard into the ground. Tianhui lay motionless there, blood spraying from her. Jingyi smiled, reached out, and cast the heart-bewitching curse. "From now on, you are my daughter, Ryuzaki Hanako. I will take you into the Shadow Sect and train you well until that day arrives." After some time passed, she had completely lost her memory. She bowed her head before him and called him "Honorable Father." Jingyi was delighted inside. He reached out and tossed a burning torch on the house. Zheng Yi and Tianhui walked away, leaving the house behind them burning fiercely. When all the memories were reenacted, flames blazed in her eyes. Tianhui stood there, watching the raging fire rise. Filled with resentment and hatred, she gritted out, "Ryuzaki." In the blink of an eye, Tianhui vanished. Seeing this, Hei Xin reminded her, "You can't interfere here." But at that moment, she was truly enraged, her hatred erupting as she swung her sword and shouted, "Zhengyi!" Tianhui leaped down and slashed at him, but the sword in her hand shattered. Zhengyi was unharmed. He turned around in confusion, sensing that something had just flashed past him. The Tianhui of the past asked, "What is it, honorable father?" He said, "Nothing. I thought someone was approaching, but it was only the wind." She drove her sword into the ground, her body trembling as she watched her younger self leave with her enemy. Zhengyi said, "Let's go. Once we return home, the first thing we'll do is arrange for someone to teach you our Eastern language." The Tianhui of the past answered, "Yes, honorable father." She lowered her head and cried until she was almost silent. "All these years, I've been calling a bandit father." A notification appeared. The background has changed. The scene has shifted from an illusory remnant scene to an interactable physical scene. Please find the key item, Cloud Void Guide. Hei Xin pointed and said, "The scene changed again." He continued, "This is the current true state of your home. Try looking around to see if there's anything you want to take back as a keepsake." Before them was a scene of ruin and devastation. Everything had been burned to ashes. Tianhui stepped forward and said, "I'll probe underground with my divine sense. There seems to be something there, but it's buried quite deep." Seeing this, Hei Xin helped her. "I'll help you dig it up." Then he raised both hands and cast a spell. Immediately, the giant hand of the stone puppet appeared amid the ruins. In its hand appeared a sword and a manual of cultivation methods. Tianhui looked at them and asked, "Isn't this your blade?" He replied, "No." Hei Xin took the sword and handed it to her. "It's yours." Tianhui accepted it and stammered, "Huh, what?" He replied, "This blade was left behind by your father. It is also what guided you to find your true self again. It should have belonged to you from the start." Then he looked toward the cultivation manual and continued, "There's also a saber manual here. Your father probably left it behind too." She opened the book and read through it, then said, "This saber technique is specialized in countering the iron wall saber technique." Seeing Tianhui hesitate, Hei Xin asked, "What's wrong?" She said, "This saber technique is extremely difficult. It would take 15 whole years just to master the first level." Tianhui's body trembled as she continued, "But I can't wait that long anymore. Even if I could wait, Ryuzaki Zhengyi will soon realize I'm different from before." He spoke. "There's no need to wait." These words left her somewhat confused. Tianhui asked in confusion, "You mean?" But before she could finish, Hei Xin cast a spell onto Tianhui's forehead. He was transferring the technique to her. Red light illuminated the entire space. She sensed it too and said, "The moves and mental formula keep pouring into my head." A notification appeared. An advance has been provided to help Hua Tianhui comprehend the body-breaking saber technique. Another notification appeared. The repayment process for the body-breaking saber technique will be completed by you. During this process, 30% of the cultivation and merit you obtain will be repaid to Hei Xin as interest. Seeing this, Tianhui asked in confusion, "What is this?" Hei Xin answered, "This is the system homepage. As long as you accept my advance, you'll be able to see this. If you don't agree to pay me interest, you can cancel the advance." Suddenly she knelt and bowed deeply before him, leaving him stunned. "Master above, please accept one bow from your disciple." Hei Xin replied gently, "Hurry and stand up. I'll accept you as my disciple. Since you've just acknowledged me as your master, and I don't have anything precious, I'll give you a set of magic robes later." A notification appeared. Advanced mission Cloud Void Guide complete. Tianhui stood up and gazed into the distance at the sky. Sunlight spread throughout the space. A familiar red mark had now appeared on her hand. Tianhui looked at it and recalled what Hei Xin had said earlier. He had said, "With this blood curse, from now on, you and I are master and disciple, sharing the same health bar. From this day forward, all injuries you suffer will be borne by your master. Remember, this blade has a bloodshed effect. The more wounded you are, the stronger your attacks become." A voice suddenly came over. "Hanako, what are you spacing out for?" It was Chijua. He continued, "Father is speaking to you." Zhengyi was sitting at the table, speaking sternly. Although Hanako exposed a few flaws in her personality during the midterm exam, fortunately, she still knew knew to turn back, kill the one blocking her path, and even seize that treasured blade from me. The man revealed a malicious smile. As expected of my daughter, I did not waste all the effort I spent cultivating you over the years. Tianhui then raised her head and said seriously, there is something I do not understand, and I would like to ask you about it. Beside her, Qijue frowned and reminded her in a low voice, hey, why aren't you using honorifics? Where are your manners? She ignored him and asked in a deep voice, are the things you've done worthy of the words hanging above your head? Zheng Yi's eyes narrowed, and he asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Are you questioning the righteousness I have lived by all these years? As Tianhui tied up her hair, she answered, so-called benevolence and righteousness means constantly talking about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, while behind the scenes you steal, kill, set fires, and wipe out entire families. Hearing this, Qijue sprang to his feet in shock and asked, what are you saying? Everything father did was for our sect. After finishing her hair bun, she inserted a silver hairpin to hold it in place and said smoothly, skilled in petty rites, yet lacking great righteousness, obsessed with trivial formalities, yet without great virtue. A notification appeared. High-grade crescent head ornament. Reduces essence consumption when casting spells. Tianhui stood up, waved her hand, and changed into another outfit. She continued, you focus only on insignificant details while disregarding integrity and shame. You only fear official authority, yet do not know how to engrave virtue into your heart. Beside her, Qijue could only stand frozen and look at her. Another notification appeared. High-grade horseface magic skirt. Increases the power of moves using spiritual energy by 30% and automatically absorbs spiritual energy to restore itself. As she spoke, Tianhui cast a spell with her hands. Where power reigns, all must bend. The weapon on the table was immediately pulled by some force. In an instant, it flew over and landed neatly in her hand. Tianhui frowned and said, where fists are strong, all are manipulated. Qijue, who had been listening all this time, seemed unable to endure it any longer. His face filled with rage, he raised his hand and shouted, rebellious and unfilial. Today, I will eliminate you on father's behalf. Before he could do anything, Tianhui kicked him hard in the face. In an instant, the powerful kick sent Qijue flying through the door and outside. Zheng Yi finally spoke. It seems you have learned something somehow. In that case, I no longer need to pretend. His brows knitted tightly, and he shouted, men. Immediately, the thunderous footsteps of his subordinates rushed in. In the blink of an eye, a large group of Zheng Yi's subordinates gathered and lined up before Tianhui. The man shouted loudly and ordered, attack. The subordinates drew their swords one after another and charged toward Tianhui. One man rushed forward, swinging his sword in an attack aimed at Tianhui, but she remained calm and lightly raised her sword to block the slash. Tianhui lifted her leg and kicked him in the face. While he was sent flying backward, she turned to the side, where a sharp sword point had already stabbed toward her face. Tianhui spun, gliding lightly past him while unleashing a strike that split his body in two. She turned and saw throwing darts rushing toward her from all directions. Without a word, Tianhui hurled the scabbard in her hand, neutralizing the flying darts and hidden weapons. At the same time, the scabbard struck another subordinate directly, leaving the whole group shocked and terrified. He spat blood and fell motionless to the ground under everyone's horrified gazes. On this side, Tianhui suddenly chose to leap into the middle of the crowd, causing an uproar among them. What the hell? She jumped in herself. Everyone attacked together. Swing your blades and hack her to death. After that shout, they jump high into the air, raising their swords and preparing to strike her. Tianhui remained calm, lifting her sword to block the slashes coming down toward her. The subordinates turned to one another and said, hold on a little longer. Pin her down. The other surprise attacks are about to pierce through her. From behind, a man holding a sharp spear was charging in. Although she was resisting the enemies above, Tianhui quickly noticed him. She used instant wall lunge, moving as fast as lightning. She sprang high into the air and swung her sword all around, making the subordinates spray blood in bewilderment. With astonishing strength, Tianhui immediately pierced upward through the roof. The men looked up in confusion and asked one another, where did she go? Then Tianhui suddenly jumped down from somewhere, using her sword to cut vertically through a subordinate and split him in half. Another man saw that she seemed distracted and tried to raise his sword to attack, but she immediately countered and easily took him down. Tianhui did not stop. In the blink of an eye, she darted quickly through them, swinging her sword and defeating most of the subordinates. A loud voice rang out in warning. "What are you fools doing? So many people, yet you still lose to her alone? Maintain formation. Don't let her break through you." A blue-clad soldier said, "Do these idiots think they can win just by relying on numbers?" Although this girl was picked up from outside by the sect master and did not inherit his martial talent, when it comes to comprehension in the use of sabers and swords, she ranks among the very best in the sect. That person was Okawa Akita, one of the 3 swordsmen of the Shadow Sect. He continued, "Unless we, the 3 swordsmen of the Shadow Sect, make a move, this girl won't stop." A man wearing darker clothes turned and replied, "That makes sense." He was Nagano Chikyu, one of the 3 swordsmen of the Shadow Sect. "Then why don't you go? Why have you been hiding off to the side, watching the show for so long?" Akita added, "Do you think I'm stupid? All 3 swordsmen are here watching the show. No way am I charging in to become someone else's shield. Besides, success or failure with my sword-drawing art is decided in an instant. Naturally, I have to wait until she exposes a weakness first." In astonishingly little time, Tianhui had defeated all the subordinates. Their bodies lay scattered across the floor. By now, sweat was pouring from her. She opened her mouth and panted heavily. Tianhui propped herself up with her sword and bent over, struggling to catch her breath. On the other side, Akita's eyes flashed as he thought, "She's exhausted. A perfect opportunity." Akita then reached out and drew his sword. The blade flashed with dazzling light. He quickly vanished from where he stood, rushing toward her at great speed. Seeing this, Tianhui turned back, her face filled with surprise. Before she could collect herself, Ming Tai had already rushed forward and slashed at her neck. Blood immediately sprayed out, while he laughed with a sinister look. On the other side, Long Yin noticed something. She looked ahead and said, "That girl's aura is getting weaker." Long Yin turned and asked Hei Xian, "Aren't you going to help?" Hearing that, he replied, "I didn't expect you to care whether she lives or dies. I thought you would resent her. After all, she once used a formation to hold you back for quite a while." Long Yin snorted softly and said, "That petty little formation? I could have escaped without any effort. After I got out, I found the 2 of you had vanished. I even thought you had betrayed me and run away." Then Hei Xian clasped his hands and formed seals as he replied, "Help? Of course I have to help." Immediately, a wall slowly appeared, forming around the structure in front of them. It gradually enveloped the entire sect. This was called the Golden Light Rampart. Long Yin looked confused and asked, "You said you would help, but you mean locking everyone from the Ying sect inside? Doesn't that also lock Hua Tianhui in there too?" He replied, "It's fine. After all, I'll be taking the hits for her. And with the effect of blood boil added in, I believe in Tianhui. If things get too bad, I'll step in. We have to make sure not a single one escapes. If you want revenge, you have to uproot everything completely." At that moment inside, Tianhui had been struck and was lying on the floor, blood continuously flowing out. Ming Tai withdrew his sword and said, "One slash, and it's over. In the end, that's all you amounted to." Suddenly, he was startled when he saw her supporting herself with her sword and standing up, her body trembling violently. He said in shock, "Damn it, how is she still alive? I clearly cut through her neck." Ming Tai recalled the moment he attacked. When the blade swept across her neck, it had been blocked. Ming Tai continued, "Looks like that instinctive parry saved your life. Not bad luck, but this time I won't hold back." In an instant, he charged over like a gust of wind with a sinister grin on his face. At this moment, Tianhui used her ultimate technique, spiritual energy object control. The ground and wooden floor were immediately affected, shattering and flying up. They flew toward Ming Tai to stop his movement. But he swung his sword in a single slash and smiled. "You think this cheap trick can stop me?" A notification appeared, blood boil activated. Damage plus 30%. Tianhui swung her sword up and said, "It can't stop you, but making you draw first is enough." The sword slash lit up and came down, sparks and the sound of impact bursting outward. Tianhui was shocked to realize that her sword move had been blocked. It was Ming Tai. He laughed viciously. "Even without the advantage of drawing first, my speed is still enough to resist." Before he could finish speaking, Tianhui shouted in a low voice, "Defense-breaking blade art." In an instant, her blade slid past and struck straight at his head, shocking Ming Tai. A sharp sword slash came straight down his body. Blood sprayed from his flesh along the cut. The notification panel displayed, "Mission progress after using defense-breaking blade art in battle. Cast defense-breaking blade art, 1 out of 5. Defense-breaking blade art consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. When a parry succeeds, it ignores the opponent's defense and slashes directly at the enemy behind the weapon." On the ground now lay pieces of Ming Tai's body. The notification continued. "Current spiritual energy is too low. To continue using defense-breaking blade art, please wait for spiritual energy to recover." Jojo said, "The weakest one has been taken down." Shunshio replied, "The blade used to block is still intact. How did she cut the person behind the blade?" He thought to himself, "It has only been a few days, but her cultivation has advanced to this extent. If it were before, Ming Tai's draw strike would have been enough to kill her several times over." Juzo turned and said, "Let's go together. It's not that I lack confidence. I just think the credit for eliminating her should be shared evenly among everyone." Shinshio drew his sword and replied, "Agreed. You go first. I'll support you from behind." After speaking, he bent down and unleashed a move, Void Cleaving Slash. Sword energy slashed horizontally toward Tianhui. She quickly leaned back and dodged it. Juzo seized the chance and launched the next attack. But very quickly, Tianhui reacted and sprang back, using her sword to block the attack. His slash was too powerful and knocked Tianhui hard toward the wall, shattering the bricks and stones. Her body was also sent flying outside. At this moment, Tianhui quickly jumped out through that opening and landed. She looked at the weapon in her hand and thought to herself, "This blade is so heavy." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. Jojo had also chased after her and slashed straight at Tianhui. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she tilted her body and dodged. He snorted coldly while swinging his sword once again. The sword in Tianhui's hand was knocked into the air, leaving her slightly surprised. She reached out and summoned spiritual energy object control. Immediately, a blue glow radiated from her palm. Tianhui raised her hand, creating a spiritual energy barrier that blocked Jojo's sword strike. Dust, bricks, and stones flew up around them. Tianhui frowned and thought, the pressure on this blade. She was forced down to one knee by the force. Suddenly, a sword blade came from nowhere and swept across her body. Tianhui was cut in two by that slash. Her eyes still filled with shock, she let go. Juju laughed and said, "How cruel. You cut her in half." Shinshio answered from the other side, "Hurry up and give her another slash. Cut off her head to be sure." Hearing that, he raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow. When the powerful slash came down onto the ground, Tianhui quickly sprang up and dodged. Juju looked up, confusion obvious on his face. Before his eyes, Tianhui, who had just been split in two and was lying flat on the ground, had now stood upright again. Juju thought in terrified shock, how can she still stand up? In an instant, her waist recovered and healed. Seeing this, his face filled with disbelief, cold sweat running down as he thought. Not only the wound, her clothes are healing too. A fatal wound that nearly cut her in half healed in the blink of an eye. Can a healing art like this be controlled at the true essence condensation realm? Then Tianhui reached out and continued casting. Her sword immediately settled into her hand. Tianhui looked straight ahead and walked forward. The notification displayed. Blood boil activated. Damage plus 80%. Jun Judo slid uncontrollably across the ground. His body trembled as he gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell? Why did I unconsciously take a step back? She just has a healing method a little better than most people. But he quickly sprang up and shouted, no matter what, you can't withstand my blade. As long as I take your head, your healing arts will be useless. In an instant, Tianhui swung her sword and attacked him in return. Her feet glided rapidly across the ground as if skimming over waves. Their swords clashed, producing piercing clangs. Shio stood outside watching, utterly confused as he thought. She was cut across the body by Void Cleaving Slash, yet she can still keep fighting. Now, she can even wield a blade with one hand. He continued thinking, this brat is getting stronger the more she fights. We have to take her down quickly. After thinking that, he drew his sword. Shinshio rushed out and summoned a chain of void-cleaving slashes toward Tianhui. A force as fast as light came whistling over. Seeing this, Juju cursed in horror. Damn it, are you trying to cut me too? Shun Xiu watched with a faint smirk and said, "The sect will always remember your sacrifice." Juzo immediately jumped up and replied, "Like hell, I'll be your shield." But suddenly, a force appeared and pulled him back. Tianhui had summoned it, reaching out to drag Juzo back as she asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Before he could say anything, she moved Jujiro into the path of the incoming force. A bloody explosion erupted. Jujiro's body was blown apart, leaving only chunks of flesh. Shun Xiu witnessed the scene with a hint of satisfaction, but behind the layer of dust, there was no one except a pool of blood. He was shocked and wondered inwardly. She disappeared? Then Shun Xiu unleashed a move to the side and said, "Beside me? I've got you." In the blink of an eye, she leaned all the way back and dodged the killing move. Tianhui's arm then braced against the ground. A notification appeared. Spiritual energy has recovered. Defense-breaking blade art can now be used. Tianhui flipped upside down and used defense-breaking blade art, slashing straight down at Shun Xiu. He looked up and said, "You really are good at taking hits, but when it comes to swordsmanship, I am not in fur." Before he could finish speaking, her sword passed through his sword and cut down. Just as Shun Xiu finished the word inferior, Tianhui's sword split down the middle of his head. Tianhui dropped down hard, the blade dragging downward with her, blood spraying out along the sword. A notification appeared. Mission progress after using defense-breaking blade art. 2 out of 5. Tianhui lowered her sword. Drops of blood clinging to it dripped onto the ground. She turned her head and looked behind her. She saw Jingyi standing on the roof, clapping and praising her. "Good, very good," he continued. "Recently, you've been improving as fast as the wind. As your master, I am extremely gratified." Tianhui looked up, full of bitterness, and called out, "Longqi Jingyi." She jumped up, swung her sword, and continued, "You really make me sick." He quickly drew his sword and blocked Tianhui's attack. At the same time, he secretly launched a hidden weapon. She nimbly leaned backward to dodge. Tianhui flipped once, and then crouched down in front of Jingyi. He laughed loudly and said, "Back then, after I comprehended the Iron Wall blade art, I wiped out your entire family before you had finished learning it. It truly was a wise decision. This way, under heaven, I alone possess this ultimate technique." Hearing that, Tianhui mocked him, "Your mouth is about to split all the way to your ears." Jingyi asked in surprise, "Huh? So what?" She furrowed her brows tightly and said in a low voice, "You'd better keep that disgusting smile exactly as it is. Otherwise, when I split your brain open along that line later, I might miss." The instant she finished speaking, Tianhui shot up from where she stood and charged straight at him. Jingyi was also very quick, creating a sphere as a protective layer. Slash after slash came down onto his spherical shield. Jingyi moved continuously, carrying the barrier with him. Tianhui's sword moves were also unleashed non-stop as she tried to break through that defense. Jingyi's blade spun in a circle without the slightest opening. Tianhui did not dodge, instead swinging her sword wildly. Several bloody wounds appeared on her body. From inside, he said, "This automatic defensive blade formation only consumes a little of my magic power. Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to touch a single hair on my head. The harder you attack, the worse your injuries become. Let's see how long you can endure." Tianhui quickly summoned defense-breaking blade art. The blade move made her sword ignore the defensive layer of blades. In an instant, her sword aimed straight at Jingyi and slashed toward him. Seeing this, he immediately raised his sword to block her attack. A notification appeared. Mission progress after using defense-breaking blade art. 3 out of 5. He lowered his head and said softly, "As expected, that move of yours can only pierce through one layer of defense. I've been observing from the beginning until now. I saw through your technique long ago." After that, his blades slashed over once again. They continuously attacked Tianhui, leaving her unable to react in time. Blood sprayed like rain. A while later, she lay motionless on the ground. A mottled pool of blood spread out beneath her. Tianhui lay still without the slightest movement. Her image appeared on the surface of a cup of water. The spirit cat looked at it and said, "Your new little blood-sucking ghost is about to die." Suddenly, it looked up, slightly startled. It saw blood flowing from the dragon god's mouth and asked in confusion, "You're bleeding?" She replied, "It's just a little blood. Don't overreact." Behind the dragon god, blood was spraying out nonstop. The spirit cat cried in panic, "How? Is that a little? It's practically a billion." The two of them were now sitting and eating at a large table. It continued, "Honestly, I know you're using that brat, but you've taken so many hits for him and his disciples. If you don't have some huge scheme, I don't believe it." The dragon god spoke. "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." On the other side, Zheng Yi's face was filled with shocked terror as he stared ahead. Tian Hui had now stood up again and said, "What kind of expression is that? I told you to keep that wide grin." Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "This time, I will definitely chop you into minced meat." A notification appeared. Dragon King Hua Tianhui. Blood Boil activated. Damage plus 1,705%. Pebbles rose one after another around her. Tianhui raised her sword and charged straight ahead. She became invisible, passed through the layers of blades, and advanced directly toward Jingyi. Tianhui swung her sword and slashed him once again, but Jingyi merely smiled and used his blade formation to block her. His eyes lit up as he said in a low voice, "Die." Unexpectedly, Tianhui's sword ignored his blade once again. She slashed across Zheng Yi's mouth, throwing him into utter terror. In a daze, he thought, "What? It can even pierce the second layer?" Tianhui spoke. "I told you. I will definitely split open that disgusting mouth of yours." Then she swung her sword and cut deep into his mouth. Then she summoned defense-breaking blade art, double movement. Immediately, power surged forth and sliced away half of Zheng Yi's head. A notification appeared. Mission after using defense-breaking blade art completed, 5 out of 5. Beside the ruins, Zheng Yi's body lay there, blood spraying everywhere. Chijue was now hiding behind a wall and observing. He was terrified, but also furious, thinking to himself, "Father's iron wall blade art was supposed to be an absolute defense. How could it be shattered by Huazi?" After thinking that, Chijue hurriedly fled and thought inwardly, "No matter what, I am the sect master now." He smiled and continued thinking, "Once I escape and go to the distant Great sect to request aid, I'll come back and take your head. Whether you are Huazi or Hua Tianhui, it makes no difference." Chijue secretly felt pleased. As you people say, where there are green mountains, there will never be a shortage of firewood. At this moment, he suddenly stepped into a trap. A blazing red aura appeared and seized his leg. Only then did he realize he had fallen into a massacre trap. Then a massive pillar of flame erupted and burned brightly. A notification displayed. The Longqi clan of the Ying sect has been completely exterminated. Hua Tianhui's mission after using credit has been completed. Tianhui still stood there, looking at the flames before her. She looked up, her gaze filled with firm resolve, and thought, "Father, mother, sister, I have avenged you all." At this moment, wind blew through the bushes. Xian walked out from somewhere, raised his hand, and praised Tianhui. "Well done." A notification appeared. 30% of the cultivation and merit earned from this mission has been paid to Xian. Hua Tianhui's cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the True Essence Condensation Realm. Xian's current cultivation realm has reached its limit. He may use credit for the Golden Core realm. Tianhui stood sideways with her hand on her hip and said, "Master, this magic robe can't repair itself anymore." He raised 2 fingers and cast a spell, reassuring her, "It's fine. The spiritual energy in your body is just too weak right now. I've opened shop access for you. You can advance a new set." Tianhui raised her hand to choose from the wheel and replied, "Yes, thank you, Master." She continued, "I'll take this set. The style is similar and the attributes are almost the same." Her clothes were immediately renewed, but Tianhui then raised her hand to scratch her face and said somewhat hesitantly, "But after advancing it, I have to pay back 500,000 yuan. I can't afford that." Xian replied, "It's fine. Before you burned down the Longqi family's home, I had already collected almost all their assets. We can use their own inheritance to pay it back." Suddenly, the hairs on his arm stood on end. Xian looked shocked and vigilant as he said, "My hairs are standing up. There's killing intent." Suddenly, behind him, Long Yin radiated furious killing intent. With her hands on her hips, she said, "Master, you're favoring junior sister too much. I became your disciple first, so why didn't I get anything?" Seeing this, he realized what was going on, dropped his vigilance, smiled lightly, and coaxed her, "Calm down. I'll advance something for you now." She glanced sideways and replied, "That's more like it." Xian then asked, "Long Yin, what do you want to upgrade? Cultivation, equipment, or techniques?" She raised her hand, her gaze full of determination, and said, "Only children choose. I'll take all of it." Hearing that, he reached out and cast a spell. Credit upgrade, twin feather greatsword. Seeing this, Long Yin said, "I can see this system interface too." The panel displayed, "Twin Feather Greatsword upgrade completed. Please complete the mission within 1 week." After completing the mission, your cultivation, equipment, and techniques will be upgraded. If you wish to begin the mission, please press the button to be teleported to the corresponding secret realm. Xin raised his hand and selected yes. Once it was done, he reached out and asked, "Hey, are you planning to go right now? Aren't you taking the second round of the exam?" Long Yin replied, "What's there to think about? It's not like it's the real college entrance exam. As long as Master can take me with you when you ascend halfway through, I don't care." After saying that, she immediately vanished. Tianhui looked over and sighed. Senior sister is so cool. Xin turned back, looked at his phone screen, and continued. "Let her be. The school just sent a notice telling us to go pick up the admission cards for the second simulation exam." The scene shifted to the school. Qing Yin crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked in a serious tone, "Why are you two only coming to pick them up now? The other students finished collecting theirs a week ago." He replied, "I had too many makeup lessons and got so muddled I forgot." "Where's the exam room?" She answered, "The card is engraved with a Dharma seal. Once you activate it with spiritual power, it will teleport you straight to the exam site." Xin looked at the card in his hand and sighed. Such advanced technology. Qing Yin continued, "During the first mock exam, you really shone. You stood out even more than the school's top students. You jumped straight to first place in the entire grade." Hearing that, he raised a hand and scratched his head, saying modestly, "It was just luck. Just luck." She added, somewhat as a reminder, "This second mock exam is a joint exam for 10 schools. They're all experts, and there will definitely be people with vicious methods among them. Be careful." The next day, at the school's competition area, Tianhui asked, "Master, will we be at the same exam site?" Xin looked down at the card and replied, "Not sure. The exam sites are randomly assigned. Stay safe. We'll meet at the finish line." A powerful current of energy spread out from the card. Xin said, "Let's go." After that, he was teleported to the exam site by the Dharma seal. Xin opened his eyes and looked ahead. It was a different scene. He was standing beneath an enormous ancient tree. He raised his eyes and wondered inwardly, is this the ancient forest secret realm? I've only ever read about it in the outline before. Now that I'm here in person, I can see the trees here are much bigger than I imagined. Then, from high above, a drone appeared and flew over. It broadcast an announcement. The exam begins. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared behind Xin. Seeing it, he immediately glanced back. It was a huge black bear, a 5th-level spirit development bear demon. Its eyes were blazing red and filled with killing intent. It stared at him like food, drool dripping down. It instantly roared and swung its paw to attack Xin. He also reacted quickly, swinging his fist to counterattack. Xin's powerful punch slammed hard into its stomach, sending such a gigantic bear flying off the ground. The bear demon's face was full of shock and disbelief. It was quickly defeated, its blood dragging along with its body and leaving a long trail across the ground. The scene shifted to another place, where a bear demon was sent flying with an astonished expression. The one who attacked was Lai Juanhao from No. 6 High School at the True Essence Condensation Realm. The twin sisters, Sun Shang and Sun Xiang, stood to the side cheering. Young Master Lai, forever the strongest, forever the most handsome." He smiled smugly. The first question at the opening was only a free-point question. This one just now finally let me warm up a little. Juanhao remembered Xin's image and thought to himself, Xin, in the last mock exam, the reason I lost to you was only because I was careless. I'm not inferior to you. Just wait and see." Suddenly, there was a fluctuation that startled him and made him freeze. He glanced to the side. An elite bear demon was staring at Juanhao. Its cultivation was now the 6th level of True Essence Condensation. Only then did he notice its fierce, crimson eyes. At the same time, he saw the large scars covering the bear demon's body. Juanhao frowned as he looked up. At one glance, he knew this monster was a ferocious type that had stepped out of the brutal survival struggles of the demon race. This pressure could compare to that mushroom demon from before. Sun Shang hid behind a large rock and sighed. Young Master Lai is so handsome. Facing such a powerful demon, he still doesn't waver at all. Sun Xiang beside her agreed. But over here, Juanhao's legs were trembling uncontrollably, and he could not move. He looked down anxiously and thought, why can't my legs move? The bear demon suddenly sensed something. It was startled and froze. Unexpectedly, it ignored Juanhao, turned, and ran away. Seeing that, he looked extremely shocked and wondered inwardly, why did this demon run off? At the same time, Hei Xin ran over and swept past him with a smug smile. The gust of wind made Juanhao sway. He looked after the boy's back and wondered, was that Hei Xin just now? Over here, Hei Xin smiled wickedly and said, cute little bear, where do you think you're going? Somewhere else, blood had splattered across the tree trunks. There was also a great deal of blood on the ground and on the rocks. Juanhao was standing high above, observing. His face was full of horror, his eyes wide, as he looked at the scene before him. In front of Juanhao were the corpses of bear demons scattered all around. He could hardly believe what was in front of him. These dozen or so beasts are all elite monster cultivators at the 5th to 6th level of true essence condensation, yet he wiped them all out so easily, and I naively thought I could compete with him a little. A notification screen appeared. Magical projection. The first exam subject has ended. The second exam subject will begin soon. Candidates, please prepare carefully. Remaining candidates, 72 out of 100. Current overall score ranking. Zhang Zhishi, number 1 high school, 200 points. Hei Xian, number 6 high school, 200 points. Wang Ping, number 8 high school, 198 points. Hua Tianhui, number 6 high school, 186 points. Mo Dun, number 7 high school, 180 points. The student from earlier was Wang Ping, the top student of number 8 high school. He looked up and said, can you believe it? Someone actually turned a free-point question into a deadly question. For this second mock exam, the rules say only the top 10 students in each grade from each school can participate. You people have truly disgraced your school's top 10 title. Wang Ping turned to Tianhui and said, don't you think so, beauty? She said nothing and immediately leapt up an ancient tree as fast as lightning. He stretched out his hand and summoned the ground-shrinking art. Wang Ping also jumped up after her and continued. When I watched you in the first subject before, I already thought you had great potential. Have you considered joining our sect after the exam ends? With your extraordinary talent, once I obtain the qualification to accept disciples, the first thing I'll do is take you as my chief disciple. Tianhui turned back with an annoyed expression and thought to herself, first this guy steals my monster, and now he's following me around nagging nonstop. So annoying. A notification appeared. The second exam subject begins. A number of armor-piercing claws are hidden within the exam site. Collect 10 armor-piercing claws, and they can be combined into an armor-piercing spear, greatly increasing the chance of defeating the great demon guarding the pass. Over here, Mo Dun stood with his hands behind his back and deliberately acted mysterious. Isn't the great demon guarding the pass right there on the mountaintop? He used the wind-riding step-on-wind art, and his entire body immediately flew upward. Mo Dun was the top student of number 7 high school. He said, I'm the unparalleled genius of the Mo family, a genius who can ride the wind and fly even before reaching the Golden Core realm. What I need an armor-piercing spear for. Watch me directly behead this great demon. In front of Mo Dun now was a black bear at the 10th level of the True Suspension realm. Eliminate the black bear demon. He stretched out his hand and circulated his power, attacking arrogantly. What's this? I thought the demon guarding the pass would be impressive. Turns out its realm is only equal to mine. Then he summoned a wind control technique, Astral Wind Shatter Stone. A gale fiercer than a tornado swept toward the black bear demon. Everything shook. The earth and rocks were quickly split apart by the violent wind. Mo Dun's gale was truly too powerful. It surged in waves, destroying everything wherever it passed. Even a mountain before him was cut in half. Wang Ping, on the tree, looked over in disbelief. No way. That alone let him win this bet. At this moment, Mo Dun stood with his hands behind his back, full of confidence. The points for this second subject are mine. Suddenly, Mo Dun's face stiffened, and his brows furrowed in shock. He thought, I suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura. He shot upward into the air and muttered to himself, I should widen the distance first. Unexpectedly, the black bear demon appeared and leapt up after him. It had not been harmed at all, spreading its arms as it lunged toward Mo Dun. He was shocked and turned back abruptly. It's completely unharmed. After that, Mo Dun stretched out his hand and summoned a wind control technique, Wind Wall. The black bear demon's attack was full of power as it came crashing down from above. Mo Dun's defensive move looked tiny before it, and it was immediately pressed down bit by bit. By now, Mo Dun could no longer resist at all. His expression gradually became extremely ugly. He was straining with all his might to hold on, but the black bear demon's strength could not be underestimated. A huge explosion erupted in midair after the blow. Mo Dun was struck motionless by it and fell from above, crashing through the tree canopies before smashing hard into the ground. The violent impact caused the ground to split open. The black bear demon also jumped down from above after him. Wang Ping watched from above and cursed, Idiot! This is the consequence of not reading the question and acting recklessly. He even dragged the great demon down here. He continued, Luckily, it looks like it won't actively attack. The armor-piercing claws are on this great demon, but if we want to deal with it, we have to obtain the armor-piercing claws first. What kind of backward exam question is this? The great demon's claws were sharp and gleaming. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes looked a single move and thought, Earlier, I saw a few elite bear demons carrying armor-piercing claws. Although they're rare, if I work hard and hunt now. A bear with blazing red eyes was swinging its fist as it charged toward a student. Over here, the student looked up at the power surrounding the fist. The bear's punch quickly blasted away part of an ancient tree trunk. But immediately after, an attack shot over and stabbed straight into the bear's chest. Its body instantly sprayed blood everywhere, and the bear itself stared wide-eyed in shock. In the blink of an eye, the bear was defeated and fell to the ground, causing a tremor. That student had summoned a water jet line. He crouched beside the bear's corpse and said, Not every elite bear demon has an armor-piercing claw. This thing is extremely rare. Let's see if this one won the prize. Then he found a claw with some winding symbols on it. Looking at it, he sighed and continued, It really isn't easy. I had to beat more than 10 elites just to find one. He raised his head and saw a girl's figure moving swiftly. She was leaping nimbly through the trees, with 3 claws tucked at her waist. Seeing that, he exclaimed in disbelief, I can't believe she's already found 3. His killing intent surged. He stretched out his hand and roared, I can't lose. He summoned water palm lightning. At this moment, on another mountain, Hey Xin was standing upright on a cliff, observing. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. He glanced back. It was Tianhui. She had just landed, one knee on the ground and a hand braced against it, saying, Master, your disciple has collected 6 armor-piercing claws. If Master doesn't have enough, you can take them. Hey Xin refused her kindness. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need. After speaking, he raised his hand. A power full of killing intent appeared and surrounded him. Summon on credit, armor-piercing spear. Red light illuminated the entire area. Tianhui looked on, unable to hide her shock. A long spear appeared in his hand. Its power did not diminish, and killing intent surged fiercely as a barrage of attacks rained down on the monster. Immediately after, Wang Ping crouched beside the corpse of a demon beast and checked the situation. He laughed excitedly. Damn it, 9. Just one more. The system appeared and updated the collection progress. Wang Ping was now in first place. Seeing Hey Xin at the bottom of the rankings, he said arrogantly that Hey Xin could even solve the super difficult bonus question, but it turns out he's just trash. All reputation and no substance. This time, the one who passes the second subject will definitely be me. Before he could celebrate for even another second, the system suddenly announced, Hey Xin has completed the creation of the armor-piercing spear. Tianhui had not expected this either. You can even borrow something like this on credit? Master is amazing. Hey Xin silently evaluated that Mo guy's wind element spells just now were pretty good. I checked them. They're all public versions, with no copyright disputes involved, so they can be borrowed on credit. After that, he said aloud, Borrow on credit, wind control spell. Borrow on credit for Hua Tianhui. The scoring rules for the second exam subject are based on the damage each candidate deals to the Great Demon. In a moment, I'll shave the Great Demon's health down until it's almost gone. Then you rush in and finish it off. That way, the two of us will have the highest scores. Tianhui replied, "Yes, master." Then Hei Xin leapt down below. The distance from the cliff to the ground was extremely far, yet in the blink of an eye, he was about to reach the monster. When it saw Hei Xin, it also let out an earth-shaking roar. Meanwhile, he was using all his strength to prepare an attack. Hei Xin looked at the monster with deep, dark eyes. His feet moved nimbly as he glided through the air. Next, he flipped skillfully. A beam of light from the magic shone down dazzlingly. The monster was distracted by it, but just as Hei Xin struck, it leapt up in an instant. It did not stop there. He lifted his weapon again, the force so strong that earth flew everywhere. The armor-piercing spear. At this moment, it pierced through the thick dust toward the Great Demon. The monster, upon seeing it, used both hands and 10 spear-like points to block it right in front of its chest. Hei Xin strengthened his move with black nether thunder art. His power drowned both of them in red light. The monster showed signs that it could no longer hold on. It stared in astonishment as the spear tip sank bit by bit into its body. Before long, the monster was exhausted. Seizing the chance, Hei Xin pushed it back a long distance. Wind riding, step on wind art. At the same time, he stabbed fiercely into the Great Demon, making it slide backward for a long stretch. Right then, Wang Ping was sitting on a nearby tree branch and secretly observing. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, you dare steal my monster?" Mo Dun was lying unconscious on the ground. He woke up in confusion. Was I knocked out? Only then did he blankly glance to the side, where a brawl was unfolding before his eyes. Hei Xin forcefully pushed the monster all the way over here. Not only that, he also strengthened his technique. Next, he unleashed a chain of slashes, leaving the Great Demon covered in wounds. Then Hei Xin continued, thrusting the armor-piercing spear forward. He pierced through an entire massive tree trunk, splitting it in two, and it collapsed onto the ground. By instinct, Hei Xin glanced over Check. Who would have thought the monster was still standing tall on the ground, right beside the tip of his spear? Seeing this, Wang Ping laughed disdainfully. That bear demon shrank its body? It knew it couldn't dodge in time and couldn't block either, so it shrank itself to become more agile. He said smugly, "Let's see how you handle this, Hei Xin. If you can't manage it, I'll jump in and snatch the kill." Over here, Hei Xin continued fighting. He used his spear technique to thrust repeatedly, but the bear demon was still able to dodge some of it. This time, although the monster was wounded, it was still full of energy. It raised its hand to block the spear tip. The small bear angrily twisted its body and fought back, throwing a powerful punch. Fortunately, Hei Xin used his weapon to defend in time. He could assess that although this fellow had shrunk, its attack power was still very strong. Hei Xin analyzed. It condenses chi into armor over its arms. It didn't use that before it shrank. It must not be proficient in this move yet, so it can't cover its entire gigantic body. Physical defense combined with magical defense. No wonder the exam question said it greatly increases the probability of passing, not that it guarantees passing. Suddenly, he turned and leapt onto the cliff. Hei Xion's eyes were extremely calm as he looked back. The bear demon was rushing toward him, preparing to attack. Hei Xion spun the spear in his hand. Then he sprang backward and suddenly unleashed a reverse thrust. The monster panicked when it saw the spear tip about to stab into it. But at that very moment, light flashed in front of its chest. Spiritual energy gathered into a layer of defensive armor. Hei Xion looked at it with razor-sharp eyes. He changed his target. Borrow on credit. Throat-piercing thrust. He lunged forward like the wind and stabbed fiercely into the monster's throat. Blood sprayed nonstop. The attack was so powerful that it tore through 2 tree trunks behind it. Finally, it pinned the monster's entire body to the cliff face. Hei Xion checked the current situation. Wanting to precisely control its health until only half remains really isn't easy. But leaving this remaining half of its health for Tianhui to handle should still be enough to pass. Immediately after, he called out loudly, "Tianhui, hurry over." Mo Dun swept in from somewhere, fast as the wind. Sensing this, Hei Xion glanced over. Mo Dun had already prepared a scheme. Let me take the last bit of leftover health. Wind control, wind blade. His ultimate move made the ground shatter. Someone's voice suddenly rang out, leaving Mo Dun confused. He was stunned when he saw the scene before him. It missed. It turned out Tian Hui had quickly snatched the monster away first. Then she unleashed a technique, wind control, wind cutter. The great demon's body broke apart. The system announced, the armored bear demon has been eliminated. Mo Dun looked at Tian Hui and voiced his confusion. Object control, then wind control, and even a cultivation art I've never heard of. In his heart, he questioned, one after another, why do all of them know wind control? You lowborn trash aren't worthy of using high-level spells like those of the Mo family. Then he continued aloud, I only took a short nap, and you people already snatched my kill. The remaining health of the bear behind you belongs to me. Hearing this, Tian Hui said disdainfully, you only mentioned sleeping. As for why you were sleeping, you don't dare say a word, do you? Her attitude enraged Mo Dun. He was eager to make a move. Among the candidates here, you two are the lowest of the low. You have no sect background backing you, and no one can find any connection between you two and any important figure. He arrogantly believed, you two are mere powerless cultivators. Even if I kill you here, the examiners won't say anything. Tian Hui silently evaluated that disgusting smirk at the corner of his mouth. She looked closely at Mo Dun's despicable smile. It reminded Tian Hui of that Jingyi guy, and her gaze instantly sharpened as she marked him for execution. Tian Hui charged forward as fast as lightning, her target being Mo Dun. Up above, Hei Xin reminded Tian Hui with amusement not to kill the other examinees in the exam room. Montauk Dun scoffed. What the hell was he talking about? A lowborn nobody wanted to kill a genius like him? He immediately unleashed his move. Wind control, heavenly wind shield. Tian Hui struck, trying to tear apart his defenses. Thinking he was still in a safe zone, Mo Dun grew even more arrogant. This wind shield had merged with his magic power. Its defensive effect was absolutely inviolable. But before he could enjoy himself any longer, Tian Hui strengthened her attack. The blade technique bypassed the barrier and went straight inside the shield. Mo Dun had only just blinked when he found himself at death's door. How did that get in? Suddenly, Tian Hui shut her eyes, sighed, and lightly turned the sword in her palm, aiming the flat of the blade at his back. Immediately afterward, she changed direction and slammed Mo Dun straight into the ground. That terrifying force sent him flying away, then smashed him through the ground, kicking up a dense cloud of dust and smoke. Only then did Hei Xin come closer. That scared me to death. I thought you were really going to chop him up. Good thing you used the flat of the blade. Tian Hui was very quick-witted. The proctor was right above the exam room. Killing another examinee like that would cause a lot of trouble. She said in a low voice, but I'll remember that execution mark. The system updated the situation. This mock exam had ended. These are the final rankings. Hei Xin, Hua, Tian Hui, Wang Ping. Tian Hui spoke up. I only have 6 armor-piercing claws. I'm still short 4. Hei Xin refused to worry. It's fine. I'll go farm them right away. That AI-like voice rang out. I have a few here. I'll give them all to you. Wang Ping smiled brightly and handed the items toward the two of them. Hei Xin took the armor-piercing claws. You don't need them anymore? If you bring these back to forge weapons, they're top-tier materials. Wang Ping sighed. All the points were taken by you and student Tian Hui. What's the point of me keeping exam props? My family isn't short of weapon materials anyway. I might as well go with the flow and give them to you. Then he eagerly suggested, handsome guy, come over here. Let's talk privately for a bit. Let's leave the exam room first. Hei Xin looked wary. W, what are you planning to do? I'm straight, you know. The system announced that 10 out of 10 armor-piercing claws had been collected. The supplementary mission, Advanced Borrowed Armor-Piercing Spear, was complete. A while later, at a large center, a familiar voice rang out. The main reason I invited you two here today is that I think you are both rare talents. Wang Ping continued, just listen to me slowly. You put on a dangerous expression. Whether it's the college entrance exam or later entering society and becoming a slave to capital, the final goal is always to join a major sect. Wang Ping looked very determined. Normally, modern sects don't directly recruit high school students. But right now, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity that can save you both 55 years of struggle. As the son of the sect master of the body-tempering sect, one of the 10 great sects of the present day, He was extremely excited. As the destined future successor of the sect, I sincerely invite you too to join us. But Hey Xin said coldly, we already have a sect. After hearing that, Wang Ping looked as if he had turned to stone. Huh? Hey Xian pointed at Tian Wei. This is my disciple. She also pointed back at him. This is my master. Wang Ping's face instantly turned deathly pale. Damn it, what a waste of his grand speech. What's your sect called? Tian Wei suggested. Now that you mention it, I also forgot to ask what our sect is called. Master, please clearly tell him what our sect's name is. Seeing Hey Xian fall silent, she called again. Master, he blurted out, we're screwed. Only then did Hey Xian remember the crucial matter. I forgot to register the sect. Tian Hui was so helpless that she fell back in her chair. Only Wang Ping laughed with delight. His laughter echoed through the entire center. Next, at a large company building, Hey Xian was now standing in front of an elevator. Inside the surveillance room, Mo Dun was watching his every move. He gritted his teeth over a grudge that still had not been erased. Hey Xian stood at the end of the corridor. He heard people chatting. I didn't expect the registration process to go so smoothly. I thought it would be troublesome. At this moment, Hey Xian's footsteps stopped in front of window number 7. Sitting opposite him was Mo Kai. He asked, what procedure are you here for? Hey Xian answered without hesitation, I want to register a sect. Hearing this, Mo Kai asked for his name. The moment he answered, Hey Xian, it was as if lightning had struck Mo Kai's ears. His pupils widened in shock. While quickly typing, Mo Kai gathered the information. Do you have a letter of recommendation from a major sect? This made Hey Xian feel extremely helpless. No, Mo Kai's expression immediately darkened. Have you broken through to the Golden Core realm yet? Hey Xian replied casually. Oh, that's soon. Before Hey Xian could finish, Mo Kai interrupted. So you haven't. That made Hey Xian stand up in impatience. No, that's not. Mo Kai asked again. Do you have a Sect Master Trial certificate? Hearing this, Hey Xian looked like he was about to go crazy. What the hell is that supposed to be? Mo Kai typed while explaining. You enter the designated secret realm in the capacity of a sect master, complete the trial, and then receive the sect master trial certificate. Hearing this, Hey Xian moved closer and said in a low voice, then you have to let me register a sect first before I can go complete the trial as a sect master, don't you? Mo Kai also raised his voice. I don't care. You have to complete the trial first before you can register a sect. Hey Xian immediately widened his eyes and threatened him. Mo Kai could only clench his teeth and swallow in fear. After that, Hey Xian slammed the door shut and left. Now, Mo Kai finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought he was going to lose his temper. After all, he's a cultivator at the 10th level of the true condensation realm. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, making him jump slightly. What's there to fear from a low-born dog? Seeing Mo Dun walk out, Mo Kai was a little flustered. Cousin, Mo Dun's pupils widened with ambition. So what if he's at the 10th level of true condensation? During the second mock exam, didn't he almost lose to me? Hearing this, Mo Kai could only answer helplessly. He almost lost? At this moment, his gaze fell on the brace around Mo Dun's neck, and also on one of his arms, which was bound up. Mo Kai immediately raised a thumb and gave a reluctant compliment. Cousin, you're amazing. Then he carefully explained, originally, the first 2 conditions were already enough to block his path. But for the 3rd condition, he was originally supposed to receive a temporary sect master certificate after the preliminary review, use it to complete the trial, then come back and pass the final review to receive the official sect master certificate. Just now, I deliberately changed the requirement to target him. This time, we've blocked off every possibility of him establishing a sect. Hearing this, Mo Dun laughed with delight. So wait, Haixin, the registration office is full of my family's people. Since you offended me, I'll make things difficult for you for the rest of your life. The scene shifted to Hey Xian's apartment complex. A few apartments were still lit. He sat across from Tian Hui and asked what prerequisites are needed to break through to the Golden Core realm. She immediately explained in detail. First, you must cultivate to the 10th level of the true condensation realm. Master, you've already met that requirement. At this point, Tian Hui's gaze sharpened. You also need to take Blazing Flame Mushroom and Cold Bone Grass. Both are rare medicinal herbs. You have to enter a high-level secret realm to collect them. Hearing this, Hey Xian quickly searched online. Let me check whether these medicinal herbs and the Sect Master trial are related. I'll try to solve everything in one go. After only a few seconds, his eyes lit up. Ah, found it. There's a Sectmaster trial secret realm where records once showed blazing flame mushroom and cold bone grass being collected. This is the one. Suddenly, Xin paused slightly. But this secret realm is on another sect's territory. If I want to go there, I can only join someone else's team. Tianhui also had to pay attention, but their team entry requirement is, on the screen, it said, forming a team for the Sectmaster Trial Secret Realm, the Impermanent Strange Realm, requires one sect master who has already completed the trial. The scene shifted to another place. Yihong was gradually becoming impatient. Brother, how much longer do we have to call people? I'm dying of anxiety. Du Bing comforted her at once. Baby, don't worry. I just found someone. The moment Su Zhan saw Xin, he called out, He's here. Yihong glanced at Xin and could not help complaining. Brother, how did you call someone like this? Why is he a student? He obviously doesn't meet the team entry requirement. Even so, Su Zhan still asked him, Kid, did you carefully read the team entry conditions? Hearing this, Xin also answered perfunctorily. I read them carefully. Then Su Zhan took out a Sectmaster Waste token. You have to have this official Sectmaster Waste token to join a team. How could a student like you possibly have one? Xin answered while using his hand to control magic. Ido. Of course I do. Wait a moment while I look for it. Hearing this, Su Zhan immediately showed disdain. Bluffing? Or would a high school student like you get one? At the same time, the system voice rang out. Advance borrowing official Sectmaster Waste token. The next second, Xin held it out in front of Su Zhan. See? A freshly made Sectmaster Waste token. This made Su Zhan exclaim, Holy crap. After that, he focused and used magic. He opened a path from the cliff face ahead. A crack split open, letting a strong wind rush out, and then they quickly stepped inside. Let's go. Xin looked around and sighed in amazement. So this is a hidden secret realm entrance opened by a special incantation. Ahead, Su Zhan also answered, These secret realms are all-important sect assets. We can't let outsiders enter casually. Suddenly, Xin noticed something else. Can I ask a question? Is it rare for high school students to establish their own sects? Su Zhan nodded and explained in detail, Yeah, it's pretty rare now. In the past, you could apply as long as you reach the true condensation realm. For example, the Ing sect, I don't know who wiped them out. Their sect master, Ryuzaki Soichi, had only just broken through to the true condensation realm when he applied to establish it. Back then, it was still approved. At this point, Su Zhan glanced at Xin with a dangerous look. But now competition is too fierce, so the entry threshold has been raised. In principle, anyone below the Golden Core realm won't be approved unless they have a letter of recommendation from a major sect. In that case, they can be specially reviewed. How can an ordinary high school student reach the Golden Core realm? You must have a letter of recommendation from some major sect, right? You got a bit of background. Hearing this, Xin chuckled inwardly, finding it somewhat amusing. At the same time, Yihong reminded them as she walked, Brothers, this time you have to help me complete the Sectmaster trial. Su Zhan immediately put a hand on her shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely carry you through. Du Bing also added, That's right. With two big shots like us here for you to rely on, what is there to worry about? Seeing this, Xin finally understood. So that's how it is. Two people are carrying one person. No wonder this secret realm clearly only needs 3 people to enter, yet they insisted on bringing one more. They're looking for an idiot to be deadweight. But he quickly pushed that thought aside and opened the system panel. Forget them. As long as it doesn't affect me completing my mission, it's fine. Very soon, a long mission board appeared. Xin raised 2 fingers and began casting magic. Advance borrowing the Golden Core realm. At the same time, the system gave a prompt. You can now assign most of your deferred repayment missions to your disciple to complete. He immediately remembered. Perfect. Tianhui also needs to complete training in the wind control art. I'll assign this to that girl. The next second, the system announced, Supplementary mission Wind Control Art has been assigned to Hua Tianhui. Suddenly, Yihong glanced toward Xin and asked, Brother, how strong is that outsider? Su Zhan could not hide his impatience. Look at that clueless look of his. How strong could he possibly be? Immediately afterward, his pupils turned bloodshot in a dangerous way. Use intersect telepathy. Don't worry, he's only a human shield. We won't let him affect our plan. At this moment, he asked aloud, 3 branching cave entrances? This made Yihong a little suspicious. Haven't you been through this place before? Why does it seem like this is your first time here? Du Bing answered, guess why this place is called the Impermanence Strange Realm. Every time you enter, the terrain changes at random, adding many uncertain factors. Otherwise, why would this place be designated as a Sect Master Trial Secret Realm? If it were easy, there'd be no need for 2 sect masters like us to lead you through. Su Zhan's eyes widened, and a dense killing aura spread around him. Divine sense. In an instant, the entrances of the caves were all surrounded by magic power. He pointed forward, then turned back and said to Hey Exan, little handsome guy, I helped scout ahead for you. The middle cave has the lowest difficulty. We'll take a small loss and give it to you. Hey Xian also nodded. Oh, then he walked straight inside without the slightest hesitation. Outside, all of them could not hide their sinister expressions after successfully tricking Hey Xian. See, this guy is really easy to fool. It's exactly because idiots like him exist that our plan succeeds again and again. At this moment, Yihong asked as she walked, how much harder is the cave he went into compared with ours? Su Zhan answered in satisfaction. They're worlds apart. He raised his head, his voice full of cruelty. The left cave we're taking doesn't have any small monsters. We just need to deal with the boss. When I scouted earlier, I even sensed a familiar demonic aura, which proves it's one I've beaten before, so it's a pretty sure thing. Then Su Zhan explained in detail, but the middle cave is completely different. I sensed a whole pile of completely unfamiliar demonic auras, which proves the demons there are not only strong, but as numerous as ants. That student brat's Sect Master token was definitely obtained through backdoor connections. Just looking at that baby face, you can tell he has absolutely no practical combat experience. If he runs into a situation like that, he might be so scared he pisses himself. On Hey Xian's side, he was still following the path Su Zhan had pointed out. Su Den Li, Hey Xinxia Pupin Waideng. There's something here. Immediately, he quickly realized an arrow was flying toward him, but Hey Xian skillfully knocked it away. He looked straight ahead, noticing something strange there. Without wasting a second, Hey Xian used the move Wind Control Void Shattering Palm. He extended his hand forward, creating a powerful surge of qi. Everything around him shattered, and at the same time, a suspicious object was revealed on the cliff wall. Part of the monster's body had been smashed apart, and fragments of its body slowly fell. According to the system information, it was an umbral mushroom demon archer at the 5th level of the true condensation realm, now eliminated. Only now did Hey Xian get a clear look. An invisible demon. I almost ate that arrow. Luckily, I've already experienced the Golden Core realm, so my ability to sense demonic aura is much sharper. But immediately afterward, his pupils sharpened warily. With a single movement, Hey Xian caught an arrow aimed at him. He continued using his technique to counterattack. That powerful magic seemed as if it would sweep everything away. Another umbral mushroom demon archer was eliminated. Hey Xian stood upright and observed the scene ahead. Then he saw a strange light spreading beneath his feet. A monster appeared and attacked him with a weapon, its face full of confusion, but its sword was immediately blocked by Hey Xian's spear. He gripped the staff-like spear, radiating magic power in his hand, his gaze turning cold. It's one thing if they're far away, but how can I fail to detect killing intent this close? After that, Hey Xian showed no restraint and stomped hard on his own spear. He launched powerful attacks at the monster in succession. Hey Xian spun his staff, and the creature looked as if it was about to shatter. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he saw something. Hey Xian immediately swung his staff to destroy what he had just seen. He kept striking in every direction through the air, and then Hey Xian turned his body to create a cyclone. Monster slime gradually appeared in midair. They were all eliminated by him at once, not a single one spared. Now Hey Xian stood watching the monsters gradually collapse. Before long, they had nearly been wiped out by him. He did not stop there. Hey Xin continued bending down to collect cores. He swung his staff again, carving beautiful arcs into them one after another. Now Hey Xion's face darkened dangerously. A whole bunch of bastards who only know how to hide in the bushes and snipe. He drove his spear hard into the ground, as if trying to make the earth burst apart. Not only that spot, but every other corner was also shaken by this attack. The rock walls gradually cracked, and the entire cave seemed as if it would collapse. As for the monsters, they were also suppressed by this strike. At this moment, they showed disdain. This enormous super cyclone looks impressive, but it turns out it doesn't have any damage at all. So that's it. Immortal cultivators aren't much after all. Immediately afterward, Hey Xin appeared like a demon, scaring them half to death. But now I've caught you. One of them still tried to raise its bow, an arrow to attack him. But Hey Xin quickly extended his hand and used a technique, causing everything around to shatter and sink into dust. A giant handprint was stamped into the ground. Even against the most solid rock walls, countless figures of invisible demon beasts appeared. They kept firing arrows, and however many arrows they shot, Hey Xin blocked them all. The current scene was a great battle. At this moment, not far away, someone was standing there observing everything. Su Jun frowned tightly, as if he could not believe his eyes. Beside him, Yihong could not hide her curiosity and asked, "So, is that idiot still alive?" By now, unease was written clearly in his eyes. The original plan had been to push him out as cannon fodder, and, at the same time, scout the way to see what kinds of demons there were, and what moves they used, so that when they went in later, they would know how to plan. Who would have thought that Brat would clear the stage so easily? Then Su Jun lowered his voice toward him. Du Bing, change of plan. We're not dealing with this demon king here anymore. Du Bing immediately looked up. Without the slightest restraint, Su Jun said, "Lure this demon king over to that idiot." Hearing this, Du Bing used magic to conjure an axe. Then he swung it forcefully in circles through the air. Du Bing drove that axe into the object before him. Immediately, it spewed fire and smoke, then shattered. Meanwhile, Hey Xin was still showing extreme focus. Slashes flew everywhere. Hey Xin kept swinging the enormous spear downward. Then he landed on the ground. Suddenly, blood flowed from the back of Hey Xion's neck. He quickly ran out of the spot where he had been standing. Something had flown into the sky one step faster. Hey Xin glanced back and felt somewhat lucky. Only when it grazed past his neck did he realize that this attack had not come from the soldier golems. If he had not reacted quickly, his head probably would have been gone. Then he pointed his spear downward and drew a circle around himself. Hey Xin created a barrier to protect himself. Defensive barrier. On the ground, something strange suddenly happened. Something unexpectedly burrowed out, sprang up from beneath the earth, and slammed hard into the barrier. Hey Xin quickly raised his hand and cast a spell. The thing that had just flown upward was the shadow demon, and below her, a giant fist followed after her. That hand tried to reach out and catch her. A tremendous force spread out around the area. The shadow demon charged close to Hey Xion's barrier. Attacks instantly appeared all around. Hey Xin stretched his hand forward, his attitude furious as he demanded, "That racket is deafening. Will you shut up or not?" Then he quickly unleashed a powerful strike. Black Nether Thunder. Its destructive power was terrifying. Everything around them seemed to explode. Hey Xin raised his brows, also surprised and impressed. Even Chain Thunder didn't hit. Among all the demons I've met, this one is the fastest. The shadow demon glanced inside and had to admit it as well. That protective ring really is tough. Ordinary slashes don't do a thing. She carefully observed its structure, calculating how to break it. If I can't break it from the outside, then what about the ground inside the barrier? After that, the shadow demon used a spell and gradually vanished from where she stood until her figure could no longer be seen anywhere. Inside the circle, Hey Xin also glanced around to observe. Suddenly, from one side, a sword shot straight toward him. He widened his eyes, revealing an extremely surprised expression. From beneath the ground, the shadow demon rushed straight upward. A long cut appeared on Hey Xion's face and began to bleed. She smiled with delight when she discovered the truth. So that's it. The flaw in this barrier is under your feet. But immediately afterward, the shadow demon realized in disappointment. A stone substitute? Damn it, I fell into a trap. Then she tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, the shadow demon painfully slammed her head down onto the ground. The situation now had the two of them standing face to face. The shadow demon calmly reassessed the problem. So all this time, you deliberately didn't set up the barrier beneath your feet in order to lure me in here. She pointed forward and warned him, "Careful. In such a cramped space, fighting me with a long spear is basically self-destruction." But he was not afraid at all. He raised both hands and emphasized, "Who says fighting monsters means you have to use a weapon? 100-tempered steel stone skin art." The shadow demon also sped up and charged straight at him. "I'll warn you first. If you can't beat me later, don't even think about opening the barrier and running." The two sides did not hesitate to clash head-on. The atmosphere of the battle became extremely tense. Hey Xin used his bare hand to grab one of the shadow demon's hands. She tried to let go of her sword and sent it flying forward. Hey Xin sped forward to pressure his opponent. The shadow demon was caught off guard and dropped the sword she was holding. "What?" Then she vanished right before his eyes. He turned his face back and smiled provocatively. "Couldn't win, so you went invisible and slipped away? How about it? Need me to open the barrier so it's easier for you to run?" The shadow demon, still invisible, hid in a corner. She clenched her teeth, looking extremely furious. "Damn it. Right now, all I want is to strip his bones out. But I won't fall for his trap again. I'll just stand still here and see what you can do. That wind escape scraping gale trick of yours and your little cannon fodder soldiers are useless against me. My concealment escape is far more advanced." Hey Xin summoned a ball of power in his hand. Still not coming out? Seeing this, the shadow demon's eyes opened wide in fear. No way. Is he planning to use that in such a narrow space? Isn't he afraid of blowing himself up too? Hey Xin calmly threw it down onto the ground. A huge explosion immediately erupted, cracking the earth. The shadow demon was also affected, and part of her body dissolved. After that, she smiled in relieved joy. "I gathered all my demonic energy to defend myself, yet I was still injured this badly. That brat must definitely be injured no less than I am. Besides, the barrier has been released. I can continue hiding." But then she opened her eyes wide in panic. Why can't I use concealment escape? Behind her, Hey Xin had already grabbed the shadow demon's hair. "Where are you going? Let's keep playing." She began to panic, unable to understand why he was completely unharmed. He used his full strength and prepared a powerful punch. Earlier, at the instant of the explosion, Hey Xin had used the stone shield art to defend himself. It had protected him completely from the destructive force of black. Nether thunder. A surge of power appeared, healing the wounds on his flesh. Hey Xin glanced back and quickly realized the Dragon King used her power again. Back in the present, the shadow demon widened her eyes in shock and thought, why is he totally unaffected at this moment? Hey Xin yanked her hair hard toward the back. Suddenly, a demon used a spell and attacked him by spitting fire. It was the Golden Core Realm Blazing Fox Demon. The power of its flames grew stronger and stronger. The shadow demon had no choice but to raise her hand to block some of it. After that, thick smoke rose everywhere. In the distance, Hey Xin stood observing the situation. Hiding behind a rock, he was confused. Isn't this fire-breathing great demon the one from that harder cave? Why did it run over here? Suddenly, Hey Xion's eyes widened in surprise. Another surge of power came from nowhere and headed straight toward Hey Xion. Fortunately, he quickly jumped aside and dodged the attack. Hey Xion turned his head to look at the figure standing behind him. He was puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Why did the great demon from the third cave also come here? It was the Golden Core Realm Frostbone Great Demon. Hey Xion opened his eyes wide and used the technique Spiritual Sense. A terrifying force radiated outward, shaking the surroundings. Thanks to this, 3 figures in the distance who were secretly observing him were revealed. He quickly recognized them and became furious. Sure enough, those 3 bastards are behind this. Then Hey Xion leapt high into the air. He charged straight toward the Frostbone Great Demon. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon was surprised. He's really just charging straight in. The Frostbone Great Demon also cast a spell and summoned ice. Haisika Bao Fu Dao. A huge circular block of ice spun through the air. Seeing this, she was also startled. From afar, the blazing fox demon was also walking straight over. A tremendous power seemed to erupt there. Then the blazing fox demon was trapped inside the ice block. Watching from afar, the shadow demon suddenly realized in astonishment. So he borrowed the ice to kill the demon. From inside the ice block, a blazing red light appeared. The blazing fox demon spat fire, shattering the layer of ice. The scorching flames burned everything around them. After they vanished, a mark appeared on the ground. The frostbone great demon widened its eyes blankly. Over on the other side, the blazing fox demon had the same expression. The shadow demon broke out in a cold sweat and looked fed up. Two idiots. Suddenly, the frostbone great demon was unexpectedly attacked. The blazing fox demon also suffered the same situation. The two of them focused their gazes in the same direction. Hey Xin raised two middle fingers in challenge. Come here, you bastards. As soon as they heard that, they quickly advanced. The two of them unleashed fire and ice to fight. The scene shifted to where the three others were standing. Yihong pointed forward, puzzled as she wondered, why is the sound of fighting getting closer and closer? Beside her, Su Jun confidently guessed. His plan is to lure all the great demons toward us. Does he think we're idiots? As if we don't know to run. In his mind, he also had to think, I have to admit, being surrounded and attacked by three great demons and still not dying, and even trying to drag the monsters back this way. Who would have thought this guy with backing actually had some ability? After that, Su Jun took the lead and ordered everyone, let's go. Retreat to the entrance of the secret realm. If anything changes, we run immediately. A light suddenly appeared on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat and discovered in fear a formation, a trap. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion occurred. Su Jun actually managed to slide away in time and avoid it. The two men escaped in time, but Yihong lost part of her body because of the trap. Su Jun walked over and saw Yihong clutching her arm in pain, begging for help. Brother, hurry and heal my injuries. But he did not stop. He walked straight past, leaving her stunned. Brother? Around that area, a circular barrier appeared. Su Jun was extremely surprised now, wondering, when was this trap barrier set up? Hey Xion's voice came from afar, answering frankly, of course, it was when you first started pretending to be kind. Then he stepped into the barrier with a confident bearing. Did you really think I wasn't on guard against you? Su Jun stretched his hand forward and unleashed an attack in anger. You dare to set a trap for me? Light escape, light burst bomb. Hey Xion quickly counterattacked. How did you know I was planning to turn the tables on you two? Earth branch spell, concealment escape. Su Jun was stunned and shrank back, asking, what do you mean? His attack struck a hazy black shadow outside the barrier. The blazing fox demon slowly appeared and stepped into the barrier. He broke out in a fearful cold sweat, stunned speechless. At this moment, Su Jun had to face the enormous demon directly, a demon filled with killing intent. Right then, the blazing fox demon used all its strength to spit out blazing flames. In this critical situation, Su Jun quickly jumped and dodged the attack. He took the initiative to retreat. Seeing the flames about to surge toward her, Yihong shouted in panic, Brother, save me! In the blink of an eye, she was completely burned to ashes. Su Jun clenched his teeth and landed on the ground, only to collide with another huge figure. Before he could understand what was happening, the frostbone great demon concentrated and fired freezing ice toward him. Seeing this, Su Jun hurriedly shouted the technique, Light Shield. He braced himself to block the attacks from both sides. Then Su Jun anxiously ordered, You want me to take on two great demons alone? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help Du. Bing! At this moment, Du Bing suddenly froze in place. Seeing that abnormal behavior, Su Jun's eyes widened in shock. By now, Du Bing's entire body was unexpectedly trembling violently. He looked down at the spear point in his chest in confusion. How did he dare launch a sneak attack? Even my cultivation didn't notice it. As soon as he finished speaking, power suddenly erupted from the spear. Haisin the soliti suset in eliminating Du Bing. Next, Su Jun stared in astonishment as Hei Xian gradually vanished. At the same time, the shadow demon stood in a corner observing the situation. After witnessing the scene just now, she was stunned and thought to herself, concealment escape is the ultimate art I spent my whole life mastering. How did he learn it with just one glance? Facing someone like this, exactly how much chance of victory do I have? The shadow demon hesitantly reached out. This barrier only allows entry, not exit. Shall I go in? Meanwhile, Su Zhen was frantically fleeing from the firepower of the blazing fox demon. The frostbone great demon continuously fired spherical projectiles. One of the spheres blocked his escape route. Su Zhen was stunned and turned around to look for another path. However, behind him was a huge blaze. Su Zhen refused to give up. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Great shield of light." He created a shield to block the powerful explosion. Seeing this, the shadow demon's brows knitted slightly. A huge barrier in front of him was smashed into by the flames. As soon as the glass-like layer shattered, Su Zhen curled his lips in satisfaction. He sneered in contempt, using a great demon's attack to break the barrier, borrowing force to counter force. Anyone would know how to do that. Su Zhen sprang backward, then threatened coldly. "No matter where you're hiding, you can forget about taking the college entrance exam." He was filled with resentment as he pointed and swore, "Once I get out and summon the experts of my sect, your entire sect is finished." Only then did Su Zhen suddenly notice his own neck. He blankly stopped and looked at the shadow demon before him, stammering, "You." Su Zhen stammered in horror and asked, "You're a demon. Why are you helping an immortal cultivator?" The shadow demon calmly replied, full of mystery, "True. Who knows?" After finishing him off, she calmly turned and left. Right then, the shadow demon stopped when she sensed an unfamiliar aura. She turned her head and gave a fierce look. The blazing fox demon saw that it had been discovered and jolted in fright. It hurriedly launched fire toward the shadow demon. An endless line of fire stretched forward. In an instant, she gracefully passed through its body and decisively slashed once. As soon as she finished the movement, a freezing ice attack came crashing down. The shadow demon skillfully slipped through the attack. After that, she unleashed a continuous flurry of sword strikes on the frostbone great demon. After the battle ended, the shadow demon calmly walked forward. All of a sudden, she abruptly knelt down. The shadow demon pleaded sincerely, "Immortal cultivator, if you do not disdain me, I am willing to enter your sect as a disciple and follow you in service for the rest of my life." Hei-Exin, hidden within his concealment, let out an astonished "oh." He revealed himself, then asked coldly, probing her, why the sudden change of heart? She explained honestly, "If that blazing fox demon hadn't charged out, then just now, I would already have been sent to my death by you. I realize that you are different from other immortal cultivators. My secret art, you learned it with just one glance, and you even used it so skillfully. Among those who have challenged the sect master, you are the youngest and most promising person I have ever met." Without hesitation, the shadow demon added, "It just so happens that those two fools have annoyed me for a long time as well, so consider this a convenient greeting gift." She respectfully presented the items. "These are their demon cores. As for materials like blazing mushrooms and frostbone grass, I have also collected them for you." Hei-Exin bluntly made a demand. "What's so impressive about using someone else's demon core as a greeting gift? If you have the ability, hand over your own demon core." Hearing this, the shadow demon was stunned speechless. At this moment, Hei-Exin guardedly tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. She clenched her teeth and, trembling, touched her own chest. Without another word, the shadow demon pierced her hand through her skin and sincerely presented it. "This is your disciple's demon core. Master, please accept it." The scene shifted to the small apartment in the early morning. Hei-Exin opened the door wearily. Who was it this early in the morning? As soon as he saw the person, he said in frustration, "So, it's Tianhui." She smiled and raised a bag of food. "I was running past and bought breakfast for Master on the way." Hei-Exin grumbled while closing the door. "Didn't I give you a key? Just come in." Tianhui honestly stated her view. "That won't do. No matter what, I have to knock first. What if Master is doing something strange in the room?" Hearing this, he looked suspicious. "Something strange?" She glanced around and said, "Strange." Hei-Exin hurriedly defended himself. "I'm not doing anything shady in the room." Tianhui, flustered, denied it. "That's not what I mean." She cautiously examined the room. "This room gives me a very odd feeling, as if..." Before she finished speaking, Tianhui keenly turned to the side. She reached out and grabbed the concealment screen in front of her. Tianhui decisively seized the arm inside and pulled it out. She widened her eyes and accused. There's a demon causing trouble. Here, the shadow demon mischievously teased. I was only planning to pat senior sister on the shoulder and scare you a little. Although I didn't deliberately suppress my aura and I hadn't activated my concealment technique to its fullest, you still caught me. Senior sister has some skill after all. Seeing this, Tian Hui frowned and turned to complain. Senior sister? Master, you accepted a demon as your disciple? Looks like I really am about to be retired. She calmly accepted the situation as a done deal. I'll go take a bath first. Right then, a knock sounded at the door, making He Xian suspicious. Who is it this time? He asked aloud. Who is it? Outside, he loudly reported, It's me, Wang Ping. Startled, He Xian took a step back. Damn it, why did he suddenly come here? He Xian waved his hand, signaling, hurry and hide. The one knocking is also a cultivator. I'm not that close to him yet, so I don't know how he'll react if he sees you. Seeing her rush off to hide without thinking, he was stunned and called out, Hey, that's the bathroom. With no other choice, He Xian had to open the door. The moment the door opened, Wang Ping greeted him with a cheerful face. He Xian did not waste words and went straight to the point. One honored guest. Why does classmate Wang have the time to visit me today? He held out a red-sealed envelope. Here's your letter of recommendation. He Xian cheered in delight. Wonderful. Thank you so much. How did you know I was short of this? Wang Ping calmly explained. The other day, I heard you hadn't registered sect yet. As soon as I got home, I asked my family for a letter of recommendation. I figured that since I couldn't recruit you anyway, I might as well do a good deed to the end. Connections have to be built from the roots up. But right then, he suddenly realized something. Wait, you were short of one. Wang Ping hurriedly pressed him with questions. Those sect master trials and whatnot. You already solved them all? He Xian hesitated, then answered, That's right. He nodded in admiration. Not bad. I knew you were impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this incredible. After that, Wang Ping promised, then I'll be off. If I ever need your help in the future, I'll definitely come find you. He Xian affirmed, Of course, absolutely. On the way back, in the car, the driver voiced his confusion. Young master, you seem to care quite a bit about him. Wang Ping nodded in praise. He has great potential. Hearing that, the driver asked in puzzlement, Is it because he came from a lowly background but broke through to the true essence condensation realm so early? The driver continued analyzing. It is indeed extremely outstanding to reach that level without the resources of a powerful family. But this city is not short of excellent students in the true essence condensation realm with better backgrounds. Those top school tyrants in that circle are the ones the old master has his eye on. Wang Ping snapped coldly. Of course, the old man's opinion must be respected, but I have my own standards too. Besides, if you follow me and every time you open your mouth, it's the old master, and every time you shut your mouth, it's still the old master, then get lost and disappear from my sight. Frightened, the driver hurriedly corrected himself. I misspoke. Young master's lesson is right. From now on, I will definitely listen only to you. Meanwhile, Wang Ping pondered deeply. True essence condensation realm? The feeling he gave me just now? I'm afraid he has already broken through to the golden core realm. At the same time, inside He Xian's apartment, a confirmation notice appeared. Sect registration complete. Golden core realm complete. You may now advance cultivation methods and equipment as desired within certain limits. He Xian calculated with satisfaction. Great. I've been planning this idea for a long time. Looking toward the bathroom, He Xian wondered anxiously. Speaking of which, those two have been in there for quite a while. By now, they should have finished bathing. What are they doing in there? Inside the mist, the shadow demon hugged herself against the cold and sighed in relief. That obstacle finally left. Without hesitation, she pulled the curtain open directly. The shadow demon smiled mischievously with delight. Tian Hui, who was bathing, instinctively stopped what she was doing. Huh? What are you planning to do? The shadow demon smiled enchantingly and replied with implication. Since I've already joined the sect, I have to test senior sister's level a little. She resisted in panic. What are you doing? Have you no decency? The shadow demon kept teasing her. Don't act all coy. Just now, when you broke my concealment technique, you were very decisive. Right then, Tian Hui circulated her power and ordered, You, hurry. She unleashed an attack that blasted the wall apart. Stop right now. Feeling the tremor in the apartment building, the residents were terrified. Whose gas tank exploded? Looking at the ruins in front of him, He Xian froze for a few seconds. He turned and clicked his tongue. You two were playing a little too far. Are you trying to wreck my house? Next, Xian narrowed his eyes and instructed, I've advanced the compensation money for the house repairs. The debt repayment mission is yours. Considering that your demon core is in my hands, this mission can be treated as practice for you. Looking at the boring job notice, the shadow demon shouted resentfully, debt repayment mission. Repay the advanced housing repair fees. Accepted? I followed you, but not to do these boring errands. Xian coaxed her slyly. Be good and complete the mission. There'll be better opportunities for you. Who knows? I might even return your demon core. She shrugged and could only agree. Fine. At this moment, Tianhui, now properly dressed, took responsibility. This mission should have been mine. After all, I was the one who accidentally damaged the house. Xian solemnly announced, you have something more important to do. I just advanced the Blood Servant Curse seal. The repayment mission will be handled by you. After hearing this, she asked in shock, the Blood Servant Curse seal? It has the same name as that Blood Servant dagger. Xian explained clearly, that's right. I fused the effects of the Blood Servant and Blood Curse on you too. From now on, every time you fight, you won't need to pull that dagger out anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a mark appeared on the back of her hand. Then Tianhui asked in doubt, right, senior sister went out on a debt repayment mission to upgrade her weapon, but she still hasn't come back after so long. Xian forced a smile and scratched his head. I assigned her a few more debt repayment missions. She criticized him indignantly. Master, why do you keep piling everything on his senior sister alone? When the scene shifted to nighttime in a park, an old man was exercising in the square. Old Een thought happily, retirement really is great. The pension is tiny, but I did earn a decent amount back in the day, so life is still pretty smooth. Most importantly, I never have to face those vicious demons again. Right then, a mysterious purple light suddenly rushed in. A ferocious leopard unexpectedly leaped out from inside, scaring him out of his wits. At this moment, its fangs appeared, making old Yin's face turn pale. Suddenly, Long Een snapped in annoyance, making him curiously poke his head out. Hey, you're blocking the exit. Move aside a little. Before old Yin's eyes was the sight of her kicking the fierce leopard away with one foot. The leopard was kicked by Long Een all the way to the distant mountain. Old Een looked up, worried and drenched in cold sweat. Although I can't detect its exact level, I'm certain this great demon possesses demonic energy even stronger than that mushroom monster from the first mock exam. He felt dazed inside. It only took one kick from that girl, and it was Long Een. In just a few short months, you've achieved such a huge breakthrough. Afterward, old Een spoke gratefully. Long Een, thank you for saving my life. But she asked suspiciously, I don't recognize you. Who are you? Embarrassed, he scratched his head and awkwardly introduced himself again. How can you not remember me? I'm your former homeroom teacher who retired early. After hearing that, Long Een happily recognized him. Oh, it's the old man? No, I mean the teacher who only let me into the class after taking my money. I remember now. She calmly raised her hand and walked forward. Teacher, no need to be polite. It was just a casual effort. The fact that you lived long enough to retire is already a great blessing. A while later, old Een walked back along another road. He was deep in thought, calculating inwardly. Blessing? If I return all the money I accepted, maybe my fortune will grow a little thicker. Then old Een smiled excitedly and made up his mind. Tomorrow, I'll return all the money I collected. Suddenly, he unexpectedly turned his face to look in one direction. Old Een sensed that something strange was wrong. Something's off. He froze in place and observed carefully. If I remember correctly, the chemistry teacher should be on weekly duty today, but I can't sense anyone's spiritual energy at all. More importantly, old Een frowned, keenly noticing that a trace of blood still lingered in the air. A faint sound came from the stairway. A figure walked out from there. He pointed a finger forward and accused, Hey, you two students, which class are you from? It's late at night. Why aren't you home? And why are you loitering in the alley behind the school? One of them spoke hatefully. Which eye of yours saw that we're students? Old Een immediately widened his eyes in shock. Bloodstains appeared under their cloaks. Someone had just been eliminated in this building. He immediately changed his attitude, scratching his head awkwardly. Look at me. I completely forgot I'm already retired. Occupational habit acting up. Then old Een quickly turned on his heel. His face twitched as cold sweat poured down. Normally, I can sense whether the other party is stronger or weaker than me. But with these two, I can't sense anything at all. But suddenly, from behind, someone demanded stop. And so old Ian accelerated and charged straight forward. Divine movement art. He used all his strength to escape from there. Oldin already had his phone in hand, preparing himself. As long as I desperately widened the distance by a few hundred meters like this, then called to report. But when he looked up, one of them suddenly appeared. Is this the nighttime jogging speed of an ordinary person? I thought you were a cultivator. He widened his eyes, utterly terrified. My divine movement art in his eyes is actually only that man wasted no more words and used a move. The phone in his hand also fell to the ground, its screen shattering. Another man walked over from behind and reproached him. I told you to keep a low profile, yet you caused such a huge disturbance. If this operation fails because of you, I won't speak up for you in front of the great king. He tried hard to defend himself. I already suppressed the spell's power to the lowest level. It shouldn't wake the surrounding residents. After that, he declared confidently, "Don't worry. I already pasted soundproofing talismans all over the walls beforehand. The people in the houses won't hear anything. Hurry and clean up the scene, then let's leave." Afterward, the two of them moved elsewhere. One of them announced clearly, "This is the site of our operation when the time comes." Hearing this, the other felt satisfied. It's finally my turn. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. So, what if I become famous throughout the world? The scene shifted to Hey Xian's side. He held up a name card and examined it carefully. The disciples are all busy doing debt repayment missions, so I have no choice but to represent them and go to the school to collect the exam admission cards. Suddenly, a car drove past. Hey Xian immediately turned his face in surprise to observe it. The car window slowly rolled down. Zhang Yi looked outside and asked in confusion, "You're Hey Xian, right?" Hey Xian also quickly confirmed his own name. "Yes, and you are." A bodyguard stepped out angrily. "Are you blind? You don't even recognize the esteemed sect master of the 100 Tempering Sect?" After hearing this, Hey Xian was surprised. The 100 Tempering Sect? Zhang Yi quickly went straight to the point. Forget it. He transferred from an ordinary high school to a cultivation class, so it's normal for his knowledge to be limited. Let's talk business. Then Zhang Yi handed a letter outside. "This is a guarantee letter that will help you skip the spring recruitment exam and be specially admitted directly into a key cultivation university." Hey Xian accepted it and felt extremely satisfied. Has my life turned around? Did such a delicious pie just fall onto my head? But suddenly, he frowned as he realized something. It's not Qin Bei. The bodyguard stretched his hand forward and demanded in disgust, "You ignorant fool. Countless people dream of this direct admission spot, but can't get it, yet you're standing there being picky." Zhang Yi also turned and emphasized again, "Although it is not Qin Bei, the university I am guaranteeing you for is still among the top 100 key cultivation universities. You must understand that the spring recruitment exam for cultivation students is not like the college entrance exam for ordinary people. Everyone faces different questions, and whether your score is high or low does not affect your life." He also reminded him further, "But in the testing grounds for cultivators, the slightest carelessness can cost you your life." Hearing that, Hey Xian grinned and made his decision. "Then I still want to try. Why do I feel that getting into the top 10 you mentioned shouldn't be a problem either?" Hey Xian watched the car drive away, dissatisfied. Why did he leave before I finished speaking? This guy has even worse manners than me. Inside the car, the bodyguard spoke in disgust. "Sectmaster, that brat is too stubborn. No matter what we said, he refused to listen." The bodyguard turned back and asked clearly, "But then again, are you really worried that he will affect the young master's results?" The young master only failed to perform well, which is why he ranked second in the second mock exam. Zhang Yi looked out the window and gave an order. "I simply cannot tolerate anyone who dares reject me. Go make arrangements." Zhang Yi gave an extremely vicious demand. "You must ensure he no longer has the life to enter the examination site." After returning home, Hey Xian announced to everyone, "There is only 1 week left before the spring recruitment exam. We have to seize the time to increase our strength." He reached out and instructed them, "No matter what cultivation methods you want to learn, or what new spells you have comprehended but still haven't broken through, write them all down. Within my ability, I will help you advance the results." And so, the two of them quickly shot up from their chairs. Tianhui carried over a whole stack of papers and introduced them. "These are all the subjects we've wanted to learn for a long time. Seeing this, Hey Xin felt bewildered. Why are there so many? Looks like everyone is very eager to learn. Suddenly, a familiar hand appeared. That person was none other than the shadow demon. Master, although I am a demon, I'm also very hardworking. This is my application list. Please take a look, Master. Tianhui's gaze focused in one direction. She turned her face, extremely angry. That woman actually dares use her own assets to attack Master. Hearing this, Longing also became annoyed. How hateful. We need to find a chance to get rid of her. And so, the sound of advancement continuously echoed from inside the house. The scene shifted to a barren land. A man stood there chanting before a talisman. This talisman must be buried deep in the rock layer, and additional incantations must be chanted to shield it from divine sense. Then it vanished, hiding invisibly inside the boulder. Another man spoke with determination, reminding him absolutely no mistakes are allowed. The other man found it hard to understand and asked in confusion, "Hey, isn't the examination site only announced on the actual day of the exam every year? How are you certain this will be the place where the exam is held 1 week from now?" That person gave a reason, emphasizing, "All I can say is that the human side is not exactly united either." Then the other man quickly wondered, "Oh, right. The formation talismans are more or less done. Can I take a break?" Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "What do you need a break for?" The man explained the reason clearly. "I just took a job on a sect dark web. The mission is to go deal with someone." As soon as the other man heard this, he angrily reproached him. "Are you so short on money you've gone mad? You even dare take jobs from cultivators?" A notification panel then appeared. Advanced completion, formless infinite aspect. First, register qualification to accept demon race disciples. Second, collect 10 formless infinite aspect inner cores. Third, perfect the cultivation method. Hey Xin walked with his hands in his pockets, murmuring, "I already advanced a whole series of cultivation methods before. Most of them have been handed over to the disciples to carry out completion missions. Only the shadow demon's formless infinite aspect completion mission requires going through a few procedures with the cultivator government. I might as well handle it myself for speed. After completing this mission, the shadow demon will be able to operate in the human realm openly and legitimately." He brought his face closer to the screen and read the requirement. System notice. The demon core required to complete formless infinite aspect must be taken from the linked subject, an extremely disguised skilled golden core realm great demon. But hey, Xin quickly noticed something abnormal. Strange. Completion missions are usually carried out in secret realms. So why is the designated location such a desolate wilderness? Then he raised his head and observed above. That man held a sheet of paper and examined it. Exactly the same. It really is you. Unfortunately, on was Hey Xin's face. After confirming the target, the man declared bluntly, "Hey Xin, someone paid a high price for your life, so don't blame me." Hey Xin looked up and also noticed something strange, asking, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "This guy keeps muttering to himself. I can't sense even the slightest aura from him." Hey Xin raised his eyes and was quickly surprised. In an instant, the man had already appeared behind him. The man's eyes shone brightly as he warned, "Your reaction is even slower than that old man exercising last night." Then he suddenly unleashed a fierce attack. A huge, enormous hole was gouged into the ground. The man froze and made no further movement. His head was being held tightly, making him even more bewildered. How did he? Hey, Xin lifted his chin and calmly asked, "Let me ask clearly. What's going on? You didn't even explain anything before rushing into fight. Who are you? Who offered the price?" The man grimaced in discomfort. Then he burst out with his full strength in extreme anger. "You dare look down on me?" Hey Xin also reacted in time, dodging to the side. The man's eyes glowed from behind a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Fortunately, Hey Xin had dodged aside and was not hit. The man failed to withstand the force and flew to the side. After that, he raised his leg, trying to send a kick over. The two of them landed together on another patch of ground. The man still did not stop, trying to launch a storm of attacks. "You don't even dare block my spells and only know how to scurry around and hide? Let's see how you block this wide area move." Light escape, burning light. But Hey Xin still maintained an extremely calm attitude. A massive force was charging straight toward him. It tore lengthwise through the ground in search of its target. His companion above saw this and was confused. Why did he suddenly use his ultimate move? Just who is this guy assassinating that he has to unleash such a terrifying technique? A red light appeared across the entire sky. At this moment, a deep pit appeared on the ground. The man became extremely pleased. His breath has disappeared completely. The mission is complete. A generous reward of 1 box of high-grade spirit stones is about to be mine. But immediately afterward, he jumped in fright. Xian's hand was completely unharmed. He raised it. He spoke up again and gave a brief explanation. I was only curious. I wanted to see what was so impressive about your cultivation method, so I joined in. That strike just now was pretty good. If I hadn't used a barrier, it would have been a little troublesome. Hearing that, the man was stunned. You can use a barrier to block it? But why can't I sense even the slightest aura of a living person? Haisin did not hesitate to confirm his identity. That's right, because the one talking to you isn't a living person. Suddenly, a substitute stone appeared there. Only then did the man realize what was going on in shock. A substitute? Damn it. Then he quickly accelerated and flew into the sky. Consider it my mistake today. I'll settle this debt another day. Suddenly, a hand appeared in midair. Xian flew out along with his fist. Without hesitation, he punched the man directly. The man fell painfully from high above to the ground below. Xian stood silently, looking at the monster lying flattened in a cracked pit caused by an extremely powerful blow. The system panel announced that the soul-burning spirit had been eliminated. The system continued to display soul-burning spirit demon core obtained. Light attribute plus camouflage attribute. Holding the item in his hand, he said softly, "No wonder I didn't discover earlier that he was a young demon. This camouflage attribute really is powerful. This demon core is pretty rare too. It actually has dual attributes. When everyone gathers another day, I'll treat it as a benefit and hand it out to everyone." Xian looked up at the paper with his face drawn on it, floating amid the cracks and dust. He reached out and caught it. After examining it, he seemed rather angry. Xian threw the paper hard onto the ground and shouted, "Where does this look like me at all?" On the signboard, 4 brilliant golden characters pointed toward the entrance to the competition venue. At the beginning of spring, the first talent contest of the year was held there, perched atop towering rocky peaks, standing against the blue sky. Voices rang out from inside. Why hasn't it started yet? They're waiting for the chief examiner to open the event. I feel like the competition for this year's spring recruitment is much fiercer than in previous years. Of course, this year is a big year for the spring recruitment. The talents of the young geniuses from the major sects are simply exploding. The voices continued echoing. Why is there another row of seats up front? That's the candidates' waiting area. Candidates who are about to go down and take their tests wait there. Mao Jiao turned to look at Little Gu and said, "Anyone can tell that person isn't a candidate. How can an outsider enter the examination grounds?" She also turned to look at him and continued, "That's young Master Lai's girlfriend. Disciples from major sects can apply to bring family members with them." Mao Jiao whispered, "I'm so jealous." Wang Yu wore black sunglasses and sat cross-legged in the chair with an expression full of confidence and authority. Little Gu continued, "I heard she's a few years older than young Master Lai, because she wanted to be an old cow eating tender grass and latch onto a major sect. She kicked away her ex-boyfriend." Mao Jiao continued, "Her ex-boyfriend must have been dirt poor and looked shabby. His girlfriend was stolen by a disciple of a major sect, but he could only endure it." She said, "What else could he do if he didn't endure it? Go find his love rival and fight? By then, he wouldn't even know how he died." She stared straight ahead and said in an uneasy voice, "Wait." Mao Jiao looked at Little Gu in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Suddenly, there's such heavy killing intent." He turned around and was shocked by something he saw, causing Mao Jiao to break out in a cold sweat. Xian was walking together with Tian Shui and Long Yin. His gaze toward Mao Jiao looked as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Xian's anger was obvious, his eyes glowing red as he looked at Mao Jiao. Terrified, he thought to himself, "Big bro, why are you looking at me with such an angry gaze?" Tian Hui said, "Master, it seems someone said you were short." Long Yin also added, "And dirty looking." Shadow Demon also spoke up. "They also said your ex-girlfriend dumped you just to cling to the thigh of a major sect disciple." Long Yin stood behind, observing. Xian stood silently without saying a word, as if he were plotting something. Little Gu turned to look at Mao Jiao and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Drenched in sweat and trembling, he replied, "I think I accidentally hit a fatal sore spot." Wang Yu was sitting on the chair. She seemed startled when she suddenly saw something. Wang Yu stared intently at where Xian was sitting opposite her. Her eyes widened to the limit, as if they were about to fall out. Wang Yi took off her sunglasses and exclaimed inwardly in shock. Isn't that useless trash He Exant? Wang Yu thought to herself. What right does he have to sit in the elite students' waiting area? His aptitude for immortal cultivation is practically zero. Could some miracle have happened? Did he suddenly awaken some random thing and defy the heavens to change his fate? She pondered for a moment. Impossible. Wang Yu continued. He must be like me, clinging to some female student from a major sect to get a front row seat so he can post it on social media and show off. Suddenly, Junhao appeared behind her and asked, "What's wrong? Someone you know?" Wang Yu hesitated and replied, her eyes still fixed on the target. No, she laughed loudly and said, "I must have mistaken him. Besides, young Master Lai, how could I know any other students?" Just then, a voice rang out at the school gate. Silence throughout the venue. I will now read the competition rules. The proctor stood solemnly and said, this spring recruitment will use a single combat group system. The highest scoring candidate in each group will enter the elimination round and fight in pairs until a champion is decided. Anyone who voluntarily admits defeat will be judged as defeated. Anyone determined by the judges to be unable to continue competing will also be judged as defeated. After being judged defeated, a candidate may not continue attacking the opponent. Tian Hui looked up at him in surprise and wondered, is that the Grandmaster? Hate Xian also looked over and replied, probably. Just look at that immortal bearing. Long Ying continued, her eyes still fixed on her phone screen. Ignore him. Suddenly, the proctor placed both hands behind his back and spread his legs to the side. He knelt down and saluted. Grandmaster, may we officially begin now? In front of him sat Mo1, Ming Gong, and Zhang Yi on their chairs. Ming Gong rested his chin on his hand, looked at him, and ordered, fine, begin. A piece of white silk floated among the sharp stone platforms in the bottom of the deep pit. A voice rang out. The competition begins. Hei Xian looked up at the paper and said, all of our appearances are last in each group. The proctor's voice continued ringing out. Group A, number 1 and number 2, step forward. Sun Ming looked at Nan Tian and asked, you're my first opponent in the group round? As he prepared to strike, he said, fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally beat you to death, don't blame me. Sun Ming, disciple of the hegemonic body sect. Xia Nan Tian, disciple of the earth spirit sect. Nan Tian stared intently at Sun Ming and answered, same to you. Sun Ming frowned, looked at him, and said, let's see how long that relaxed expression of yours lasts. Sun Ming stomped hard on the ground to launch himself forward. The ground immediately shattered, dust and smoke rising. Then he dashed forward and threw a lightning-fast punch toward Nan Tian. The tremendous force shattered the ground and forced his opponent to retreat. Nan Tian was shocked and thought quickly, so fast. And the killing power of this fist wind is enormous. He crouched down, formed a hand seal, and shouted, Earth escape. The ground cracked open into deep ravines under the force of the strike just now, sending dust flying everywhere. Sun Ming was sprinting forward amid shattered stones floating all around. Nan Tian shouted, rapid stone rain. As soon as the words left his mouth, chunks of earth and rock flew forward at high speed. Using his agile speed, Sun Ming leapt over the boulders and advanced toward Nan Tian. As he prepared to close in, he said, if we're only talking about speed, I can compare with someone a whole major realm above me. Don't think you can throw us off. Seeing his opponent approach, Nan Tian immediately kicked off and leapt into the air. Sun Ming rushed forward and swept out with a kick. He looked after Nan Tian and said, now that I've forced you into the air, let's see how you hide. Nan Tian said, I have nowhere to hide, but you have nowhere to step either. Sun Ming exclaimed in shock, what? Beneath him, a gigantic deep pit appeared. Nan Tian's great pit earth escape, sinking ground technique. Sun Ming cried out in panic, and his body lost balance as he fell into the deep pit created by Nan Tian's technique. The announcement of the winner rang out loudly and clearly. Xian and Tian of the Earth Spirit Sect wins. The sect master of the Earth Spirit Sect and principal of Earth Spirit High School, Tu Qifeng, applauded in praise. Excellent. He raised both hands high and said, The one just now was the most outstanding student of our Earth Spirit High School. Everyone is welcome to introduce relatives and friends to enroll. The referral commission will be extremely generous. Zhang Yi glanced sideways and said, that short old man from the Earth Spirit sect really doesn't miss any opportunity to recruit people. Minggong also spoke. The Earth Spirit sect is at the high school that mass-produces immortal cultivation students. He replied, that's right. On the surface, their admission rate looks high, but they overdraw their students' potential too severely. After entering university, the students are often exhausted and can no longer keep up. That's why the university I manage usually isn't very enthusiastic about students from this school. A voice rang out, announcing, the arena has been repaired. Group A, number 3, and number 4, step forward. Hua Tianhui, disciple of the Dragon Blood sect, looked at her opponent and said, fists and feet have no eyes. Gong Lu, disciple of the Shadow Arts sect, replied, cut the nonsense. Kong Lu gathered a purple force in her hand, looked at Tian Hui, and said, no need to be polite. The examination grounds are like a battlefield. Wagering your life is the proper attitude. With a razor-sharp gaze, Kong Lu swung her long sword, creating a ring of light toward Tian Hui. Tian Hui immediately shifted aside to dodge her opponent's attack. Kong Lu shouted loudly, then leapt up and performed an extremely powerful spinning slash toward her. The two charged at each other. Kong Lu used her sharp sword to suppress Tian Hui. The two girls continuously unleashed blazing sword strikes and pitch-black rotations, creating a radiant field full of fragments. Gong Lu stared wide-eyed in shock as Tian Hui's blade approached right beside her. She thought, her blade technique is actually better than mine? A wound had appeared on Kong Lu's chest. Tian Hui's extremely powerful strike sent her opponent flying straight into a nearby rock wall. Amid the thick stone dust, Kong Lu's voice rang out. Hey, where are you cutting? Kong Lu appeared, looked at Tian Hui, and said, don't make it so that after the exam my chest gets shaved down from a C to an A. She thought to herself, I originally thought this was only the group round, so there was no need to use my ultimate move. But it seems I won't win unless I go all out. After that, Kong Lu stomped hard on the ground and launched herself toward the opponent before her. Holding her sword in both hands, Kong Lu rushed down toward Tian Hui. Tian Hui looked at her and said, has no one reminded you that if you keep using the same opening stance, it's very easy to counter? Tian Hui used all her strength to block the overhead slash from her opponent in midair. Kong Lu curled her lips in a cold smile and looked at Tian Hui as Tian Hui struggled to withstand her sword strike with an indescribable emotion. Tian Hui was horrified, her eyes widening as multiple swords pierced through her body and blood poured out like a fountain. She frowned in surprise, gritted her teeth, and thought, what? The skill just used was Shadow Assault. Kong Lu looked at Tian Hui and said, try guessing where the black sword I threw at the beginning went. Kong Lu continued, did you really think I missed? That black sword had silently moved and closed in on Tian Hui. That black trail continued extending beneath her feet without her realizing it. Kong Lu looked forward and said, hey, why haven't you announced the result yet? After being hit by that, even if she doesn't die, she'll be crippled. Hurry up and declare me the winner. The proctor looked at her and said, your strength is decent, but your eyes are poor. Kong Lu turned to look at him, as if about to say something. Before her eyes was the scene of many streams of purple energy surrounding the blade. Kong Lu cried out in shock, a blade substitute again? In a flash, Tian Hui rushed toward Kong Lu under his stunned gaze. Her attack then sent Kong Lu flying away. Kong Lu was struck and fell, blood spraying from her mouth. She was blasted far away, her sliding fall carving a long trail through the dust. Tian Hui shot toward her like a missile. In the blink of an eye, she had appeared before her opponent. Kong Lu, blood still on her mouth, looked at her and shouted, you think flying into the sky lets you avoid my attack? Kong Lu shouted, Shadoskete. Many streams of purple energy appeared around her. Kong Lu said, you used your weapon as a substitute, so let's see what you'll use to block my attack now. Her streams of black energy surged upward like a mountain, swallowing Tian Hui whole. They curled together into a pitch-black sphere surrounded by purple chains, floating right in front of her. Kong Lu laughed proudly and said, now you've got nowhere to run, do you? Unexpectedly, the iron chains surrounding the purple sphere shattered. Kong Lu stared wide-eyed in shock, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. A loud shout rang out. Iron Wall Blade Formation. Tian Hui braced herself and broke apart the chains wrapped tightly around her, escaping amid an explosion. A thunderous boom rang out. She continued shouting, Iron Wall Blade Fan. Green energy immediately appeared. Tian Hui created pale green streams of light that swirled like a storm. Kong Lu raised both hands and shouted, Shadow Barrage. Then she fired a chaotic barrage of arrows toward Tian Hui. The two sources of green and purple energy collided, producing a loud sound. The green light spun violently together, forming a great storm that swept up everything around it. The proctor stood silently with his hands clasped behind his back, observing everything that had just happened. With long snow-white hair and beard, he stood watching with an extremely stern expression. The ruined scene before him appeared after the battle. Gong Lu lay collapsed on the cold stone ground, deep bleeding cuts all over her body. The proctor's voice rang out. Yuatian. A supervising staff member immediately appeared and used his hand to check the pulse on Kong Lu's neck. Then he raised his hand high and announced, The candidate still has a pulse. Hurry and take her to the infirmary. Hearing this, the proctor immediately lowered his head and said in a low voice, She didn't use a fatal blow, did she? In a fierce battle during the exam, accidentally killing an opponent is common. Yet she deliberately held back. He looked at the girl, slowly walking back to the rest area, and continued, Hua Tianhui, is it? Truly impressive. Meanwhile, she noticed Long Yin's extremely unusual expression. The other party unconsciously revealed a strange, sinister smile. Seeing this, Tian Hui had just sat down when she pointed toward Long Yin and asked Hey Xian, Master, why does senior sister have that expression? As soon as she finished speaking, he calmly looked at the person beside him and replied, After the next match, it'll be her turn. She's probably very excited. Up on the high platform, the host's voice rang out once more. Next match, Group B, number 1 and number 2, step forward. At once, Long Yin suddenly raised her hand straight into the sky and boldly interrupted, Wait. Behind her, Tian Hui and He Xian also stared at her back in confusion, sweating. At this moment, the proctor immediately reminded her in a stern voice, Who dares make such a loud disturbance? After hearing that, Long Yin showed no panic at all and said in a mocking tone, Why bother with all these pair matches? You're only wasting everyone's time. Why not settle Group B in a single match? She spread both hands with an extremely smug posture and continued, Let those three come at me together. Those words immediately made the proctor show a stunned expression. What? Elsewhere, Junhao had heard everything from beginning to end and could not help breaking out in a cold sweat, his brows tightly furrowed. In the stands, countless voices rang out one after another, forming a noisy commotion. Did I hear that wrong? This candidate wants to take on three at once. Did this girl take the wrong medicine? Winning one-on-one would already be worth thanking heaven for. But she wants one against three? There's actually someone complaining the game is too easy and increasing the difficulty herself. The recruitment rules are already fixed. It's not like she can take on three just because she says so. A moment later, the proctor lowered his head slightly and spoke in a frightening voice. Impudent. You think you can change the recruitment rules just because you want to? What school are you from? Get out. Suddenly Ming, Gong, who had been sitting quietly in the row of seats behind them, unexpectedly called out, Proctor. He looked at the white-haired, white-bearded man before him and advised, The atmosphere has been a little dull so far. Be a bit flexible. Add a little highlight to this recruitment. The proctor immediately agreed, Yes, Grandmaster. Then the proctor stood on the peak and raised his hand, solemnly announcing, Group B, number 1 through number 4, step out of line. After he finished speaking, Beast A and Beast B quickly appeared, giving a cold snort full of disdain. Beast A looked at the scene before him and curled his lips indifferently. The three disciples of the beast form sect stood close together in a circle and spoke one after another. Which blind idiot put the three of us brothers in the same group? Exactly. Who was that blind? Blind. Hearing this, Beast slightly furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, forget it. It doesn't matter. Even if we can't pass the group round, as long as we enter the top 5 of the losers bracket, we'll still have a chance to participate in the promotion round afterward. He pointed toward Long Een behind him and loudly announced, "The immediate task is to eliminate this arrogant fool first." The other two immediately chimed in as well. "Eliminate the arrogant one first. Eliminate her first." BC seized the opportunity, opened his palm, and gathered his aura, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Big brother, let me go first. She dares run her mouth about taking on 3? I alone am enough to deal with you beautifully," he shouted with all his strength. All his energy gathered together, forming a massive phantom of a roaring heroic spirit. It granted BC a kind of ability used to enhance. Its defensive power had strengthened. Opposite it, Long Een could not help furrowing her brows, constantly watching. What kind of trick was this? Behind her, Tianhui immediately recognized Beast Gamma's technique. It was the spirit commanding art, a technique that invited the soul of a worshipped spirit beast into the body, allowing the host to obtain part of that spirit beast combat power. Hearing this, Hei Exen, seated beside her, could not help exclaiming in admiration, "That sounds amazing." Tianhui, meanwhile, focused on explaining how that move was used. This spell requires devoted worship from childhood, along with life-risking cultivation for 15 years before reaching their level. When facing immortal cultivators who do not understand the spirit commanding art, this move gives an absolute advantage. As she spoke, she imagined a person with wings appearing in midair, then added seriously, "At its highest realm, it can even invite gods and immortals to descend into the mortal world." As soon as she finished speaking, Hei Xian grew a little excited, and an unconscious faint smile appeared on his lips. "It can even summon gods and immortals?" Seeing this, Tianhui, sitting beside him, looked puzzled and wondered, "Why does Master look so excited?" Meanwhile, Beast Gamma's spirit commanding art had already launched a fierce attack toward Long Een. Rocks and earth rapidly flew everywhere from the floor below. The figure of the muscular beast he had summoned charged forward constantly with imposing bravery. Long Een slightly widened her eyes, her expression extremely serious as she silently observed its every move. Then she suddenly flipped over and kicked her opponent with tremendous force. Countless rocks and clods of earth piled up, blocking that monster and forming a towering mountain range that stood firm, causing Beast Gamma's technique to lose its effect. On the other side, the monster still tried to topple the giant Mount Tai before it, and asked, "Weren't you running your mouth about taking on 3 at once just now? Why are you like this when facing my savage bear charge?" Suddenly, it seemed to discover something, its face filling with astonishment. Opposite it, Long Een raised a powerful fist and charged over. Seeing this, Beast Gamma did not hesitate to close in, mocking, "I can even smash a small mountain to pieces. What right do you have to swing your hand at me?" In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion from their collision appeared in midair. At that moment, red blood continuously spurted from the monster's mouth, falling onto the arena floor. The scene before them immediately struck Beast Alpha and Beast Beta's eyes. Third Brother's bear spirit has always been known for peerless defense within the same realm. It was beaten until it coughed up blood like that. Coughed up blood. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the monster summoned by Beast Gamma seemed to fly into a rage and shouted, "I'll kill you." However, Long Een was not afraid at all. She forcefully flicked her hand, coldly watched her opponent, and said, "Your fists are weak." The monster immediately widened both eyes in shock, cold sweat appearing on his cheeks. At that moment, the force from Long Yin's arms struck heavily into the center of its body. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion appeared, with rocks, dirt, and fine dust covering the space before Long Een. Beast Alpha and Beast Beta raised their hands to shield themselves from the dust. Just like you said, she actually has the upper hand. Could she be a body-tempering genius? With just one punch, her destructive power is this terrifying? Long Een stood outside and looked in, only seeing Beast Gamma's pitch-black silhouette. He stood upright without saying a word. A large torn hole had appeared in the front of his shirt. Seeing this, Beast Alpha and Beast Beta quickly showed delighted expressions. As expected of Third Brother, he still stood firm until the final moment. However, before they could rejoice, Beast Gamma suddenly collapsed to the ground. Long Een, standing behind him, quickly said, "Down already?" The scene struck Beast Alpha's eyes, and he could not help gaping in bewilderment. Nearby, Beast Beta's brows twitched non-stop, his body trembling continuously. Long Yin, standing opposite them, merely gave a mocking smile. "Stop wasting everyone's time. The two of you left, come up together." And Mo Win's whole body unconsciously trembled as he said, "This year's spring recruitment is much more interesting than usual. It's only the group stage, yet it's already this dramatic." Hearing this, Zhang Yi glanced at the white-haired old man and thought to himself, Long Yin's strength cannot be underestimated either. My son has another stumbling block on his path to advancement. In the arena, for people from two opposing sides were still competing. Beast Alpha and Beast Beta turned to look at each other at the same time, their gazes murderous. Suddenly, Beast Beta abruptly flew forward, while Beast Alpha stood beside him in a defensive stance. Beast Beta raised his hand before his mouth, his eyes glowing brightly as he chanted, "Serpent Spirit Illusory Eyes." Long Yin immediately widened her eyes and stared at him. Opposite her, Beast Beta had transformed into a terrifying giant purple cobra. At that moment, Long Yin's face could not help freezing in open-mouthed shock, unable to utter a word. At the same time, countless poisonous needles were suddenly shot out as fast as lightning. They drew close to Long Yin, who stood staring blankly. However, she still reacted in time, easily catching those poisonous needles barehanded. Unfortunately, one poison needle still pierced hard into her arm. Seeing it stab straight into the right side of her chest, she immediately showed panic mixed with despair. "How did I miss? Is there something wrong with my eyes?" Afterward, killing intent appeared in Long Yin's eyes, and her brows furrowed tightly. "No, the illusion just now disrupted my senses." She stared at the scene before her and pondered for a long while. "Now I can't see the spirit snake anymore either. It must be because of the illusion." After saying this, Long Yin calmly and unhurriedly threw the blood-stained, poisonous needles onto the rocky ground. On the other side, Beast Alpha once again began gathering all his strength and shouted, "Porcupine Spirit, piercing needles." He bent his knees slightly, placed both hands level with his eyes, and mocked, "Let's see how you block this." In an instant, countless poisonous needles were shot out once more, rushing toward Long Yin. Seeing this, she bit her lips slightly, her eyes widening as she assessed the situation. "If my senses are already confused, then I just need to act opposite to my intuition." After that, she quickly leaped to the side to dodge her opponent's vicious attack. Seeing the ground torn up and scattered through the air, Long Yin showed satisfaction with her guess. "As expected, as long as I move my body opposite to what my eyes see, it will be fine." She observed the spots of light appearing before her and thought, "Left means right, up means down." At that moment, Long Yin quickly used her own special skill, sending tens of thousands of fists forward like a violent storm. At the same time, a cloud of gray dust appeared before her, with earth and rocks flying everywhere. Countless poisonous needles were driven one after another deep into the dry ground. Drops of crimson blood also spilled out, dripping down and wetting the rocky soil. At some unknown moment, a poisonous needle had pierced through Long Yin's shoulder. She could not help looking down at her thigh, which had also been hit, and muttered softly, "I reversed everything, yet I still got hit." In the stands, Tian Hui looked anxious and restless as she said, "How did this happen? Didn't senior sister already grasp the rule of the sensory disruption?" Beside her, Hei Xan did not hesitate to speculate. The rule of the illusion must have changed. He looked at the large glow of purple light below and remarked, "That guy's hiding somewhere, secretly manipulating Long Yin's senses. Should I secretly send her a message through the blood seal? But would that count as cheating?" It was the shape of a giant cobra coiling around to protect Beast Beta inside. He raised both hands to face level and continued casting a spell. "No matter how you deal with it, I can freely change the rules of the illusion at any moment. You're dead for sure." At that moment, on the ground, two blood-stained poisonous needles that had just been pulled out lay rolling in a corner. At the same time, another rain of poisonous needles appeared once more in the blue sky. This time, they were wrapped in a powerful aura. Those poisonous needles shot forward like arrows, heading straight toward Long Yin. Seeing this, Beast Alpha could not restrain his excitement and laughed mockingly. Here, have an extra powerful strike. Meanwhile, Long Yin wore a dazed expression and stood motionless, thinking. He's convinced that whether I dodge or defend, he can interfere with my senses at any moment, right? Her palm opened, gathering all her aura into one place to form an enormous attack. Then Long Yin lowered her body and raised her hand high, pouring all her strength into it. Seeing this, Beast Alpha became extremely excited and loudly mocked. This move looks quite imposing, but no matter what you do, it's useless. The only thing you can do is close your eyes and wait for death. In an instant, Long Yin did not hesitate to curl her lips into a sneer. That's right, her eyes half closed, and she said in a low voice, "This move of mine really doesn't require me to open my eyes to look." Long Yin immediately closed her eyes, ignoring the poisonous needles rushing close to her. Opposite her, Beast Beta suddenly showed a bewildered expression, his whole body trembling. Yes, that's right. Accept your fate." Long Yin's face darkened as she shouted in a voice that seemed ready to devour someone alive. Instant fire palm. In an instant, a powerful light appeared between the two of them. With her small hand, Long Yin coldly caught the tip of the giant needle, filled with poison. Wearing a blank, murderous expression, she stared straight toward Beast Beta. Meanwhile, Beast Alpha seemed frightened, sweat streaming down his face as his teeth bit tightly into his lower lip. He thought, she accurately caught the giant spike? What exactly is second brother doing? Why did the illusion stop working? Tian Hui, seated in the stands, looked toward the arena and examined it softly. It's not that the illusion stopped working. This is a foresight-type technique. It directly advances the result of catching the real spike. Meanwhile, Long Yin once again poured all her strength and aura into her palm. She coldly clenched her fist tightly, and aura poured out from within like a waterfall. Long Yin did not hesitate to punch hard into the ground below and shouted, "Instant fire palm." Seeing this, Beast Alpha immediately looked terrified, gaping as he stood in place. A punch into empty air? In any case, I've already kept enough safe distance. But between the two of them, another world-shaking explosion appeared, the ground cracking open and flying everywhere. Witnessing the move just now, the proctor was somewhat shocked and wondered. Zhang Yi grew a little excited, his body trembling slightly as he asked, "What move is this?" It isn't a long-range spell, yet she only needs to chant in place to hit an opponent far away. Hearing this, Mo would immediately cut in. "Sect Master Zhang, who told your sect to focus only on tempering the body, without studying spells? Now you've become narrow-minded. You should learn more from our sect. Whether it is orthodox, famous sect, magic, or evil forbidden arts, we know them all clearly." Zhang Yi immediately turned and asked, "Then tell me, what spell is this?" Unable to answer, he hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth and pretended to cough. Minggong, watching them, could only think, the two great sect masters beside me truly know nothing. This spell has been lost for a very long time. Even I have only heard of it. He looked down at the shattered arena and thought to himself, first, it predicts the result of the attack, then supplements the attacking motion or movement path. It is said to be an immortal art of an ancient deity. Minggong silently wondered, but that deity disappeared hundreds of years ago. This female student is not even 20 years old. Where did she learn this move? After unleashing the attack, Long Yin had already leaped toward Beast Alpha. He lay motionless with a severe wound in his abdomen. A system status appeared. The attack path of the powerful fire fist has been studied. From the top of a nearby stone pillar, Beast Beta's figure faintly appeared. He trembled in fear and muttered, "Her spell is exactly like yours. How are we supposed to fight this?" Beast Beta immediately looked toward the proctor and shouted, "Honorable Examiner, I admit defeat." The entire audience echoed with noisy discussion. What? He surrendered just like that? If it were me, I'd surrender too. She wrote the answer before even seeing the question. Exactly. If it were me, I'd probably lose heart too. 1 against 3. Long Yin is definitely the strongest person in this group stage. After that, the proctor continued announcing loudly. Next group, Group C, numbers 1 and 2. After finishing her match, Long Yin quickly walked back toward the seats. At the same time, it was Xian's turn to enter the arena. She looked at him and reminded him, "Master, I've already demonstrated for you. Next, it's up to you." The proctor announced, "Next group, Group C, numbers 3 and 4. As soon as the words fell, Hei Xian and Junhao were already standing opposite each other in the arena. And Mo Wen turned and asked Zhang Yi, "This confrontation will surely be the most noteworthy match of the first group round." Hei Xian ranked first in the previous mock exam. Although his opponent performed poorly then, making the result somewhat skewed, he is still considered one of the most outstanding geniuses of his cohort. "What do you think, Sect Master Zhang?" Zhang Yi did not answer. His eyes were deep as he looked down, thinking of Hei Xian's name. The scene shifted back to several months earlier. Zhang Yi looked at Tai Nio's corpse on the ground and asked his subordinate, "How is it? Have you found them?" The man answered respectfully, reporting to the sect master, "We have searched both on and below the mountain, but found no trace of the third young master. The surveillance cameras inside and outside the villa were also destroyed beforehand." This puzzled him somewhat. Could there really be no clue at all? The subordinate replied, "If I must say, there is indeed one indirect clue. The third young master and second young master are both connected to the same person." He continued, "Before disappearing, the second young master, Ji Qian, was once his superior. The third young master, Ji Bai, used to be his classmate, and the two once had a conflict." Zhang Yi immediately asked, "What is that person's name?" The subordinate promptly answered, "Hei Xian." Returning to the present, Zhang Yi was grinding his teeth, glaring down at the young man below. Reflected in Zhang Ye's pupils was Hei Xian's figure. He thought to himself, "This brat is definitely connected to the disappearance of my two sons. He even rejected my goodwill earlier and dares to become an obstacle for my eldest young master. I guarantee that you will die in this spring recruitment." As for Hei Xian, he asked his opponent with a mocking tone, "Are you sure you want to fight me?" From above, Wang Yu suddenly leaned out and cheered. "Junhao, you can do it!" she shouted excitedly. "Beat that useless trash to death." In response to the beauty, he nodded and raised his hand in a thumbs up. Junhao said confidently, "I admit you are very strong, but I'm not some pushover either." He raised his hand to gather power and continued, "During this period, I also focused on reviewing everything very carefully." As soon as the match began, Junhao boldly used Blood Rage Charge, dense blood energy surrounding his body. Tianhui was somewhat worried. Compared with the previous mock exam, that guy really has improved a lot. Long Yin, however, replied very indifferently, "Really? I don't see it." Tianhui turned to her with an awkward expression. "Senior sister, it would be strange if you could see it. You didn't take part in the last mock exam." On the other side, the proctor praised, "The young member of the Lai family truly is an extraordinary genius who returned from overseas." At this moment, Hei Xian also clenched his hand into a fist, producing cracking sounds. He replied, "Then I've gotten a bargain." Before he could finish, Junhao's eyes filled with surging killing intent. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, leaving behind a scene of earth and rocks flying everywhere. Junhao charged straight toward Hei Xian at high speed, leaving a long crimson trail behind him while destroying the arena wherever he passed. A punch of tremendous power was about to be unleashed by Junhao. Opposite him, Hei Xian remained completely calm. He opened his palm forward, preparing to block the attack. The collision created an enormous sound, and the aftershock destroyed the arena, raising a cloud of thick dust. A moment later, the dust slowly dispersed, leaving behind a shattered circle of impact. Wang Yu's hands trembled unconsciously, and she worriedly thought, with such a powerful attack, that useless trash definitely couldn't have survived. Young Master Lai must have won. When everything became clear, everyone saw the two contestants in the arena, one punching, the other blocking. Wang Yu widened both eyes and blurted out, "Are they really evenly matched?" Tianhui, on the contrary, confidently interrupted her. "No, they're not evenly matched at all." Hearing this, Wang Yu turned her head and asked, "What?" In the arena, Junhao's eyes were also wide with shock. In his heart, he thought, "I didn't expect this." At that moment, he thought to himself, "He blocked my full-powered strike with only one hand. Even though I was mentally prepared, is this gap reasonable?" Junhao suddenly remembered something from earlier. Wait, just now, before making his move, didn't he also form a ball of lightning? That was right. At that moment, Hei Xian's other hand was tightly gripping Black Nether Thunder and preparing to strike. He used it together with his fist, punching straight toward Junhao's face. Junhao could only brace himself and think, "I'm dead for sure."